In the world of Hunter I plundered infinite modifiers. Chapter 1. No one asked about the fish shop for 10 years. New book asks for everything. Whale Island. Where the dream begins. The sun is warm, white seagulls are circling in the sky, and a beautiful rainbow appears on the deep blue sea in the distance. Brother Lee K, I'll trouble you with these fish. Uncle Cohen, wearing a one-piece waterproof overalls, put a bag of fish on the chopping board and grinned. Put it here, I'll take care of it later, Uncle Cohen. The owner of this fish shop, Lee K, with short black hair and healthy wheat-colored skin, said with a smile. He is 1.75 meters tall, with muscles full of lines like a cheetah, and a handsome face with sharp edges like a reader. No one can associate this handsome guy in front of him with the skinny kid who ate and wore clothes from 100 families 15 years ago and was even thought to not survive the first winter. Lee K has not only grown up, but also looks handsome, tall and strong. Many young girls have a crush on him. But who can know Lee K's troubles? He is a time traveler. He has been here for 15 years, starting from a baby who was almost frozen to death, and has grown up step by step. Now, he is the most famous and best fish shop on Whale Island. Nothing else. Lee K has been killing fish for 10 years. He has been working in the fish shop since he was 5 years old, until the owner of this fishing port died and inherited the fish shop to him. The reason for this choice is that he also traveled through time with an infinite item looting system. It can be regarded as a blessing for reading genuine novels in the previous life. As the name suggests, any target killed by Lee K can be randomly looted before the body is cold. Killing people. Lee K has not tried it yet, and he has no plans to do so for the time being. So, he killed fish for 10 years. Splash! All the fish sent by Uncle Cohen were poured into the fish pond, and they were alive and kicking. But there was a different charm in Lee K's eyes. Name, Tuna. Entries, Frenzy, White, Power, White, Swiftness, Green, Underwater Breathing, Green. Name, Clownfish. Entries, Lethargy, White, Toxin, White, Underwater Breathing, White. Name, Grouper. Entries, Greedy, White, Camouflage, White, Power, White, Underwater Breathing, Green. Killing fish is the easiest and fastest way to get entries on Whale Island. This is life. Lee K has been doing this for 10 years. He skillfully scooped up a fish from the fish pond with a net bag and threw it on the chopping board. Bang! Knocked it unconscious with a stick. Then he cut them one by one. You killed a tuna, and the entry was automatically looted. Congratulations on getting Power, White. You killed a grouper, and the entry was automatically looted. Congratulations on getting Camouflage, White. You killed a clownfish, and the entry was automatically looted. Congratulations on getting Sleepiness, White, Toxin, White. Since you already have Great Power, Purple, you will automatically absorb and fuse it. Great Power, Purple, 92%. Since you already have Underwater Breathing, Gold, you will automatically absorb and fuse it. Underwater Breathing, Gold, 22%. Since you already have Toxic, Purple, you will automatically absorb and fuse it. Toxic, Purple, 11%. A series of sounds like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's ears. This is the fun of killing fish. After killing fish for 10 years, Lee Mew even forgot how many fish he had killed. The reason why he has such a strong body today is precisely because of the blessing of these entries. But now, the effect of these common fish on Whale Island on Lee Mew's item progress is already quite weak. Now his fish killing skills have been perfected. He is also a well-known and well-liked fish shop owner in the whole Whale Island. Items with negative effects on you are detected. Sleepy Manic, do you refuse to absorb this item? Reject. Some of the items on these fish are negative, and occasionally they will be randomly plundered. But the system will directly help Li Ke identify them, and he can choose not to absorb them. Otherwise, after 10 years, Li Ke will be full of various debuffs. Li Ke, come quickly. Good news. Suddenly, Uncle Cohen ran over with an excited look on his face. Uncle Cohen, your fish is ready. Do you want to take it away now? Don't worry about the fish. Today, Gon caught the Swamp King. The whole Whale Island is in an uproar. This thing was caught by Jin 10 years ago. Come and watch the fun. By the way, bring your knife. You will be needed to kill the fish when the time comes. Everyone is waiting for you. Uncle Cohen grabbed Li Ke and pulled him towards the Whale Island square. Niche article. Thanks. Chapter 2, Longevity Seed Gold Request Flowers. Whale Square. A large group of residents surrounded the area, and everyone's face was filled with surprise and shock. Wow! It's amazing! I didn't expect that after 10 years, someone really caught this strange fish. I remember that it was Jin who caught it, but Jin is a hunter. Even if 5 adults work together, they can't catch this swamp fish. But I heard that Gon wants to take the hunter test, but Mito doesn't want him to go. Who said it wasn't? Although hunter has good treatment, it's too dangerous. It's better to live on Whale Island. Aunt Mito. I have caught the Swamp King as agreed. And, you have to keep your promise too. Gon, a naive and romantic boy with a scion hairstyle, was extremely excited and took out the wrinkled hunter test application form in his pocket. His dream since childhood was to become a professional hunter and follow his father's old path. Find his father. He wanted to know why the profession of professional hunter attracted his father so much. Aunt Mito, with orange short hair, red top and white skirt, stood there with her fingers clasped together, biting her red lips gently. Her pretty face was full of struggle. She made this promise because she thought Gon couldn't catch the Swamp King. How could she let Gon follow Jin's old path? Hunter is not a good profession. But she understood. The child's eyes were the same as his father's. Once he was determined to do something, there was no way he could be stopped. Brother K. You're here. Please help me deal with this Swamp King. I plan to use it to entertain uncles, aunts, and partners from our entire island. Gon saw Li Ke in the crowd and said excitedly. He had already made plans to leave Whale Island, and this was also his farewell banquet for himself. Li Ke walked out of the crowd. His eyes fell on the Swamp King on the ground, and even though he had killed fish for 10 years, he couldn't help but his heart beating wildly. Name: Strange Fish King of the Swamp. Entries: Longevity, Gold, Super Strength, Gold, Scale Defense, Purple, Healing, Purple, Underwater Breathing, Purple. This should be the coolest fish in the entire Whale Island. No other. Hey, success or failure depends on this one move. I hope there will be some good entries. Li Ke took a deep breath and picked up his sharp and narrow fish-killing knife. The residents next to him immediately made way. Everyone's eyes fell on the king of the swamp at the same time. The dark scales like steel shone brightly in the sun. The owner of an ordinary fish shop might not be able to break the defense of this thing. But Li Ke's eyes were restrained at this time, and the fish-killing knife in his hand fell at a lightning speed. Crack! It cut into a piece of scales on the gills of the strange fish lightly. Sure enough, the defense of this thing is not much different from that of an ordinary iron block. But as a professional fish butcher, he is as skilled as a butcher. The fish killed by Li Ke can definitely be piled up into a mountain. In addition, he also has amazing strength. You can only see that the muscular arms full of power suddenly exert force. The sharp blade avoided the hard bones and scales of the monster and easily penetrated into its soft spot. Then a perfect line was drawn. The whole strange fish was directly disintegrated. This scene made the nearby residents applaud and marvel. In terms of killing fish, Lee K is the undisputed number 1. But the vitality of the strange fish is surprisingly strong. After being cut into 2 pieces by Lee K, there was no sound of settlement from the system. Until he forcibly dismembered this guy into pieces of meat, the settlement sound came slowly. Ding! Congratulations on killing the strange fish Swamp King. Automatically plunder super strength gold. You already have giant strength purple, which automatically merges into super strength gold, 74%. Automatically plunder the term longevity species gold. Lifespan can be up to more than 400 years. Automatically plunder the term healing purple. You have a stronger vitality. Ordinary wounds can heal quickly and automatically, and fatal injuries can also be resisted with vitality. This is definitely super exciting news. Accompanied by these sounds, Lee K clearly felt that a warm current that could not be described in words was madly rushing into his limbs and bones. Every cell seemed to have received a brand new wash. Host, Lee K. Entries, longevity, gold, super strength, gold, toxic, gold, super durability, gold, quick, gold, underwater breathing, gold, healing, purple, disguise, purple, strengthened defense, purple, super fertility, blue. Incredibly gorgeous personal panel. Longevity, gold. Guaranteed lifespan of 400 years. This means that Lee K truly has the capital to step into the pinnacle of this world. You should know that the president of the association, who is known as the strongest in the world, has a lifespan of only about 200 years. 400 years. It is enough for him to find more longevity entries to stack and synthesize. Giant strength purple transformed into super strength, gold. Lee K clearly felt the strengthening of his physique. The same entry has completely different effects on different life units. Ant and giant strength and elephant and giant strength are completely different concepts. The reason why the Swamp King is so powerful is purely because this guy has a long lifespan and has grown up. To put it bluntly, it still belongs to the fish species. But Lee K is different, he is a human. The improvement effect given by super strength, gold, is a percentage and basic super amplitude improvement. Now he can even lift the body of this monster with one hand. But this matter is too horrifying, Lee K does not plan to do so for the time being. Healing purple. Lee K is not sure about the healing effect, but the system has marked that it can even resist fatal injuries. This thing is definitely worthy of its rating. So far, the ranking of entries that Lee K has seen is white, green, blue, purple, gold. Going up. Sorry. He has not yet merged to such a high level. Maybe there will be gods or even super gods, but the number of fusions required is estimated to be very amazing. A single whale island can no longer satisfy Lee K's appetite. He understands. It's time for him to choose to leave as well. Seeing that Lee K has completed the division of the strange fish, everyone in the square cheered excitedly. Many residents who had come over began to cook. Mito, who was not far away, was worried. Aunt Mito, Gon has grown up, let him go. Besides, I am leaving Whale Island. I am very grateful to Aunt Mito and everyone for taking care of me over the years. I will take good care of Gon. After solving the strange fish, Lee K walked towards Mito and said seriously. It's not that he wants to be a nanny, but when he crossed over, it was Mito who picked him up from the sea and raised him together. This is a life-saving favor. It's hard for Lee K to repay. On the first day of the new book, I beg for all the data. Free flowers and tickets, any data is a great encouragement and support to the author. Thank you. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 Fiery Eyes, Red. Ask for evaluation votes. Lee K, really? Then, I really need you. Aunt Mito's eyes moistened. In the wrestling competition on the island last year, Lee K won the championship. Lee K, who is young, handsome, skilled, and powerful, is the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls on Whale Island. If he can help, I will feel much more at ease. But becoming a hunter is very dangerous. Lee K, have you really thought about it? Of course, I have been waiting for this day for a long time, Aunt Mito, thank you for your care over the years. Lee K smiled. Whale Island is a paradise. But in this hunter world full of strong people, if I choose to eat and wait for death with the system, it would be better not to cross. What's more, the monsters in this copy of Whale Island have almost been cleared by myself, and there is not much meaning in brushing them. Brush the 400 years of East Daxia sea turtles? Become stronger. That is a man's ambition. The bonfire party was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Everyone sang and danced together, and many young girls on the island took out their gifts for Lee K. They were scarves, gloves, etc. Very thoughtful things. So many that he couldn't accept them all. 15-year-old Lee K was the dream of these girls. But dreams must sail away after all. Brother Lee K, when you become a professional hunter, will you return to Whale Island? I will miss you. Lee K, you must take care of yourself. Woo 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 woo. We clearly agreed to go fishing together this summer, Boss K. Xiao K, when you come back I will let my daughter marry you, okay? Ha 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 ha. It was Gon who proposed to take the hunter test, but Lee K became the protagonist at this time. He was too popular on the island. Whether it was the elderly, children, or girls, they all had a very good impression of him. In addition, he was often willing to help, so many people were reluctant to let Lee K go. Of course, Gon also had many people see him off. The entire Whale Island was a truly warm place, without too much intrigue. The ship for the hunter test arrived as scheduled. All the residents of Whale Island stood at the dock to bid farewell to Lee K and Gon. Boss K. Have a safe trip. Gon. Be safe. Everyone, be sure to come back again. We will miss you. On the dock, Uncle Cohen, Aunt Mito, and everyone else waved their hands and called out loudly. Under the sun, Whale Island was getting farther and farther away, and finally disappeared. Myra. I will definitely become the world's #1 hunter. I will definitely come back when I become an outstanding hunter. I will definitely come back. Gon waved and shouted loudly, his eyes moist. This was the first time he was so far away from home, but he had already decided that his dream was far away, so he would not look back. What's more, he had Brother K with him, so he was not alone. The world's #1 hunter. Hee. You underestimate hunter too much. It's a hunter test. Millions of experts gather from all over the world every year, but only a few are selected. Don't brag, little brother. Gon's words quickly attracted the contempt of other people on the ship who were taking the hunter test. Lee K glanced over. Name, Yamada. Items, one-handed sword skills, white, theft, white, kidney deficiency, white. Name, Daxiang. Items, power, white, dual sword flow, white. Weakness, green. Name, Iwato. Items, firearm, green, poisoning, white. They are all, a bunch of noobs. And they come with debuffs. Lee K was not interested at all. It's not even as powerful as the entry of a medium-sized fish. No wonder, the people on this boat didn't even make it to the audition. But the two guys in the corner made Lee K's eyes light up. Name, Leorio Paradonite. Entries, love, gold, medical talent, gold, bargaining master, purple, leader, blue, melee combat, blue. Name, Karapika. Entries, fire red eyes, red, avenger, gold, leader, purple, calm, purple. A red entry appeared. Fire red eyes. Red, is it an entry above gold? As expected of Kurapika, she is at her peak when she appears, and can kill members of the brigade alone. It's worth the trip. Kill Kurapika here? Forget it. Lee K is not so crazy, and he can't be sure whether he can plunder entries after killing people. At least, there is no plan for this now. As if noticing Lee K's gaze, Kurapika raised his head slightly and looked at him, frowning slightly. Lee K nodded gently. What are you doing? Kazuo, how can a guy like you be a crew member? A scolding came from the cabin in front. A thin man in a short-sleeved sailor suit was kicked out, and the box of green apples he was holding rolled to the ground. Several rolled to the feet of Lee K and the others. What a fool, you can't even stand steadily, ha ha ha. Get off the boat early, you useless guy. Several old sailors laughed at him wantonly. Sorry. The thin rookie sailor named Kazuo apologized while picking up the green apples on the ground. Just when he was about to pick up the last one, another hand picked it up and handed it to him. It was Lee K. Thank you. The rookie sailor Kazuo hurriedly thanked him. It's okay. Lee K said lightly. He glanced at the old sailors, all of them were blank. It was boring. The old sailors didn't care when they saw that it was two little kids. They had been responsible for transporting candidates for many times, so they didn't care. Hey! You guys, don't slack off. Hurry up and work. Just when they were very likely to be beaten, the cabin door was opened. The captain, who was drunk, had a red nose, and was short and bloated, came out to blame himself. He was holding a wine jug in his hand. Several sailors ran away immediately. These guys are getting more and more unruly, but don't mind, they are not bad. Do you want some wine? The captain with red nose handed over the wine jug. Thank you, I don't drink. Lee K smiled and couldn't help but look at the captain more. This old man has navigation, blue, wine tasting, blue, knowing people, green, which are good life skills. Very good young man, you should be the one who has the best chance of passing the assessment that I have seen this year. Captain Rosacea suddenly smiled and said to Lee K. Is it so accurate? Captain, what about me? What about me? Gon was very curious. You are also very good, but you have to work harder than this little family. Captain Rosacea smiled. Suddenly, birds chirped in the sky, and a large number of seagulls circled above the ship. A storm is coming. Lee K took a deep breath and said calmly. 15 years of life on Whale Island has given him the survival ability of a top navigator. New book first day. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Please give monthly votes. Please give rewards. Thank you. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 4, Lee K vs Kurapika Request Data. How, did you know? The captain with rosacea was stunned. The air pressure has dropped, there is a low-pressure cyclone in the distance, and the humidity has increased. This is a sign of a storm. This storm will be very fierce. Lee K said calmly. Brother K's judgment on storms has never been wrong. A storm is really coming. Captain. Gon also sniffed the air, looking nervous. Not long after the two finished speaking, I saw that the sky, which was originally sunny, had dark thunderclouds in the distance. This is a sign of the coming storm. The sky dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon. The storm is coming. But thanks to Lee K's reminder, the captain has come down and made preparations in advance. This old man is really tough, and he drove the ship across the entire storm area. After a night of storm destruction, most of the people who participated in the Hunter assessment on the whole ship were already dizzy and unconscious. Only a few were still conscious. This rainstorm is not unexpected. This area should often have rainstorms. Li K looked at the sea surface which was gradually calming down. Brother K? What? What did you just say? Gon next to him was confused. Li K was speechless. Leorio and Kurapika were still in good condition not far away, while the others were completely eliminated. Sure enough, the captain with rosacea came to check the cabin, and then summoned the 4 people to the captain's room, and began to ask them about the purpose of participating in the assessment. Kurapika was reluctant to say, but when the old man revealed that he was the auditor of the assessment audit, the people present were shocked. All the others were eliminated. Only the 4 of them passed the preliminary audition on the whole ship. If you don't make your motivation for participating in the assessment clear, you will be eliminated directly. Kurapika had to tell his secret. He was the only survivor of the Kuruda tribe, and he became a hunter for revenge for killing the people in the brigade. Gon wanted to follow in his father's footsteps, and Leorio wanted to enjoy life and make more money. What about you? Little guy, what is your purpose in becoming a hunter? The captain looked at Li K curiously. His decades of experience made it difficult for him to see through Li K. This boy, who was only a teenager, was calm and composed in a way that was totally inconsistent with his age. Sometimes, he even felt that he could see through him. Me? Of course, it's to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you pursue what you like. Li K said. Then what do you like? This shouldn't be within the scope of the answer, right? Indeed, ha ha ha, Kezio, record their words and report them to the committee truthfully. The 4 of you have passed this audition. If there are no problems, you can go back to the cabin to rest. The captain with rosacea laughed. Let's go back, Gon. Yeah, Brother K. Li K yawned, put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Wait. Kurapika suddenly called him. Hey. Li K and Gon stopped and looked at Kurapika behind them curiously. I noticed you the moment I boarded the ship. Are you hostile to me? Do you know some news about the brigade? Kurapika said in a deep voice. He has a morbid obsession with the brigade. The entire tribe was killed by the brigade. It is this hatred that has been supporting Kurapika on this path. Moreover, he is very sensitive to hostility. Hostile. Li K was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. It is probably because when he just uploaded it, he saw the red entry for the first time and felt a little moved. I don't know. If you are asking questions, I'm afraid no one will be willing to answer. Li K shrugged. Let's fight. You knock me down, or I knock you down. I must know everything about the brigade. I don't want to hurt you, but please don't make it difficult for me. Kurapika stared at Li K with burning eyes. For the brigade, he was almost crazy. Alas, a child's trick, no. Li K had no interest at all. Ding! Kurapika, when you enter the battle posture, 10% chance to randomly copy the entry when you defeat the target, 100% chance to randomly plunder the entry when you kill the target. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This made Li K, who was originally uninterested, instantly excited. You can get the entry by entering the battle posture? My system can actually be used in this way. Okay. It's all because the people of Whale Island are too harmonious. 15 years have passed. No one has bullied Li K, and Li K has never bullied any children. So this function of the system was discovered for the first time. Okay. As you wish, as long as you defeat me, I can naturally give you the news you want. If you lose. Li K laughed. Brother K. Gon couldn't help but grab the corner of Li K's clothes. You should bear it, don't make a mistake. His words made Leorio, who was watching the show, almost drop his jaw. This Li K is so strong? Could this guy have killed someone before? Boom boom. Thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. The rainstorm that had originally subsided fell again, and the sea was turbulent. It turned out to be a storm that was even bigger than before. This forced the captain, who was originally preparing to rescue, to start shouting and calling the sailors to control the ship. On the deck, with strong winds and waves, Kurapika and Lee K looked at each other's fighting power. "As long as you promise to tell me what you know, I won't attack you. You are not my opponent," Kurapika advised again. "Brother, fight quickly. 10% per drop, does it mean that if you beat Kurapika 10 times, you can drop 100%? Ha!" Lee K didn't mean to talk nonsense with him. He was more concerned about the 10% probability problem now. Bang! The rain poured down. Lee K moved instantly. The hardwood deck was even stepped on by him to leave a dent mark of cracking. The raindrops hit his tense muscles and dispersed instantly. Like a cheetah in the dark night. The speed was extremely fast, and every movement was full of power. The simplest straight punch. But because of the fast speed, when Kurapika reacted, Lee K had already rushed in front of him. "So fast!" Kurapika exclaimed in his heart, and suddenly covered his sword with both hands to block. But the moment he blocked the opponent's fist, his face changed. The huge force from the wooden sword made him feel like he was hit head-on by a speeding car. The amazing force tore his tiger's mouth in an instant. The man and the wooden sword were blasted away several meters away by a punch. It hit the deck heavily. When he reacted with difficulty, the opponent had already arrived in front of him. The fingers were like knives, pressing against his neck. "You lose, Kurapika." Lee K spoke calmly. Kurapika was stunned in place. "Ding! You defeated Kurapika. The entry system has a 10% chance to randomly copy the target entry. Copying. Copying successfully. P.S. Begging for everything on the first day. 500 flowers plus 1 update. 3 monthly tickets plus 1 update. 3 rewards plus 1 update. 100 evaluation tickets plus 1 update. Guaranteed 3 updates. Hunter x Hunter in the Dharma ending age, begging for all data support. Thank you. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, Lifelong Friendship. Copying succeeded. Congratulations on obtaining Fire Red Eyes. Red, this ability is a bloodline ability. The host does not have this bloodline, but this ability is still effective, and there is no red eye feature after opening the eyes. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. A sudden surprise. It was like buying a lottery ticket and scratching out $1 million jackpot. Even Lee K himself couldn't believe that the probability of copying was only 10%. As for which one to copy, it all depends on luck. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the entry, the lower the probability of being copied and plundered. Maybe the probability of this red entry being copied is only 1/10,000 or even 1/1 million. But the goddess of fate seems to have favored Lee K. Fire Red Eyes is a very top-level ability in the entire known hunter world. Once it is turned on, it can increase the NAN of 6 systems to 100%. This is also the reason why Kurapika was able to single-handedly defeat Yuvajan, a member of the A-level Wanted Criminal Brigade, after obtaining NAN. And it was a big win. Such a fierce clan is exactly the same as the Uchiha in the Naruto world. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. I am afraid that the guy who wanted to destroy their clan members at the beginning did not really just like them, those gem-like eyes. But now, I am so lucky to get the red eyes. I don't have to worry about being discovered after opening my eyes. It can be said that I am super lucky. Since the battle can get drops, it seems that I will find an opportunity to fight all the people in Lee Kechuan. Gon's entry is also quite abnormal. Boom! A huge wave hit the ship, almost overturning the whole ship. The injured Kurapika was caught off guard and was directly blown away by the waves. And the rookie sailor Kazuo during the day. I said it wrong, he is the deputy examiner, and only the captain knows this identity. Obviously, he has very little experience in sailing and almost fell, but was pulled by Leorio and Gon. Oops! Kurapika fell. But Gon, who watched Kurapika fall, screamed. But before he could react, plop! Lee K had already jumped down and fell into the sea with Kurapika. In this stormy weather in the middle of the night, it can be said that falling into the sea is basically equivalent to death. No one can salvage a living person from the ocean on a stormy night. The old captain and other sailors who saw this scene were also shocked. They didn't expect Lee Mu to jump down to save people so decisively, but it was obviously too reckless. Brother K. The storm covered Gon's screams. Gurgle gurgle. In the turbulent sea, Kurapika struggled, and sea water kept pouring into his head and mouth. He felt that he was going to die. But now he didn't want to die so easily, because his revenge had not been avenged yet. Suddenly, when he was extremely desperate and watched himself sinking more and more almost to endless darkness, a hand rushed into his sight and grabbed him. Lee K. Because of surprise, Kurapika drank a few more mouthfuls of sea water. The salty taste made him want to cough, but he couldn't even do it in the water. He was crazy. He actually jumped down to save himself? Didn't he have ill will towards me? Why was he willing to risk his life to save me? Countless thoughts flashed through Kurapika's mind. Hold me tight. Gurgle gurgle. Lee K's voice came, and Kurapika shook his head. He was desperate. In such a storm, it was impossible for the two to survive. If it weren't for him, the other party might not have to risk his life. He actually chose to let go. His hand just loosened but was suddenly grabbed by Lee K. Without saying anything, Lee K pulled him and swam towards the sea. He even swam under him and lifted Kurapika up. In such a huge wave, even a good swimmer would definitely suffocate and drown. The only chance to survive was to lift him up. No. Why? Why did you save me? Kurapika, who was half lifted out of the sea and breathing heavily, burst into tears. He tried desperately to struggle. But he immediately carried him and swam towards the ship. Like. Let me go quickly. It's my fault, Kurapika cried heartbreakingly. He felt that if he lived one more second, would die immediately. Hey! Kurapika's body sank, only his head floated, floated up, but in this turbulent sea, both of them could only drink sea water. I'm fine. Kurapika. Hang on. The storm will soon pass. Gurgle gurgle. After saying that, dived again and lifted Kurapika up. Who has water breathing, gold, can even live underwater for 1 or 2 months without breathing if he wants. He is a complete little Superman of the ocean. This storm is just a drizzle for him. But he can't bear to watch Kurapika die. It's definitely not for the unfinished golden items on the other party. Promise. Half an hour later. The ship was in a mess, but fortunately the storm was finally over. Brother K. Gon, who was caught by several sailors, was finally released. He shouted and rushed to the side of the ship. Leorio, the old captain and others also looked gloomy. No one expected this to happen. It's a pity. Such a good guy, if he can become a professional hunter, his future will definitely be full of light and justice. The old captain sighed with emotion, his eyes moist. Hurry up and arrange someone to find Lee K. Captain. He may still be alive. Leorio was a little anxious. Although he kept saying that he loved money, this guy was full of love in his heart more than anyone else. It's useless. In such a big storm, even the best swimmer can't survive. My condolences. Alas. Several old sailors on the side had bitter expressions. Brother K. Brother K is still alive. Kurapika is also alive. Gon's excited shout came from the side of the ship. How is it possible? In such a big storm, even fish may be drowned. The old captain smiled bitterly and shook his head. But the next second he was dumbfounded. And Leorio and other sailors present. On the side of the ship, drenched as a drowned chicken, Lee K, with perfect muscle lines like a cheetah, grabbed Kurapika with one hand and climbed up from the side of the ship with the other hand. The data is too bad, I feel I can't hold on, I'll just post all the saved manuscripts. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6 Ding. You and the examiner establish a battle stance. Port of Dory Port. The scarred ship anchored here. The rosaceous-nosed captain, Casio, and others personally got off the ship to see them off. This is the next assessment location, Mr. Lee K. You have shown me the true righteousness. I sincerely hope that you can pass this hunter assessment. The human world needs strong and upright people like you to protect it. The rosaceous-nosed captain said to Lee K with respect. He even changed his name to Mr. Lee K, using the honorific U. The fact that Lee K saved Kurapika last night shocked the entire fleet for a whole year. It was the first time they saw a monster that could survive such an amazing storm. Yes, Captain, and I wish you and everyone a safe voyage. Lee K said with a smile. He was more kind to this world. Because he originally came to this world alone, it was the people of Whale Island who gave him his current life. I'm telling you some news. Do you see that big fir tree? Just walk in that direction and you'll get to the venue. Thank you, Captain. That's great, Brother K. Gon was very excited. The four said goodbye to the captain and left together. Port Dory is a port city, much more prosperous than Whale Island. In addition, it happened to be the Hunter Assessment Day recently, and candidates from all over the country were sent here, so it was even more lively. Yesterday. Thank you, I owe you a huge favor. If there is anything, I can help you do it, but please do it after I have completed my revenge. Kurapika stopped and said to Lee K very solemnly. Leorio and Gon also stopped. They saved Casio yesterday, so they can be regarded as friends. The four became friends because of this. You're welcome. I do know some news about your people, but in fact, it is limited to hearing that your eyes are rewarded at a sky-high price in the black market. Sorry, I actually have no ill intentions. Lee K also explained. Kurapika naturally felt that Lee K had no ill intentions. Or rather, after obtaining this red entry, Lee K already possessed Kurapika's fiery red eyes. Naturally, there would be no hostility. As for the other golden entries, it would be fine to wait until the right time to brush them. I was too reckless and almost caused a big misunderstanding. It's not your fault. Kurapika thought it was her fault. You two guys keep apologizing like this. We don't want to go anywhere today. Isn't the assessment address Saba City? There is a car to Saba City next to it, why go in the opposite direction? Could it be that the captain made a mistake? Leorio interrupted the conversation between the two and pointed to the sign on the square. Because the location given for the hunter assessment is Saba City. It is completely in two directions from the mountaintop cedar that the captain said. Brother K, how do we go? I don't think the captain will lie to us. Gon looked at Lee K with a questioning look. Although Leorio is older than Lee K, from his performance last night, he also acquiesced that Lee K is the team leader. For a moment, the other three people looked at Lee K. The car in Saba City is just a scam for novices. Those cars cannot reach it. The captain did not deceive us. It is in the direction of the mountain. Let's go. Lee K smiled. The hunter license is indeed very important to him. With this thing, you can not only enjoy the corresponding national benefits, but also step into many restricted areas around the world. The entry reading system you own will eventually grow up. I am afraid that the ultimate goal in this world is to invade the Dark Continent. There are all kinds of terrifying existences in the Dark Continent. If you are strong enough to hunt those things, the entries you get will be amazing. Of course. That is a very distant thing, at least for now. It is a wise choice to spend some energy and time to get a hunter license. Great. Let's go up the mountain. Gon was immediately excited and ran excitedly with his luggage and fishing rod. Kurapika also has a very long physical strength. Lee K is the most perverted of the perverts. Leorio was exhausted. The saying "a horse will die if it is too far ahead" is true. An hour later, Leorio was exhausted, and Kurapika and Gon were sweating. It was Lee K. He didn't even take a breath from beginning to end. This guy seemed to have full physical strength. Or rather, this level of consumption was far less than Lee K's physical recovery. Several people had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. What appeared in front of them was a deserted block. No one lived there, only some predatory crows made strange caws. The atmosphere was a bit weird and creepy. There's no one in this ghost place. It makes people feel uncomfortable. Leorio complained, looking around with a little chill on his back. No, there are a lot of people here. Well, everyone be careful. Gon and Kurapika said. Lee K also looked into the distance. No? What's going on? Where are there people? Why can't I see them? Leorio looked at the empty street blankly, his expression a little horrified. Breathing sound, and the sound of clothes rubbing, they hid. Gon and Kurapika heard it. Lee K naturally heard it very clearly. The next second, a long wooden wheel cart was moved over, with a group of strange people wearing masks and white robes playing music. An old woman with a rosary sat at the table, her face solemn. Lee K's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he could clearly see the entry information of these people in front of him. Name, Examiner Ikeda Emi. Entries, Divination, blue, Momentum, blue, Seduction, green, Heart Disease, blue. Name, Deputy Examiner 1. Entries, Fists and Kicks, blue, Long Endurance, blue. Name, Deputy Examiner 2. Entries, Swordsmanship, blue, Sharp Reaction, green. There are actually blue entries. The dozen or so masked lieutenants behind him are all those guys who are hidden and naturally much stronger than ordinary people. And many of them are what he needs. Really very lucky. In my previous life, when I was watching anime, I was still wondering how an old woman and a few funny people could stop all the candidates. This is equivalent to the second selection. The candidates who come here are all strong. It seems that they are hiding their abilities. In this case, it saves me a lot of effort. Enemy attack. Be careful. Lee K suddenly exclaimed, and rushed towards the examiners in front of him like a cheetah. Ding! You and the chief examiner have established a battle state. If you defeat them, there is a 10% chance of copying the entry ding. You and the deputy examiner 1 have established a battle posture. If you defeat them, you can. System prompts sounded one after another. Sorry. Everyone. I'm dizzy, brother. I'm about to give up, give me a reward. Oh, it really hurts. I'll take a look. If anyone wants to read this book, please leave a message in the comment area. If there are 10 different accounts commenting, I'll bite the bullet and continue writing. Or flowers can exceed 3,000. The data is very bad, and there are still a few drafts. If there are only a few, I'm really sorry. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 7, Phantom Purple. What? Li Kei's exclamation made everyone a little slow to react. But Li Kei had already rushed up. Bang 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 bang. A series of screams and wails. More than a dozen deputy examiners in masks and robes were knocked to the ground by Li Kei's fists. Even the unlucky old woman was not spared in the end. This scene shocked a candidate who followed them and tried to steal the chicken. Ding! You defeated examiner number 3, randomly copied the entry, congratulations on obtaining swordsmanship, green. Ding! You defeated examiner number 7, randomly copied the entry, congratulations on obtaining fighting, green. Ding! You defeated the chief examiner, randomly copied the entry, congratulations on obtaining divination, blue. A series of heavenly sounds rang out. But it is regrettable. After all, it is just a defeat, not a kill, and the probability of copying the entry is very limited. The result is also quite satisfactory. Divination, blue, swordsmanship, green, fighting, green, endurance, green. It was a small cleanup. One blue, the rest are green, which is a pretty good configuration for hunter candidates. Elite monster level. Ahem. The old woman lying on the ground had the urge to spit blood. She was just knocked down by Li Kei's gentle hand. She was not injured, but she was speechless for a while. The people behind him were also very confused. This seems. It doesn't look like a sneak attack? Okay, here's the way, let's go from here. Li Kei pushed the wooden cart away, and the road leading to the top of the mountain suddenly appeared behind him. Great! I didn't expect that the old lady would learn to sneak attack at such an old age. Fortunately, Brother Kei didn't hit her hard. Gon followed excitedly. Kurapika and Leorio were a little confused, but they also hurriedly followed. Watching the four people disappear from their backs. The old woman spat out a mouthful of blood, very angry. I am the examiner here. These little guys actually beat me up. Especially that kid. Cough cough cough. The old woman trembled. Grandma, should we report to cancel their examination qualifications? Cough cough cough, report shit. We didn't even have time to tell them about our unknown identities, they don't know we are examiners. Doesn't that mean we were beaten in vain? Aren't you surprised that the little guy is so strong? It feels like he is comparable to a professional hunter. I'm afraid a monster will appear this year. These masked men with bruised faces and noses screamed. That kid! What are you looking at? Hurry up and get ready to answer the questions. I am the examiner. I am the examiner. The old woman noticed the dumbfounded trailing candidate behind her, and got up awkwardly, venting all her anger on the trailing brother. Hurry up! Damn! What are you still standing there for? We are examiners. Boy! The masked men also rushed to announce their identities, fearing that they would be beaten again. The tailing brother. His expression was like he had swallowed a few pieces of hot shit in an instant, and his face turned green. Originally, he was expecting to follow Li Kei and others to take a shortcut, and then cheat them. The result? Others poked the hornet's nest and got the honey. But I was the one covered? Damn it! The top of the mountain. Under the big cedar tree. The sky has gradually darkened. At first, when I looked at this mountain at the port, it didn't seem big, but when I really climbed up, I found that it took almost a day to walk to the top of the mountain. Everyone was a little tired. Why are you watching out for monsters again? But I didn't see any monsters. Leorio looked at the warning sign not far away with a strange expression. Then, look, under the big cedar tree, we are here. It's so quiet. Is there no other examinee besides us? Gon was excited. Something is not right in front of us. But now we can't care about so much. We just hope to find the guide as quickly as possible, and it would be best if we can have a good meal and rest. Then we will go to the test in high spirits. Is anyone there? We are the candidates who come to take the test. Leorio walked up and knocked on the door. But there was no response after knocking for a long time. Then I'll come in. Leorio glanced at everyone, and after finding that the door was not locked, he slowly pushed the door open. Roar, roar, roar. The low roar of the beast came. The scene that came into view instantly stunned the people present. The house was in a mess. The smell of blood was strong. On the floor not far away, a man covered in blood was lying on the ground in a pool of blood, and his life or death was unknown. And in front of him, a weasel-like monster that was 2 or 3 meters tall grabbed a young woman, and there was even residual meat at the corner of its mouth. The other party's fierce eyes were staring at the dead person with ill intentions, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. You looked at me. It means you have ideas about me, which means you. Li Ke frowned slightly, and it was natural to solve problems quickly by applying formulas. It's the transformation monster Fierce Fox. Kurapika exclaimed, clenching the wooden sword weapon in his hand. The monster glanced at the few people, turned around and smashed the glass window to escape. The man who was lying on the ground with injuries all over his body also woke up. But before he asked everyone to help chase the fierce fox, a figure had already rushed out quickly. And he grabbed the opponent's hind legs heavily, dragging the half-jumped fox back. Then, super strength gold. His right hand shook. The power that was transmitted immediately surged like a wave, and the girl in the fox's hand was thrown directly out and was caught steadily by Kurapika. Then, in everyone's extremely shocked eyes, the fox screamed. Boom! I only saw Li Ke grabbing the fox's right leg with his right hand, and then swinging it on the ground like a hammer. The floor exploded and the window exploded. Boom 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 boom. 3 or 4 consecutive heavy swings. The fox, who was extremely arrogant in the last second, showed a malicious smile to everyone. At this moment, it fell to the ground like a tattered rag doll. Ding! You defeated the Warcraft fox, 10% probability of automatically copying the entry, copying failed. The system prompt sounded. It didn't drop any attributes. Li Ke was helpless. The attribute of this monster fox is quite good. But I didn't expect the drop rate to be so touching. Ah! Dad! The man lying in the pool of blood suddenly cried out, and after realizing his loss of composure, he quickly covered his mouth. But his voice was still heard by Gon and the other 2. The 3 of them stared at each other with confused expressions. Crash! The window of the guest bedroom suddenly shattered. Another almost identical fox appeared. After seeing his wife lying on the ground with serious injuries, he was even more furious. The sharp claws tore the wall apart like tofu. After a few jumps, he rushed to Li Ke. Come on! Li Ke was not surprised but happy. Super strength, gold. A step. Boom! Starting from his right foot, the ground collapsed by 2 meters in an instant. Broken glass shards and wood blocks flew up. A throw of the hand. Crash! These fragments flew towards the rampaging fox like bullets. Just as the fox tried to block it. Speed, gold. Li Ke's speed almost left an afterimage. Strength, gold. Fighting, green. Whip kick split the mountain with force. The whip-like leg hit the fox's abdomen. Its expression changed rapidly from fierce to horrified, shocked, and painful. Boom! The fox fell to the ground. The floor collapsed directly. It was like being crushed by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The fox was also hammered so hard that it could hardly stand up. Ding! You defeated the female fox and successfully copied the shape-shifting, purple, entry. Bingo! Perfect! Backstage collection data is not available, but since I said before that there are 3,000 flowers, I will continue to write. I don't know which big guy stole more than 5,000. Continue to update and rush to put it on the shelves. Thank you all. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 8 Lee K. Thank you, you are a good person. Don't hurt Mom. The young woman who was previously a hostage screamed and rushed over to block the injured fierce fox. Lee K's fist stopped. The wind of the fist swept past. A concave fist mark appeared on the wall behind the woman. She sat down with a blank mind. We are the guides. A fierce fox lying on the ground got up with difficulty, his voice trembling. 15 minutes later. That's probably the situation, my husband and I are the guides, but I didn't expect a monster like you to appear this year, ahem, no, it's such a strong man. The fierce fox with a swollen nose and face said miserably. The little brother should have held back, otherwise we wouldn't be standing here talking. The mother of the fierce fox sighed. Too strong. They never dreamed that the candidates who participated in the hunter assessment would have such strong strength. This little guy is definitely comparable to a professional hunter. Originally, they were going to decide whether to let them pass based on the performance of these candidates. But now, you all passed, sir. The father of the fierce fox said hurriedly. But we didn't have any tests, right? Why did we pass directly? Gon was curious. You are all friends of the sir. Since you can become friends with the sir, you must be extraordinary. So after our discussion, we all agreed that you can pass. Mother, why don't you send a few brothers to the venue tonight? There is no time to lose. Yes, let's go now. The two fierce foxes smiled and flattered. This abrupt expression made the man and the young woman dumbfounded. They are the son and daughter of the fierce fox, and they have never seen their parents with such expressions. Which candidate who came here was not scolded? Is your injury serious? Otherwise, let's take a rest for a night and talk tomorrow. Karapika said kindly. No, the assessment of the adults is the most important. Our injuries are not important. We will send everyone away now. Yes. The two fierce foxes shook their heads like rattles, fearing that Lee K would stay here any longer. They were eager to send him away quickly. Both of them were psychologically traumatized. They are obviously human beings, but they have more abnormal power than monsters. Of course, the power of the fierce fox is not abnormal, but it should never be beaten by the examinees. Especially the young daughter of the fierce fox, whose face is still pale and dare not look at Lee K directly. Okay, leave one of your contact information, send us all the way there, and I will definitely come to thank you when I become an official hunter in the future. Lee K said politely. After all, it is a monster that produces the shapeshift entry, how can it be easily let go? This. The fierce fox father was shaking all over when he heard this. Sir, here is the contact information. No need to thank me, this is what we should do. Let's go. The mother of the fierce fox winked at him. The two of them gave the contact information to Lee K directly. After that, the family trembled with fear and took Lee K, the big evil star, and others to Saba City overnight. A long night. Saba City. An extremely prosperous medium-sized city, coupled with the recent hunter assessment period, a large number of people from all over the world gathered here. The streets were bustling, with all kinds of vendors and hawkers coming and going. The father of the fierce fox transformed into an ordinary person and took the initiative to lead the way, and the mother of the fierce fox hurriedly led her son and daughter to leave in a hurry. It's walking so fast, it feels like it's afraid of us. Gon couldn't help but sigh. No. The fox father smiled awkwardly. He couldn't figure out Lee K's thoughts and was afraid that the whole family would be wiped out. What a tall building, this should be the tallest building in the city, right? Several people stopped in front of a towering building. This should be a gathering of strong people from all over the world who want to become hunters. Hunter's first challenge. Did Dad feel the same way at the time? Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika were all excited. Such a magnificent skyscraper really matches the identity of a professional hunter. It makes people admire the dream journey after becoming a hunter. Everyone. Sorry, here, in the barbecue restaurant where the hunter assessment will be held. The fox father said with an embarrassed expression. Hey. Are you kidding? Why are you in a place like a roadside stall? Are all the hunter assessments from all over the world gathered here? Leorio complained. He had just imagined the luxurious layout and enjoyment in the skyscraper, but he didn't expect to fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. This is the fact. I'm really sorry, but this is the rule of the association, and we can't do anything about it. Please come in, Lord Li Ke. The passerby who changed into the fierce fox father forced a smile. Let's go, this is where the venue is. By the way, we haven't eaten enough yet, at least let us have a full meal first. Li Ke waved his hand and stepped in first. Of course. Of course, don't worry. The fierce fox father agreed quickly. Several people followed in. The barbecue restaurant was not big, only an uncle was grilling meat, and some guests were sitting here and there. The barbecue sizzled in the oil pan, exuding a tempting aroma. Is the one inside empty? I want a steak set meal for 4 people. The fierce fox father said in code. The middle-aged bloated uncle who heard this looked at the few people curiously, his eyes flashed across Li Ke and the other 4, and his expression was surprised. The young age of the few people was unexpected. Wait. Let the guests have a full meal first. Remember, it's after a full meal. Thank you for your help. The fierce fox father was very polite and even took out his frog wallet and handed it to the boss. This made the bloated uncle stunned. In previous years, when he sent people here, he would directly lock them in a small dark room and take the elevator directly to the entrance. But now, he actually took the initiative to pay for the candidates' food? And he even took care of their fullness? The person in front of him was a fierce fox with a bad temper. Okay. Got it. I will do as you ask. What do you want to eat? Our store has barbecue, steak, and The bloated uncle accepted the purse and said politely. I want a steak. I want half a roasted whole lamb. 1 barbecue fried rice will do. Gon and others were very excited. 30 portions of the best steak and barbecue. Li Ke's words stunned the customers present, and the boss was even more dumbfounded. Don't worry. I have a good appetite, Mr. Fox, you won't mind spending money, right? No, boss, I'll do as this gentleman ordered, Mr. G, please enjoy. The father of the fierce fox hurriedly said, his smile squeezed out wrinkles on his face. You are such a good person, thank you. Li Ke bowed slightly. Since he had these top-level items, his eating ability has been very strong. With the big landlord fierce fox here, naturally we can't be polite. P.S. Your data investment caught me off guard, and I don't have much saved. I will try my best to update this book under the premise of ensuring quality. Thank you all for your support. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, New Killer. Hello, Mr. Tonpa. An hour later. Verb. The people who had eaten and drunk enough leaned back on the chairs in the box. The fierce fox is really a good person. He actually treated us to such a big meal. Gon stroked his round belly. Yes, when we become professional hunters, we must repay him. Leorio was also satisfied. There were 30 clean trays in front of Li Ke. Ding! After everyone had eaten and drunk completely, the owner of the barbecue restaurant followed the arrangement of the fierce fox and pressed the elevator button. My lords, the examination room is downstairs. I will not accompany you down. Less than 1 in 10,000 people can walk here. Although the next assessment will eliminate most of them, I believe that Lord Li Ke and you are very confident that you can pass it. Goodbye. After sending away the 4 plague gods, the fierce fox leaned against the wall, sweating profusely and panting. He looked at his shriveled purse, but he was very grateful in his heart. The whole box began to sink. He said that all 4 of us will pass. It seems that we are really lucky. The fierce fox father is a good person. Gon was very excited. 1 in 3 years, the normal passing rate for professional hunter rookies. The reason for this evaluation is probably because of Brother K. Karapika looked solemn. So few? Only 1 in 3 years. Gon was stunned. He didn't expect the passing rate of professional hunters to be so low. In fact, there are many newcomers who have mental breakdowns due to the strict test, and many who have been tortured by veterans and suffered serious injuries, and some cannot take the test. This is a bit exaggerated. But it is the fact, which is why professional hunters are so rare. That is to say, this assessment is very easy for Brother K, but it may be difficult for us. Leorio crossed his arms and hesitated. That's about it. Karapika explained. Don't worry too much. You will most likely pass this round this year. Leorio smiled. Brother K? We will all pass? Are you going to protect us? That's not right. Hunter assessments are divided into single and multiple people. If it's a single person, even Brother K, you can't guarantee it. Or do you know the examiner of the assessment, Brother K? Leorio immediately became interested. Gon and Karapika were also surprised. They didn't understand the source of Li Ke's confidence. During the conversation, a crisp sound of ding. The elevator has arrived at the 100th floor, which is the entrance floor for the assessment. The elevator door slowly opened. What appeared in front of everyone was a dilapidated and wide underground passage. The lights were bright. It was already densely packed with candidates from other parts of the world. After seeing several people coming out of the elevator door, many eyes were looking back and forth. Especially after seeing the young appearance of several people, there was a slight sneer from the crowd. Every year, some young people come to participate in the assessment without knowing their own abilities. The result is that participation is important. The arrival of Li Ke and his friends did not attract much attention. Everyone has gotten used to it. If they fail the exam, they can just come back next year. These guys are obviously different from the candidates we met in the port and town. Karapika looked serious. They are much more powerful, and everyone looks very tough. Some even have weapons. Leorio had to be serious. You are finally here. Here are your number cards. Please accept them. A bald man in a green suit came over and handed over the number cards to several people with his short hands. 403 Leorio. 404 Karapika. 405 Gon. 406 Li Ke. Because of the privilege of enjoying steak, Li Ke's team was the last to come down. The bean-faced man explained the situation of the number plate and turned to leave. Li Ke looked at the bean-faced man and rubbed his chin. Name, bean-faced man. Items, delicious, blue, cowardly, green, focused, blue. This guy seems to be the assistant of the association president Netero. The blue item is also good. His eyes swept across the whole venue. Looking around, it was densely packed. Basically most of the items were green and white, and a small part was blue. Occasionally there was a touch of purple. Haha. You guys over there, you're new here, right? Hi. My name is Tonpa. I've participated in hunter trials 35 times, so I'm considered a veteran in hunter trials. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. The new killer Tonpa jumped down. He was a middle-aged man with a big nose, short and fat, and looked honest and decent. He glanced at the four people and quickly noticed Lee K. Because he could clearly see that Gon and the others were led by Lee K. So Tonpa extended his hand to Lee K in a friendly manner. The other party's information suddenly appeared in Lee K's vision. Name, Tonpa. Items, disguise, blue, kidney deficiency, blue, luck, blue, drug production, green, fighting, white. No wonder this guy has a bit of a perversion in his heart. Just because he couldn't become a professional hunter, he even had a bad life. So he regarded attacking those new candidates as his greatest pleasure and life goal. Especially torturing geniuses until they collapsed was the most fulfilling thing for him. How are you going to plot against us? Rookie killer Tonpa. Lee K suddenly smiled. What? Tonpa's smile froze, his pupils shrank, and his expression stiffened. Using extremely despicable means, such as poisoned drinks, or deliberately dragging teammates into the water during the assessment, at least more than 50 contestants were eliminated. Relying on the appearance of a hypocritical and honest man, the assessment goal is to torture the genius rookie and completely destroy his confidence, so Mr. Tonpa, the rookie killer who failed the assessment for 35 consecutive times, right? I don't know if you are going to poison us? Or sell out your teammates in the next assessment? Lee K held his hand and smiled with white teeth. I didn't. You are talking nonsense. I am a good guy Tonpa, this is everyone. Ah. Tonpa screamed. His hand bones were almost crushed by Lee K. Then the drinks in the bag fell to the ground, along with some unknown pills and white powder. This scene made Gon, Kurapika, and the other two extremely stunned. Bang! A solid knee strike. Tonpa fell to his knees on the spot and vomited bile, and lost his fighting power. Ding! You and candidate Tonpa entered the battle posture. 10% chance to copy the target randomly after defeating it. Ding! You defeated candidate 016 Tonpa. Ding! Copy successfully. Congratulations on winning Lucky, Blue. A sound like the sound of nature rang out. Bingo! One shot hit the target. Comfortable. Keep writing and saving drafts. Friends with data can vote for some. It is the end of the law era, and it is not easy to write books. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 10, Double Explosion. Double gold items released. Congratulations on getting the entry Lucky, Blue. Entry, Lucky, Blue. Say, occasionally you will get lucky, this thing is unpredictable. As expected of a rookie killer. Lucky entries are very rare. At least Lee K has killed fish for 10 years without seeing any, and no one in the entire Whale Island has a lucky entry. But it seems understandable if you think about it. Tonpa has been pitting his teammates and killing rookies for 35 consecutive games, and his own strength is weak. He can still participate in this competition in such a good condition. He has no special background, and there is really no other reason except good luck. Of course. This guy's camouflage ability is also good. Luck is a thing that does not matter whether it is high or low quality. It's like a critical hit. You can choose not to add it, but you must click at least 1 point. Even a 0.5% critical hit of an inscription may determine the outcome of a game. Luck is a thing that may only be a little more, once in a lifetime, and maybe you can have an extra life. It's never too late to get good things. FK, this guy is really arrogant. He dares to take action here directly. The examiner hasn't come yet, how about we kill him? We will have fewer opponents later. It's better to be steady. It's not too late to deal with him after the examination starts. He. Several ugly examinees next to them stared at Lee K and his friends with ill intentions. Everyone understands. The probability of passing the professional hunter examination every year is very low. In addition to their own abilities, there is also competition among each other. The combination of Lee K and his 4 people looks absolutely the most useless in the whole field, and the youngest, so naturally they have become the priority target of many people to eliminate. At least in their opinion. Eliminating some of the waste can also improve their pass rate in disguise. However, they are looking at me. They are going to do us. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. They must be killed. Lee K just glanced at them. Things like applying formulas to solve problems are too easy for time travelers. What's more, in this assessment, as long as you don't kill someone before being discovered, it won't affect the official score. Didn't the god of toilet war Hisoka kill someone? But it's okay if that guy is not discovered. If you kill Tonpa here, you will be discovered 100%. But beating him up is not a problem. Speed gold. Super strength gold. Before these guys can discuss when to deal with Lee K and others, Lee K has already set out. His muscles are tense, and his perfect muscle lines like a cheetah are enough to make girls drool. But in front of these rough guys, they can only see the afterimage of the wind. Hey! Lee K has already rushed in front of them. FK! Kill him! The team of nearly 10 people reacted and suddenly got angry, and they picked up their weapons one by one. Bang! Charge a heavy punch. Lee K's fist hit the yellow-haired mohawk in front of him heavily, and the shield in the opponent's hand broke like a biscuit on the spot. Then the whole person was blown away like a bowling ball. There was a dull thud. The group of younger brothers behind him screamed and fell down one after another. But before they could react, Lee K had already appeared in front of him. Fists, whip kicks, elbows and all kinds of attacks fell. It was a dull collision like a storm, accompanied by the sound of broken bones and screams. Ding! You defeated candidate 281 and successfully copied strong, green. Ding! You defeated candidate 112, but the copy failed. Ding! You defeated candidate 321 and successfully copied perception, green. Ding! A series of cold system prompts sounded. 11 candidates. The battle ended in 30 seconds. A total of 4 entries were released. It's not that the drop rate is high, but each of these candidates has several entries, and the 10% probability is enough to produce the expected number. Strength green. Perception green. Cheat green. Taunt blue. It's okay. Green entries can be continuously synthesized, and more skills are better than less. As long as the entry is a positive gain, it will be automatically added to you after the system filters it. When defeating this group of guys for the last time, Lee K saw a flash of golden light in the crowd. A handsome guy with a skateboard under his arm and short silver hair. Name, Killua. Entries, Born Assassin, Gold, Zaldik Assassination, Gold, Electric Resistance, Purple, Poison Resistance, Purple, and other. Hidden entries, Thunder Telekinesis, Red. So, Lee K's attack accidentally went off towards Killua, who was standing very close to the group. Killua, a silver-haired boy in a white short t-shirt, sneered as he turned his back to him. As a genius born in the assassin family Zaldik, he naturally noticed the sound of breaking air behind him. He actually wanted to attack him? It was really ridiculous. They didn't know that they were the real assassins, not the little brats playing house. Killua turned around with a sneer on his lips, one hand in his pocket, and the other hand's fingers were like knives. His nails flashed with a sharp luster. His movements were not fast. But the intuition of the top genius killer told him that he could perfectly resist the opponent's attack and then counterattack. In his opinion, Lee K's attack obviously had loopholes. What a group of unfriendly guys, this is the hunter assessment, interesting. Killua sneered in his heart. He didn't want to make trouble here, but since others had bullied him, he would naturally not let them go. Even though, the other party also looks like a teenager, very young. The distance between the two quickly closed. Killua had no intention of avoiding it. The killer was best at close combat, and he was absolutely sure that he could knock the other party down with one blow. But at the moment when the two sides were about to fight, Killua's pupils suddenly expanded, and the whole person seemed to have been drained of his soul in an instant. He was stunned in place. Even his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. An extremely familiar and terrifying face with a strange smile appeared in front of him. Ilmi. The other party seemed to be laughing at his weakness again. I. Just the moment he saw Ilmi, Killua seemed to have lost his resistance and instinctively feared. But the next moment, he suddenly saw clearly that the person coming was not Ilmi, but a completely unfamiliar but handsome guy, the guy who just swept a small group. Phantom Purple. Even if it was just for a moment, Lee K also understood that it was enough. The fox's ability to transform is very useful. It can disguise any face that can be imagined, and it also has momentum. In an instant, it disguised itself as Ilmi. Killua crashed on the spot. When he reacted, he saw a palm coming towards him. Before Lee K grabbed his neck, the system had already determined that Killua was defeated. Ding! You and candidate Killua entered the battle posture. Ding! You defeated the opponent. Ding! Randomly copying. Copying successfully. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the entry Born Assassin, Gold, Zaldik Assassination, Gold. What? Double gold. This time Lee K was stunned. Killing small monsters and double exploding legendary epic equipment? P.S. I am looking for some data every day. The author is busy typing. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11, Toilet God of War Hisoka asking for monthly ticket. Congratulations on getting the entries Natural Assassin, Gold, Zaldik Assassination Technique, Gold. Entry, Natural Assassin, Gold. Description, you are a natural assassin, the king who walks in the dark. Entry, Zaldik Assassination Technique, Gold. Description, inherited almost all the core assassination techniques of the Zaldik family, including advanced techniques such as limb bending. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. So cool. Leaving Whale Island is definitely the right choice. I didn't expect that I would get 2 golds just by brushing Killua. So comfortable. What a pity. I didn't get his red entry. Thunder Telekinesis. But there is still a long way to go, there are plenty of opportunities. There are several big fish in this test, even giant whales. Hisoka, Illumi. It would be the coolest to brush their entries. There is also the Hunter Association President Netero, who is very likely to appear during the assessment. He is known as the strongest combat power in the human race. But Netero's entries, for now, should still be a copy that Lee K cannot clear. But it doesn't matter. Lee K has a system. Even if it is infinitely stacked, his own talent entries will become the strongest in the human race, without a doubt. Lee K's hand stopped. At this moment, Killua's face was pale, his pupils were dilated, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. It seemed that he had just had a nightmare. Oh? Sorry, you don't seem to be in their team. You didn't get hurt just now, did you? Lee K smiled with concern. I'm fine, just now. Killua, who came back to his senses, was still a little unnatural, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This Ilmi really let his poor brother immerse himself in fear. Just now it was just a misunderstanding. I thought you were in their group. My name is Lee K. Killua. Nice to meet you. Lee K smiled and turned away. The sudden battle was just a small episode before the assessment. But it also made many candidates present gasp. Hiss, monster. This guy is definitely a monster. Too scary, he killed 11 people in 1 minute, this guy's speed and strength are crushing. Don't get close to that monster, they just looked at him for a second longer and got beaten. I don't want to be eliminated so soon. Where Lee K walked, the candidates present automatically made way. No candidate dared to look down on Lee K and his group. They were even directly marked as danger level, super danger level. Alas! I alerted the enemy, but I still spun a wave, double gold Killua. Lee K is in a particularly good mood now. There is a 10% chance of Killua's double gold. It's really something unexpected. And if it weren't for the shape-shifting talent of the fierce fox, which put Killua in a state of fear, I'm afraid it would take more effort to decide the winner in a real fight between the two. It's true that more skills are better than less. Hey, what a powerful guy, I can't help but want to compete with him. I'm Hanzo. Nice to meet you. Suddenly, the bald ninja Hanzo came over and said with a smile. Number 294, Hanzo. Name, Hanzo. Entries, Natural Ninja, Gold, Kumagaku Ryu Physical Technique, Gold, Mind Duplicate Technique, Gold, Hidden Technique, Purple, etc. Tisk tisk, good guy. Hanzo's gun is definitely top-notch. Lee K's eyes lit up slightly. In this test, only 3 people are worthy of his attention. The strength of these 3 guys is far beyond everyone on the field. Toilet God of War Hisoka, Nailhead Illumi, Funny Ninja Hanzo. I am afraid that only these 3 people have awakened telekinesis. Lee K does not have telekinesis now, and cannot guarantee that he can defeat the 3 people head-on. However, the Sky Arena is the largest arena in the Hunter world. The condition for entering the upper level there is that you must have Nin. For Lee K, that place is a natural holy land for brushing entries. Even 1,000 mediocre telekinesis entries can be stacked more abnormally than Netero. So Lee K is not in a hurry to brush this kind of boss monster now. The next dungeon will also be done step by step. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hanzo, I am Lee K. Lee K said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you are easier to get along with than I thought. Your physical skills are really eye-catching. At your age, you should be considered a true genius. Hanzo praised generously. As a ninja of the Kumagaku, his purpose of participating in this hunter assessment is to find the Hermit Book. He has received very harsh training since he was a child. He knows very well what kind of extraordinary talent Lee K has to defeat more than a dozen people at such a fast speed at his age. If Lee K can become a ninja, he believes that his achievements will never be inferior to his own. Sure enough, the hunter assessment is full of talents. Hanzo was amazed. Just as the two were talking, suddenly a shrill and terrified scream came from a distance. In the shocked and astonished eyes of everyone. Suddenly, a candidate wearing a mohawk, who seemed very powerful, knelt on the ground and screamed in fear. His arms turned into petals, quickly shattered and scattered. An extremely weird scene. The arm turned into a pink petal. The one who caused all this was naturally the god of toilet war Hisoka. Red exaggerated hair, a pink star and a green tear mark on the cheek, somewhat similar to the clown costume. A short shirt that tightens the abdomen, with a pattern of hearts and diamonds on the back. The makeup is voluptuous and sexy, and the figure is tall. Name, Hisoka. Items, Super Intuition, Red, Conjurer Master of Telekinesis, Gold, Physical Genius, Gold, Masochism, Purple, etc. Tisk tisk tisk, unexpected item, the god of toilet war actually has a masochistic tendency? But there are not many people in the world who can abuse him. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly. It's amazing, the hand turned into a petal and disappeared, I didn't do anything. Be careful in the future, if you bump into someone, you should know how to apologize. Hisoka smiled playfully, spread his hands and smiled at everyone. His words instantly made many people present break out in cold sweats. Even more fearful than looking at Lee K. The reason is simple. At least it can be known that Lee K was beaten, but Hisoka. The other party just accidentally touched him, and then his arm turned into petals and disappeared. All this is too weird. What a scary guy. Damn, how come I met this dangerous guy again this time? He was able to get a license last year, but I heard that he was disqualified because he didn't like the examiner and beat him half to death. Hiss, pervert. The discussion of the crowd also made everyone make way for Hisoka. But what is surprising is, Hisoka actually walked slowly towards the direction of Lee K and others. Today there are too many things to do, and I can't update it. Tomorrow I will drag the library and close the room to update. Ask for monthly tickets, flowers, and rewards from my friends, thank you. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 12 The First Assessment. Hisoka stopped in front of Lee K. Brother K. Gon and the others couldn't help but exclaimed, looking extremely nervous. The entire venue was briefly silent. All eyes turned to the two of them. These two guys were definitely the most dazzling and feared in the early stage of this assessment. If the two tigers could fight each other, the others couldn't help but feel happy. It would be best if both sides could lose, so that everyone would have a much greater chance of passing this assessment. The assessment is very dangerous, brother, you must pay attention to safety. Hisoka smiled and passed by. Thanks for the reminder, you too. Lee K responded lightly. I'm a time traveler, can't I kill you, a native? Haha. This assessment stipulates that you can't kill people, at least not in public, so there's no need to worry here. Even if they meet face to face in the subsequent examination room, Lee K will definitely not be inferior to Hisoka. Without Nen, how about trying Konoha Kai's level of physical skills? The red entry Fire Red Eyes is Lee K's trump card. Besides, during this period of time, I can brush the entries without limit. What kind of toilet god is useless in front of me? Hehehe, what a delicious fruit that I look forward to. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Hisoka's eyes, and a perverted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ring, 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 ring. Suddenly, a piercing bell sounded from the end of the passage. The gate that was originally closed opened. A thin man in a suit, as straight as a ruler, came out with a monster head ringing. Purple short hair and a slightly upturned mustache. I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. The registration period for this hunter test has officially ended. Then the hunter test will be carried out next. Finally confirmed. If you are unlucky or lack strength, you will be seriously injured or even lose your life while waiting for the test. Even so, those who still insist on participating, please follow me. If you choose to give up, please leave the test venue as soon as possible from the elevator at the back. Very good. The number of participants this time is 392. The examiner with a mustache glanced at everyone. The unlucky Tonpa and the dozen guys were completely scared. They were really afraid that Lee K would beat them to death in the examination room. So they simply gave up the assessment on their own initiative. They can only wait for the next time. It doesn't matter. Anyway, they are just some monsters, and Lee K is not interested at all. The examiner didn't seem to know that they were beaten, but he still looked at Lee K meaningfully. As soon as the voice fell, the examiner with a mustache began to stride forward like a puppet. This passage seemed to have no end. But what was surprising was that this guy was getting faster and faster. From the previous large tribe, he quickly changed to a long stride, and then to a sprint. This instantly caused the expressions of many candidates behind him to change, including Leorio. At the beginning, everyone thought it was a very boring test. But as they walked, they suddenly found that it had completely turned into an endurance run. And this continuous endurance fast run seemed to never end in a short time, and the passage that could not see the end seemed to never reach the top. 4.5 hours later, the entire team had been seriously reduced in number. Fat Nick, who had previously boasted of his high IQ and used a computer to count almost everyone's data, was the first to fall. IQ is obviously useless in this pure physical competition. Then there were even more weak candidates. They fell to the ground like dead dogs one after another, and even a few suffered myocardial infarctions due to intense exercise. They were dragged down for emergency treatment. This scene deeply stimulated all the candidates. Professional hunter. While enjoying an extremely respected status, it also requires abilities far beyond ordinary people. But there are also many people running in the first echelon. Hanzo, Hisoka, the nail-headed man, the martial artist Boudreaux, the wrestler Takuto, the snake-brushing man Scarpeng, etc. Of course, there are also Lee K, Gon, Kurapika, and Killua who followed. He actually seemed to have a lot to talk to Gon. Leorio was miserable. This guy ran behind, panting and carrying a suitcase that he didn't want to put down. Other candidates passed by him one after another. Leorio never dreamed that these guys were so physically strong. In order to participate in this test, he even went through special physical training, and originally thought that he should be quite strong. But I didn't expect to be the last one in the team. Give it to me. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Ah! Panting and feeling that his physical strength was about to collapse, Leorio looked at it blankly. Lee K ran beside him. I said, give me your suitcase. Although I don't know what's in it, it should be very important to you. I'll take it for you. Follow up, Leorio. You are definitely not a man who will lose here. Lee K took his box. Yes. Brother K. My dream is to become a hunter and never lose to anyone. Damn it. Leorio looked at Lee K gratefully, and then ran wildly with sweat as if he had suddenly taken a strong medicine. Hey. Leorio, the road ahead is still long, but remember to maintain your physical strength and pay attention to your breathing rhythm. Lee K's words almost made Leorio fall to the ground. I understand. I understand, Brother K. Thank you so much. Brother K. Stop talking, keep your breathing rhythm, otherwise your physical strength will be disrupted. Lee K reminded. I don't know how far I ran. But this process is definitely very abnormal, more than 100 kilometers. As a time traveler, Lee K has to sigh. The average standard of human physical fitness in the hunter world is definitely higher than the ordinary world where he lived in his previous life. The guy who can persist here would definitely be a full marathon champion in his previous life. And Gon, Killua, Kurapika, Hisoka, these perverts, didn't even shed a drop of sweat. Leorio even took off his clothes and ran sweating. The gap between people is still very large. Of course. Lee K is extremely relaxed. Super Endurance Gold. Endurance Blue. Speed Gold. Etc. With the blessing of these terms, Lee K's endurance has also reached the abnormal level. In the previous battle, Brother Lee K was really strong. The chatterbox Killua has already integrated into the team, or he is naturally attracted to Gon's presence. He looked at Lee K with a trace of awe. Of course, Brother K is the strongest man on our whale island. Gon said proudly. Here we are. Finally here. Ah! Leorio was so moved that he almost cried. This damn passage has finally reached the end. A staircase has appeared in front. After everyone climbed the stairs, they finally saw a ray of light falling. A new day, asking for a wave of data. Old friends who have monthly tickets, please vote, thank you. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13 Copy Hunter Lee K. In front of us is an extremely open wetland plain. The air is shrouded in white mist, and the layers of emerald green mountains and trees can be vaguely seen in the distance. Welcome to the Shimala wetland, which is also known as the Swindler's Nest. Many of the rare birds and animals living in the wetlands in this area feed on humans. They are cunning and greedy. Please be extra careful. This is the only way to the second test venue. Once you fall into the trap, your life will be in danger. The creatures in this wetland will deceive their prey and capture them for food by any means. This is an ecosystem composed of creatures that use deception and hunting as a means. If there are candidates who want to quit, can they still choose now? But once you step in, you will be responsible for any life safety. The examiner with a mustache faced everyone and explained expressionlessly. It is impossible to quit at this time. Those who can run here are those who want to become professional hunters. How can you give up easily after running an ultra-long marathon of more than 100 kilometers? Liar. He is a liar. He is lying. Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from a distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a short-haired man with injuries all over his body, walking with difficulty, holding a monkey-like monster in his hand. The man pointed at the examiner and roared angrily. He is a fake. He is not the examiner at all, I am the real examiner here. The sudden incident made all the candidates present a little confused. Gon, Killua, Leorio, Kurapika, and others were also stunned. Even Hisoka, Hanzo, and others were stunned. This guy is a human-faced ape living in this wetland plain. The human-faced ape likes to eat human flesh, but because of its slender and weak hands and feet, it has to pretend to be a human, lead humans to the wetland, and then join forces with other creatures to hunt. His goal is to catch all the candidates who have gathered to participate in the hunter test. The injured man spoke coherently and was very angry. The emotions and performance were all at their maximum. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew up. The fish-killing knife flashed by. Puff! A streak of blood appeared between the guy's eyebrows, and then the whole person cracked directly like a ripe fruit. After his body fell, his appearance changed rapidly. It suddenly turned into the monster ape he was dragging in his hand. Ape. Name, ape. Items, shapeshift, blue, imitation, blue, man-eating flesh, green. Ding! You killed the Warcraft ape, and randomly looted the item of this species. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining shapeshift, blue, man-eating flesh, green. Ding! You choose to give up eating human flesh, green, and automatically exchange it for shapeshift, purple, experience points. It is detected that you have shapeshift, purple. It automatically absorbs shapeshift, blue. The growth of this term is increased. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. The sudden attack stunned all the candidates present. Especially Hisoka, who was holding the cards and preparing to attack, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Ga. The ape, who was originally dragged in his hand and pretending to be dead, screamed in fear and wanted to escape. But the fish-killing knife flashed. It was bled directly. Ding! Congratulations on plundering the terms shapeshift, blue, and imitation blue. Ding! It is detected that you have shapeshift, purple. It automatically absorbs shapeshift blue. The growth of this term is increased. Comfortable. Lee K couldn't help but secretly feel happy in his heart. Imitation, blue, is one of the abilities of the ape. It has to be said. The attributes of these monsters are essentially much stronger than humans. Especially the monsters with specific abilities, which are nothing more than too low intelligence. Of course. It is also because the human base is too large. Although most ordinary people only have white and green entries, there are also purple, gold, and even red entries. As a result, the entire world is still occupied by humans. But for Li Ke, these modes are the best materials. Perfect. If imitation can be raised to purple or even red, can it become a copy hunter like Kakashi? Li Ke's sudden rampage made the other candidates present speechless. Before they could react, Li Ke had already resolved the crisis. Even the mustache examiner Satos couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, so awesome! Brother K! So awesome! Responding, Gon shouted excitedly. Can you actually see through the other party's disguise in an instant? Brother Li Ke, so strong! Killua also muttered absent-mindedly. Leorio was even more confused. How did you tell this? That guy just now seemed like a real examiner. What's really amazing is Brother K's courage. If that guy is really an examiner and attacks the examiner head-on, he will be disqualified from the exam. Not to mention that it's a fatal injury. Kurapika looked calm, but was also surprised in his heart. Not only him. Hisoka and the nail-headed man couldn't help but look sideways, and Hanzo, the funny guy, had a horrified expression. Siguyi kept yelling. At least at that moment, they couldn't tell whether this guy was real or fake. Toilet God of War Hisoka even planned to cover the attack. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, attack them all once. As long as it's a real examiner, he can naturally take his attack. And the human-faced ape is a very weak monster and can't resist it at all. But I didn't expect it. Li Ke is even more direct than himself, and his attack is a fatal attack. But he didn't intend to attack the mustache? That is to say, at the moment of choosing the target to attack, the opponent has directly judged the truth or falsehood. This judgment stunned the three boss-level players, Hisoka, Ilmi the nail-headed man, and Hanzo. Great, you are the most courageous candidate I have ever seen, and this judgment is admirable. Satos with a mustache also praised. Thank you, then can the assessment continue? Li Ke smiled elegantly. The corpse of the human-faced ape next to him soon attracted some monster vultures to eat the corpse. This scene made many candidates present look at each other in surprise. It seems that everyone can see that if they die here, they may become the fate of this human-faced ape in the future. Okay, everyone, these are just some side dishes. The fog in this wetland plain is very heavy. Please follow me closely. Examiner Satos took a big step forward again. But this time was different. The thick fog blocked everyone's vision. As long as they kept a certain distance from the examiner, they could hardly see the figure in front. In addition, everyone was not familiar with the terrain here, and soon the whole team disappeared in the fog. Everyone thought they were following the examiner. But in fact, they were scattered in all directions by various strange monsters. Li Ke was in a very good mood at this time. He strode directly into the fog. Here. For him, it is the real paradise. Daily data. The end of the law and niche, this collection is really touching. Ask for a wave of evaluation votes, free flowers, thank you. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14. This is the buffet restaurant. Li Ke, who has the entry system, can see the entries of these monsters from a distance. Even if they seem to be well camouflaged. Almost no one doubts the green grass under his feet. Name, Lazy Frog. Entries, Camouflage, Blue, Tough Shield, Blue, Big Mouth, Blue, Toxin, Green, Omnivore, Green, etc. Tisk tisk tisk. The lazy frog not far away is a special kind of monster that moves very slowly and relies entirely on hunter to come to the door automatically. This guy has grown his mouth very big in the plains. It is almost invisible with its camouflage ability. Because the size of the mouth is too amazing and the range of opening is also very terrifying, often when people find something wrong, they can no longer escape. Unfortunately, it fell into Li Ke's eyes. The conspicuous blue entry is like a guiding light in the fog. It guides Lee K over. Hey, you guy over there, do you want to join our team? Are you also a lost person? If we don't unite, we can't get out of this damn place. I think this should be the reason why they set up the examination room. The voices of other candidates suddenly came from the other side of the fog. The other party seemed to have noticed Lee K's direction. We have a master in our team. Does the guy over there want to join? Another person called out. But as soon as the voice fell, they felt that something was wrong and the ground began to shake. The originally flat ground quickly turned into a V shape. A big mouth appeared from below. Lazy frog. Ah! Help! Woohoo! What is that? A green-haired girl among the unlucky ones widened her eyes and exclaimed. They only saw a figure in the mist falling rapidly from midair towards them. The target is the lazy frog. Are you crazy? This guy? Is he coming to save us? Is it the same as delivering food? Looking at the figure falling from the sky, the unlucky candidates were stunned. The lazy frog is also a famous monster in this wetland plain. It has thick skin and flesh, and ordinary weapons are difficult to pierce. This guy wants to be a hero and fight this giant monster with his bare hands. What's the difference between this and delivering food? Get out of here! The green-haired girl exclaimed, and she and the unlucky ones before were swallowed by the lazy frog and the ground. The figure that jumped high was Lee K. The strong muscles were like a nimble cheetah. A simple deliberate punch. Twist the waist and miss the body. The muscles all over his body began to move crazily towards his arm like insects. The whole arm seemed to expand slightly at this moment. Super strength, gold. Boom. A solid punch hit the top of the lazy frog's head. It was like a dull sound like a giant hammer hitting the ground. Then it was accompanied by a deep scream. The lazy frog's entire hill-like head and huge mouth were blown up. Scarlet broken flesh and blood splashed everywhere. The unlucky guys who had just been swallowed and were already extremely desperate were dumbfounded on the spot. There was still some smelly mucus on their bodies. Ah! Several people looked dumbfounded at Lee K, who fell not far away. There was also a lazy frog under their feet whose half of the head was blown off, leaving only half of the body. Kilo, what happened just now? This monster is dead? Killed by a punch. Too powerful. They felt like they were dreaming. But the pain of the lazy frog gastric juice burning their skin woke them up. Hurry up and wipe off the gastric juice on your body, otherwise you will get hurt. Someone exclaimed. Several people also wiped the gastric acid off their bodies frantically. Thanks, ah? Where is that person just now? Thank you. The green-haired girl stared blankly at Lee K's disappearing back, muttering absent-mindedly. Ding! Congratulations on killing the lazy frog, random looting entries. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining camouflage, blue, terrain, blue. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. He instantly realized that countless information and energy were pouring into his limbs. Item, camouflage, blue. Effect, you will have the ability to change color and camouflage, and you can hide yourself in any environment. Item, Terran slaughter, blue. Effect, your physique will become stronger, and your defense and resistance will be improved. Two very good items. Although they are both blue, they are much better than ordinary blue items. These are all items dropped by monsters. Especially camouflage, which is impossible for humans to drop. This is really my paradise. Quick gold. Lee K, who solved a monster, did not stop at all and left quickly. Ah! Help! Help! Monster! Monster! Ahead! A group of unlucky people were trapped by several turtles that were as big as hills, and some were even held in their mouths. With a snap, the shit was bitten out, and the whole person was swallowed by the giant turtle. The monsters here really kill people. Every year, hunter assessments have death quotas. The few unlucky guys who were trapped were even more desperate, surrounded by white mist and the elusive murderous strawberry turtle. Some of them tried to rush out, but it didn't work. These huge turtles have extremely sharp and strong limbs, and their thick tortoise shells are covered with red and delicious strawberries. They look harmless, but their bite force can even crush a car on the spot. Bang! Bang! Just when these unlucky guys were terrified and desperate, a figure passed by like lightning. It hit the strawberry turtle's head accurately. Then, in their eyes that were horrified and shocked to the point of being unable to speak, they looked at the huge, thick-skinned strawberry turtle whimpering and falling down. It was not until this huge body fell in front of them that they could clearly see that the strawberry turtle's head had been completely blown up. God! Did the gods save us? Great! Oh my God! What just happened? Several unlucky people stood there dumbfounded, crying with joy. And the human-shaped lightning Lee K was still shuttling quickly in the wetland plain. Like a cheetah foraging for food. Here it is. This is his buffet restaurant. Ding! Congratulations on killing the murderous strawberry turtle. Ding! Random entry plunder, congratulations on obtaining growing strawberry, blue. Ding! Congratulations on killing the murderous strawberry turtle. Ding! Random entry plunder, congratulations on obtaining longevity, blue, super thick shell, blue. Ding! Automatic entry growing strawberry blue, super thick shell blue, merged into super longevity, purple. Ask for a wave of data every day, thank you. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 15 Super Copy Gold. It turns out that longevity purple has appeared. Lee K was pleasantly surprised. The entries looted by the system can be exchanged if they are not needed, or used to promote the progress of other entries. There are two possibilities for the exchange progress. One is to merge the same entry, and the lower level entry can be replaced with the progress of the upper level entry, such as great strength, blue, can be absorbed by giant strength, purple, or the same type of affinity. The other is that all the entries are looted from the same creature, and all the looted entries can be integrated into one main entry. Entry, longevity, purple. Effect, you will get an extra 100 years of life. Lee K couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this entry. A purple entry can give him an extra 100 years of life, which he can accumulate by just killing a few strawberry turtles. But for Mandarin, this is almost impossible to achieve. Even Netero, who symbolizes the ultimate level of human beings, can only live for more than 200 years. That's all. This is my paradise. Lee K laughed wildly in his heart. He quickly looked for other monsters. The wetland plain was filled with fog, but those dazzling monster entries were like guiding lights in the dark, guiding Lee K forward. Ding! You killed the bluffing crow, and randomly looted the entry false voice blue. Ding! You killed the mine mushroom, and randomly looted the entry spore reproduction, blue. This entry was disliked by you and automatically crushed and exchanged for entry experience points. Ding! You killed the mine mushroom, and randomly looted the entry fast regeneration, blue. Ding! You killed the hypnotic butterfly, and randomly looted the entry cocoon, blue. This entry was automatically crushed. Ding! You killed. One after another, sounds like the sound of nature rang out. At this moment, Lee had already transformed into a predator in the wetland plain. The corpses of these monsters fell one after another wherever he passed. After all, these things are used to assess ordinary professional hunter players. So the difficulty is not great. But many of the items he carries are very good. In addition, the number of items in this plane is quite considerable. For Lee K, whose items can be infinitely superimposed and synthesized, it is simply tailor-made. Lee K, who has the gold of haste, moves swiftly in this fog like a ghost. Half an hour later, he has cleared most of the monsters in the nearby area. And the results are also very amazing. Item: Longevity species, gold, from strawberry turtle. Effect: lifespan increases by an additional 400 years, currently has longevity species double gold. Item: super copy, gold, from shapeshift, purple, plus super mimicry, purple, plus false voice, purple, plus camouflage color, purple, and other fusions. Effect: you can almost perfectly disguise the target that people are trying to disguise, including monsters, and your breath and temperament can be disguised. Except for thoughts, it is almost impossible to be discovered, and you can copy the opponent's martial arts in the fastest time. Item: super speed regeneration, purple, mind mushroom. Effect: in addition to fatal injuries such as brain and heart, your cells have the ability to quickly differentiate and regenerate, which will consume your own physical strength. Lee K feels his brand new body. Longevity species, double gold. With a cumulative lifespan of 800 years, lifespan is a bit illusory, but Lee K can also clearly feel the changes in his body. More energetic and vibrant. Super copy, gold. This entry is definitely a pleasant surprise. Lee K did not expect that the entries he had obtained from the ape, the lazy frog, and the bluffing crow would be reassembled by the system to form a new entry. Or in fact, these entries belonged to the same category. It was just an accidental triggering of the feature. It is equivalent to a simplified version of the Sharingan. But with the super copy effect, Lee K can transform himself into anyone at any time. As long as you don't use telekinesis to check, you will never notice any difference, whether it is the voice, demeanor, temperament, or appearance. And super copy can be similar to the copy nin effect of Kaden. As long as the fighting moves seen by Lee K can be copied in the fastest time. Absolutely a super surprise. Also revealed is super speed regeneration, purple, which comes from those mushrooms. It must be said that the reproductive capacity of mushrooms far exceeds that of any other species. Lee K, who has this entry, can also make himself regenerate at super speed. As for the extraordinary reproduction, forget it. Lee K directly took out the fish-killing knife and cut a cut on his arm, but not even a few drops of blood flowed out. The wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, there was not even a scar. Perfect. This is simply an inhuman body. With such a perfect body and an incredibly amazing lifespan, Lee K has no reason not to reach the pinnacle of humanity. No other. Hee. There's a little ghost here. Boy. Your luck is very bad. You met a few of us brothers. You'd better withdraw from the competition. Yes, this is the words of a kind person. Don't suffer, ha ha ha. There was a sneer in the fog. Where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. These ordinary miscellaneous cultivators are not very powerful, but their minds are very sinister. We don't seem to know each other, right? Lee K glanced at them. There are only green and white entries, and the only blue one is a useless entry. Frenzy, blue. Effect, loss of sanity, increase of attack power. It is a bald man with a ferocious face. I didn't know him before, but now I know him. There are only a few places for professional hunter every year. You weaklings come here to waste our time. Yet, if we eliminate you, our pass rate will also increase. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Kill him. There is no need for any reason to fight in such a place. Lee K sighed lightly. Several guys rushed over with sticks and knives. There is no need to worry about being discovered if you kill people here, not to mention that there are these monsters to clean up the bodies. The killing intention of the miscellaneous cultivators is disgusting. A perfect arc of knife light flashed. These miscellaneous cultivators kept a grinning expression, and their movements stopped abruptly. Then their heads rolled off their necks with a click. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ding! You killed the miscellaneous cultivator, looted the entry reckless, white, automatically crushed. Ding! The entry of the miscellaneous cultivator is no longer read. Ding! You looted the entry frenzy, blue, automatically crushed. Voices rang out one after another. Helpless. Snap! 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 Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out from the distance of the fog. A blurred figure slowly walked towards the immediate direction. What an amazing swordsmanship, killing with one blow, it's simply perfect. P.S. This should be the 4th update, each chapter is 2,500 words, a very real word count. I'm looking for a wave of data every day, this collection is really low. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 16, Lee K vs Hisoka Request for Flowers. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the person in front of him clearly. Hisoka, the enchanting and sexy red-haired girl. His eyes were burning as he looked at Lee K, as if he was appreciating an extremely exquisite work of art. It was as if he was checking his prey fruit. It really surprised me. I thought that little guy was a rare and delicious fruit, but later I found out that you are the target of my dream. Hisoka stared at Lee K, licking his lips, with a perverted arc at the corner of his mouth. Lee K also stared at him. It's just the entries on him. Name, Hisoka. Entries, Super Intuition, Red, Conjurer Telekinesis Master, Gold, Physical Genius, Gold, Sadomasochism, Purple, etc. What a good prey. Lee K also became excited. The excitement in his eyes made Hisoka stunned. This was an unprecedented feeling. For the first time, he found that his prey was not afraid of him, and even looked at him with eyes that were so familiar and uncomfortable. What kind of feeling is this? Hisoka frowned slightly. A ray of light flashed, and he understood in an instant. Yes. Prey. The other party looked at him with the same burning feeling as looking at prey. What's going on? This guy? He actually thought of himself as prey? Ha 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 ha. This is definitely the funniest joke in the world. Super Strength, Gold. Speed, Gold. Natural Assassin, Gold, Passive. Zaldic Assassination, Gold, Limb Flexion. In an instant, Lee K disappeared from the spot. The smile on Hisoka's face froze, and his figure moved like a ghost. Bang! In the fog 2 meters away, the two figures fought head-on. Both sides were extremely fast, and the whole fight was just a moment. Hisoka blocked Lee K's fist with his palm. But he was shocked after he missed it. The severe pain from his palm even made him feel like he was hit hard by a sledgehammer. This guy is too strong. In a hurry, he habitually used tricks to tease others, which resulted in almost complete paralysis of his right palm. Before Hisoka could react, Lee K, who did not land, bounced back like a spring, and again charged punch. This time Hisoka did not dare to hold it with one hand, and could only cross his arms to resist. Boom! The amazing force instantly knocked Hisoka out, and his legs dragged on the grass for nearly 10 meters before he stopped. But Hisoka felt that his arms were almost broken. So strong. The fruit he had set his eyes on was unexpectedly strong, and it was too perfect. He was just a teenager, but he could burst out such amazing power. This level of strength is even more amazing than that of a normal power-based professional hunter. You have to know that this kid has no ability to use telekinesis at all. Lee K, who has endurance, Gold, doesn't care about this consumption at all. Once the battle falls into his rhythm, the opponent will only be greeted by a storm of attacks. Another amazing fist fell again. At this moment, Hisoka finally changed color. Boom! He was hit again, but Lee K's fist smashed through it, and it turned out to be a phantom. The fist fell on the grass, and a large pit with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters exploded in an instant. Lee K also stopped moving. Hisoka's voice had already appeared in the distance of the mist, and was even getting farther and farther away. Interesting. Little guy. You are worthy of being the delicacy I care about the most, but now is not the time to taste you. I look forward to you becoming more delicious. That is the exciting moment, he. Hisoka's figure disappeared in the mist. Lee K slowly loosened his fist, his face calm. Ding. You and Hisoka have entered the battle posture. Ding. The system determines that you have defeated the opponent, and there is a 10% probability to automatically copy the opponent's entry. Ding. Copy failed. Hehe. Good luck, you escaped quite quickly. Hisoka. Lee K sneered. The system determined that the opponent was defeated in this game. But in fact, if the two sides fought to the death, Lee K was sure to take down Hisoka, but the price he paid would definitely not be small. After all, he is still a pure physical skill master and cannot use telekinesis. But as long as he can open the aura nodes and awaken telekinesis, even if you stack the telekinetic power of various professional hunters, then, you don't need other simple telekinetic power to oppress yourself. You can definitely make Hisoka kneel in front of you. Or, destroy the whole brigade. Those terms, hehe. Hisoka. Your good days are not many, you must cherish them. Lee K sneered in his heart and turned away. 4 hours later. The end of the wetland. Boom. Boom. The two strawberry turtles ended their lives under Lee K's heavy punch, and once again gave him a longevity, purple, and turtle shell term. So strong. Brother K, you are just like a monster. Leorio and Kurapika, who were rescued, were shocked. They had no way to deal with these giant monsters, but they had no power to resist in front of Lee K. Killed with one blow. Brother K is awesome. Gon's eyes lit up. Killua didn't speak, but was surprised in his heart. The end area of this wetland plain is getting smaller and smaller, so it is normal for everyone to gather here. Except for Gon and Killua, who were swallowed by the lazy frog and vomited out by Killua because of the poison. Kurapika and Leorio were surprisingly smooth, and they encountered the strawberry turtle here. Originally, they would be tested by Hisoka. But this time, the other party was very quiet after testing Lee K. In fact, this is also a normal test content. As long as ordinary candidates can survive these strange monsters through this plane, they will pass the level successfully. For Lee K's team, there is no difficulty at all. Examiner Sato's and a large number of candidates are already waiting in front. What appeared in front of everyone was a fortress-like manor. Because Lee K spent a lot of time to kill those monsters along the way, including Gon, he arrived quite late. Now there are only a little over 100 candidates who have arrived here. Thank you for your hard work. You have safely crossed the wet mellow plain. This is Biscayne Forest Park, the second test site. The new examiner will be in charge of this game. I sincerely hope that you can pass the next test smoothly. Goodbye everyone. Sato's with a mustache smiled and bowed slightly like a gentleman. Then he walked away with a big step without recognizing any relatives, and the gate of the solemn manor in front of him slowly opened. The situation inside was also exposed to everyone. P.S. Try to update as much as possible today. If you have data, please give me some. Thank you. This collection is really intoxicating. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, Can you take this punch that takes 16 years of hard work? Lee K glanced at the crowd. Almost all those who could reach here were the elite among the elite. Those green and white miscellaneous cultivators were basically eliminated, and everyone had at least one blue entry. But after a glance, they were all pretty useless. If all the candidates present were eliminated, maybe a purple one could be created. But this was definitely not a good deal for Lee K. Or he could choose to attack the three giants present: Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo. Well, thank you for saving me before. I'm Peng Si. Thank you very much. Suddenly, a crisp and weak female voice in the crowd interrupted Lee K's thoughts. It was the girl with green hair and a big hat who walked up to him and thanked him with a red face. Hey? Me? Lee K was a little surprised. He didn't remember having any contact with this girl. Peng Si? In his memory, it seemed that her fate in the later period was quite miserable, and she died in the turmoil of the Chimera ants. When did he save her? No impression. It was because you killed the lazy frog with one punch at the lazy frog wetland that I was able to survive. I will definitely repay you for this kindness. Peng Si bowed deeply to Lee K. If it weren't for Lee K, she wouldn't have passed the first test, let alone the chance to stand here. Maybe she would have been digested into feces by the lazy frog. Oh? That's it. You're welcome, it's just a piece of cake. Lee K suddenly realized that it was probably that he accidentally saved it when he was killing monsters. Killed the lazy frog with one punch? Is that true? You're bragging. That thing is so huge, and it has thick skin and flesh. Even ordinary swords can't kill it. How could it be killed with one punch? Are these two guys bragging here on purpose? Haha, it's really funny. Peng Si's words attracted the laughter of several nearby contestants. They looked at Lee K with contempt. Ah! But what greeted them was Lee K's fist. The examinee who laughed the most fiercely. He was hit by Lee K's punch. The whole person instantly flew backwards at least 100 meters like a missile. He scratched a bottomless gully in the dense bushes behind him, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Lee K wiped his smoking fist, raised his eyebrows and looked at the people who laughed at him. Then can you take my 16-year-old punch? I was always submissive on Whale Island because they were my family. I don't kill people in the outside world? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to travel through time? Of course. This punch won't kill him, it will only cost him half of his life. Lee K still restrained himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to fly backwards, and he would explode into a blood mist on the spot. He swept his eyes over the other people who just laughed at him. Instantly, those guys trembled violently all over. Plop! Plop! Damn it! I was absolutely blind just now, I just said nonsense, don't mind it. I give up. I give up. Woo, I want to go home. Several guys were so scared that they peed on the spot, and some even gave up directly. There was a brief silence at the scene. Originally, there was laughter and joy, and everyone was discussing their feelings after passing the first test. And bragging and boasting. But now it suddenly became silent, and all eyes looked in the direction of Lee K. Especially those candidates close to Lee K took the initiative to make way. In this world, the only thing that people fear is their own strength. The most basic principle of the hunter world is that the strong are respected. Too strong. A punch can send people flying 100 meters. This is not something that ordinary people can do. At least among the candidates present, no one has such a terrifying power. You are really a monster. The fruit you picked this time seems to be a bit prickly. In the crowd, the nail-headed man turned his head like a machine and looked at Hisoka, who squinted his eyes slightly. The more delicious the fruit, the more people look forward to it, hee. However, Hisoka had a perverted smile on his lips, and his body trembled slightly. That was not nervousness and excitement. That was excitement. He couldn't help but get excited at the thought of picking this kind of fruit, or being killed in this way. Just then, a charming but confident young woman's voice came from the manor. All candidates who have successfully passed the first test, please come in. Welcome everyone, I am the examiner Menchi of the second test. I am Buera. The one who spoke was the young examiner Menchi, who was sitting in the examiner's seat, wearing a bra outside, with a green starfish 5-pointed star hairstyle, and legs crossed. Behind him was the fat deputy examiner Buera, who looked silly but was nearly 3 meters tall. The two began to announce the content of this assessment. Because they are all food hunters, the content of this assessment is to hunt pigs in the forest of the manor. Then make these ingredients into delicious food, and when you get the consent of the two examiners at the same time, you can pass the assessment. This test question made everyone dumbfounded. Originally, everyone was ready to come here to do a big job, but they never thought that they would become like chefs. But no one was stupid enough to object here. So everyone. There is no limit to the types of pigs. As long as you can make delicious food that satisfies us, you will pass. The ingredients you want to get are in the Biscayne forest behind you. The fat man Buera slapped his belly heavily, making a sound like beating a drum. The people who heard this sound immediately swarmed out. Li Ke, gone, and others also left. Sitos. That guy is the guy you said who performed very well in the first round of tests. He seems to be very ordinary, except that he is slightly handsome. Examiner Menchi, who crossed her legs and sat down confidently, said disdainfully. She was communicating with the headset. In the first round of assessment, number 406 defeated 12 candidates within 1 minute, and did not show any physical exhaustion after the ultra-long run, and was intact after leaving the wetland plain. Even just now, this guy defeated another candidate at the door of one of you. I'm afraid his strength has reached the level of professional hunter. Sitos, hiding in the treetops, looked in the direction of Li Ke and others with a telescope, a little worried. Don't worry, this kind of thing has happened before. Every year, there are some geniuses, but in the end, they all fail the test. Menchi said confidently. But this time, it won't work. You can't lower the pass rate too much. Menchi, Buela. Sitos said worriedly. Whether they can survive is a problem. Those pigs are not something that ordinary people can handle, hehe. Buela smiled. I understand, we are food hunters, so we will naturally make fair comments on food. Menchi waved his hand. At this moment, in Biscayne Forest, all candidates have already rushed in. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18. Sorry, I'm the one who bought it all. Everyone. Li Ke suddenly blocked everyone's way. Boy. You. Hey, big brother, what do you mean? Little ghost, are you going to? Woohoo. Boss K, don't mind, my brother Shabai can't speak, please speak directly, we will listen to your command. The sudden blocking of the road almost caused public outrage. But after seeing Li Ke's terrifying punching power, all the candidates present became a little honest. Although some guys looked at Li Ke with very unhappy eyes. For example, wrestler Takuto, or Greta with a blowgun, seemed to be thinking about how to kill Li Ke. But because they had just seen Li Ke's recent strength at the gate, no one wanted to be the first to speak. They could only wait patiently for Li Ke to speak. Gon and others were extremely nervous, because Li Ke's behavior was no different, so he offended the public. Ahem, I've heard of this Biscayne forest before. There is actually only one kind of pig here, which is very difficult for ordinary candidates to deal with. I only have one request, that is, please tell me as soon as you find this monster pig, and I will help you subdue it. If someone kills this monster pig on their own initiative, it means they don't listen to my words. If they don't understand my words, then I will have to teach them with my fists. Okay. Everyone, the happy hunting begins. Remember my kind reminder. Li Ke clenched his fists. Charged punch. Super strength, Gold. Boom. A big pit with a diameter of 5 meters exploded under his feet. This sudden move instantly frightened all the candidates present pale. Even Takuto, Greta, and others who were eager to try were like eggplants hit by frost. Like quails, they locked their heads. Damn! Is this human strength? If this punch landed on a person, wouldn't it be instantly beaten into blood foam? Don't worry, sir, we will definitely follow your arrangements. Yes, yes, Mr. K. Hello, Mr. K. We will never disobey you and will inform you as soon as possible. Mr. K is awesome. It turns out that Mr. K is doing this for our own good. This forest is too dangerous. Mr. K is such a good man. Sure enough. He is very easy to talk to wherever his fist is big. Most of the candidates are very polite to Lee K. Some even call him Mr. K. Of course. People like Hisoka and the nail-headed man will naturally not care about what Lee K says. But it doesn't matter. At least it can guarantee that most of the pigs in the entire forest will be killed by themselves. Brother K, what are you doing? Gon and the others were also confused. You will know when you see this monster pig. I just don't want some innocent people to die in this world. Lee K sighed with emotion, and the words worrying about the country and the people were almost written on his face. Ah! Mr. K. Mr. K, help me! Suddenly, a candidate screamed in the distance. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a wild boar for food behind this guy. But the moment they saw the pig, these candidates no longer had any idea of hunting for food, only one thought. Run! It was as high as a floor, red all over, and had a huge nose with fangs like an elephant. It broke the trees along the way. It rumbled and rushed over, just like a tank with the accelerator pressed to the bottom. It was as difficult to knock down one of these things as to pull out the front teeth of a tiger. No wonder the two dog examiners had sinister smiles on their faces when they left. The unwilling candidates wanted to attack these wild boars. But it soon turned into screams, and they were all knocked out without exception. Then they were trampled by the wild boars like a wave. They turned into meat patties on the spot. The other candidates present turned pale in an instant. At this moment, everyone understood. This devil Lee K is really doing this for their own good. Mr. K, help me! Mr. K, help me! Run! Damn! Frightened screams came one after another. The key to these monster pigs is that they live in groups. As soon as you provoke one, the others will rush over, just like a group of tanks, rushing through the forest. No wonder there are no other monsters in this forest. There is a 99% probability that they were killed by these pigs in front of you. And not far away, you can see some corpses that have been gnawed to the bones. Damn! These guys are omnivores, they even eat people. In an instant, the group of candidates who were originally excited, instantly threw away their armor, and ran away with their heads in their hands, screaming continuously. Run! Brother K! There are too many. Gon's face changed suddenly. Let's go! Killua even put down his skateboard and prepared to run away with everyone. Take care of yourselves, I'll take care of it. Lee K was excited. Especially after seeing the items on these guys clearly, I was even more excited. Name: Big Nose Crazy Pig. Items: Great Strength, Blue, Thick Blood, Blue, Reckless, Green, etc. It's actually Great Strength. Great Strength is the lower level item of Strange Strength. So comfortable. Give me the knife. Lee K took off the two knives on the examinee's waist. When he was taking the test to beat the old lady halfway up the mountain, he got swordsmanship, blue, and it was matched with his perfect fish-killing skills. This thing is not difficult at all. Go upstream. When most of the examinees were fleeing in panic, Lee K rushed out of the crowd. Rushed towards the rumbling group of Warcraft pigs. Swish. Cross slash. Beautiful. The pig in the front was bled instantly. Perfect cross. Directly cut the opponent's hardest skull. Ding. Congratulations on killing the giant-nosed pig. Randomly loot the giant's strength, blue, entry. Detect that you have the superior entry super strength, gold. Automatically fill in the experience value. A warm energy poured into Lee K's limbs and bones. This is the effect of super strength being amplified. Even if they are both gold entries, the effects are completely different due to different progress. There are so many entries in front of me. It's so cool. Lee K didn't give in at all and rushed into the herd of monster pigs. The two swords chopped down crazily. One by one, the monster pigs screamed and wailed and fell down. The strong inertia made their bulky bodies rush more than 10 meters before stopping. But the other candidates couldn't help but gasp after seeing the neat wounds. Even the hardest spine and skull were cut open neatly. It's so scary. In the end, the blade broke. It turned into a fist beating. Boom. 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 A dull collision sound that made people's scalps numb sounded. Along with the sound of bones breaking, there were also the sounds of wild boars groaning and screaming. The whole area fell into a strange silence. All the candidates present seemed to be enjoying a visual feast. Everyone looked at Lee K's performance with almost dull expressions. Bare hands. Exploded more than 100 Warcraft wild boars. And Lee K. The entries also kept ringing like a pot of boiling water. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Divine Power, red. Iron Tank, gold. Woo. The last wild boar fell under Lee K's iron fist. The scene has become a pile of wild boar corpses. Lee K stood on the pile of corpses, his body stained with blood. It was as terrifying as the world-class demon god. The scene was dead silent. Everyone stood there blankly, feeling like they were dreaming. There were 100 or 2 wild boars, all of them were killed. Some candidates had tried to fight this thing alone before, but all of them failed without exception. These wild boars not only have amazing defense, but also terrible collision force. Unless you find the opponent's weakness, you can't resist it at all. But in such a short time, it is unrealistic to find the opponent's weakness. But now, these arrogant wild boars have all turned into corpses and fell here. One person slaughtered the entire pig farm. So awesome. Peng Si was stunned. Her mind was full of the image of Lee K standing on the mountain of wild boar corpses. Even Hisoka and the nail-headed man changed their expressions slightly. This guy has extraordinary endurance. The nail-headed man Ilmi sighed. The smile on Hisoka's face has become much lighter. For the first time, he actually felt a deep sense of oppression on the prey. It even gave him an illusion. The identities of the hunter and the prey are being exchanged. Gon, Leorio, Killua, and Kurapika were also staring blankly, with incredible expressions on their faces. But at this time, Lee K was extremely happy. Ding! Giant strength, blue, automatically crushes and fuses. Congratulations on your super strength, gold, being upgraded. Ding! Super strength, gold, is upgraded to God strength, red. Entry, God strength, red. Description, you will have the terrifying power of a god. Ding! Thick blood, blue, automatically crushes and fuses. Congratulations on obtaining Iron Plate Tank, gold. Entry, Iron Plate Tank, gold. Description, your defense and health are greatly improved. Unprecedented strength. Even Lee K felt his blood boiling. Slightly clenched his fist. He even felt a hot texture surging from the blood vessels in his fist. All the muscle cells in his body were trembling. Divine Power Red. This punch. Will you die? In addition, the appearance of iron plate tank, gold. Lee K's defense and health reached an inhuman level. Even if he fell on the spot, ordinary blades could not cut his body. It is equivalent to the copper skin effect in the novel. It's a pity that the blood bar can't be seen now. If you can see it, you will find that Lee K's blood bar is like a vernier caliper. It's so dense. With this level of defense and HP, there is no pressure in a 1v9 team battle. Comfortable. Unprecedented comfort. This is definitely a super blood prophet. Hunter assessment is the real holy place for scoring. Lee K was very excited. Standing on the pile of corpses, he glanced and easily found Hisoka and the nail-headed man in the crowd. And the funny Hanzo was looking stunned. Lee K smiled slightly in the direction of Hisoka. The smile on the latter's mouth gradually disappeared, replaced by solemnity. He smiled at you. The nail-headed man was a little surprised. Yet, haha, things are really getting more and more interesting. Hisoka retracted his gaze and smiled faintly. A gleam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone, take the ingredients here. Lee K jumped off the wild boar pile and shouted. Awesome! Mr. K! Mr. K is awesome! Mr. K, I owe you a big favor. If you need me in the future, please let me know. Too strong. Mr. K, you will definitely pass the test this time. The candidates present were also scolded and began to flatter. Just kidding. Anyone with a little bit of brains will know that Lee K in front of them is definitely a player of the same level as them. Those who can get here are not stupid. At least they don't think they are stronger than more than 100 wild boars. But many people are sad. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate to be a classmate with Lee K. In the manner, Menchi and Buera are chatting with interest. Menchi, regardless of whether I can pass or not, I'm already very hungry. You must let me eat meat first. You guys, a qualified food hunter will only taste the best food. It's good enough if 1/3 of the people can pass this time. Yes, the big-nose mad pig is a very powerful monster. But Sato's exclamation soon came from the headset. Although this guy was the examiner of the first round, he still hid in the treetops and watched the situation with a telescope. Of course, he did not step into the forest. It would be very embarrassing if he was exposed at that time. Menchi, Buera, the situation seems to be a little different from what was expected. Those guys seem to have found food. Sato's surprised voice came from the headset. Menchi and the fat man Buera were stunned. They saw that the examinees were excited, and each of them carried the big-nose mad pig back. These monster pigs looked quite miserable. Some were killed by swords, and some seemed to have been killed by a heavy hammer-like weapon. But the problem is, all the candidates got the ingredients. This scene was really weird. Because in the prediction of the two examiners, there was a high probability that only 1/3 of the candidates would get the ingredients. Most of them would be eliminated by those wild boars. But now, all passed. In particular, he paid special attention to a few particularly weak guys. With their strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat this level of monsters. Could it be that these guys picked up the corpses in the forest? Half an hour ago, Buera and I went to check those magics and they were in very good condition. Damn it! Menchi couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, but due to the obligations of the examiner, she still reminded all the candidates who got the ingredients to prepare to start cooking. The question of this exam was very simple, which was to make a roasted pig that satisfied both examiners. As more and more candidates came, she also heard a lot of words. Is it him? This guy actually solved all the porcupines in the forest. Menchi finally figured out the situation and looked in Lee K's direction with his eyelids twitching violently. This kid. He ruined my good deeds. As if noticing that someone was staring at him, Li Ke looked over instinctively and saw the irritable green-haired beauty examiner. After seeing the other party's entry clearly, he couldn't help but shine. Name: Chief Examiner Menchi. Entry: Gourmet, Purple, 900 Flowers Blade Wheel, Realization System, Blue, Swordsmanship Mastery, Blue. Physical Skills, Blue, Others. P.S. I really worked hard to write today. By the way, I want to ask for various data from my friends. Speaking of the Dharma ending age. Are all collections so miserable? Or are they too niche? Without the flowers and monthly tickets from you guys, it would be so cruel that I can't bear to gamble. Thank you. And the big ones who gave rewards. Thank you 15760 for the 588 VIP reward. Thank you WX_216 for the 100 VIP reward. Thank you 15952 for the 100 VIP reward. Thank you. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 My plate of 9 turn large intestines, sir. Purple gourmets can improve food appreciation and cooking skills. It belongs to the life-related terms. What really makes Li Ke excited is the other party's blue terms. 900 Flower Blade Wheel, Realization System, Blue. Although it is only blue, it is a genuine Nan, a manifestation system. So far, Li Ke has not had any Nan terms. Does it mean that once you get this type of terms, you can automatically open aura nodes? And thus enter a new realm? Moreover, his eyes swept over. It fell on the fat man behind him, which also made Li Ke envious. Name: Deputy Examiner Buera. Terms: Subgiant Bloodline, Blue, Enhancer Telekinesis, Blue, Gluttony, Blue, Laziness, Green, etc. This guy actually carries some giant bloodline. Of course. What really makes Li Ke look forward to is the other party's telekinesis. Enhancer Telekinesis, Blue. It can be said that the two examiners in front of him have the entries that Li Ke really wants to get. However, Hunter Assessment sees that it is disrespectful to attack the instructor, and once there is a problem, it is very likely to lead to elimination. Forget about the license. Unless you plan to make enemies with the whole world, you should weigh it. Li Ke has not planned to fall out with the association now. According to his memory, if nothing unexpected happens, Netero will come here. Before he blasts Netero, the strongest man in the world, Li Ke thinks that he should keep the association's good impression of him. But if you can get something like telekinesis in advance, the benefits are naturally needless to say. Li Ke smiled slightly and nodded in consciousness. Continue to be busy with the roast suckling pig in his hand. Hey! This guy! Menchi retracted his gaze and snorted with some dissatisfaction. Now she can only wait patiently for these candidates to present their cooking results. Soon. Some candidates have already finished cooking the roast pig. Everyone came to get a license and believed that the time to submit the task also affects the score. So everyone tried their best to rush to complete it. But it was not as Li Ke expected. All the ingredients cooked by all the candidates were rejected. Buera saw that he did not refuse, and gave all of them a pass, and performed a performance of eating a pig in one bite. But Menchi. Most of the opponents did not even taste it, and directly gave a cross sign of failure. Including Gon, Leorio, Kilua, and Karapika, who specially prepared a pork chop multi-layer burger. All were beaten by Menchi. All failed. Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo were also eliminated. Hisoka even took out the poker cards. He has been enduring this woman for a long time, hehe. The only one left. Li Ke. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Ke. Others were busy handing in the ingredients, while Li Ke seemed to be slow. His food was even covered with a plate, but the fragrance from it made people drool. After all, he was the best at grilling fish on Whale Island, and Lee K carried his secret seasoning with him. Needless to say, the taste is great. For a moment, many candidates stared at Lee K, and some of the unpromising ones were drooling. I didn't expect this guy to be such a good cook. What a nice smell. I can already smell it even before I eat it. Great. I'm afraid this guy is the only one who passed this time. Oh, I'm ready to take the exam again next year. Mr. K is so awesome. The other candidates in the square looked at Lee K and couldn't help but envy him. But they didn't have the confidence to fight Lee K. There was only envy, jealousy, and fear in their hearts. Great. This is Brother K's secret seasoning on Whale Island. It's absolutely delicious. Gon's eyes lit up. Every time Lee K grilled fish on Whale Island, he would come when he heard about it. Lee K is a fish shop owner during the day and a grilled fish expert at bonfire parties at night. Karapika was also stunned. He originally thought that the pork chop burger he made before was very good, but now it is completely insignificant compared to the dish made by Lee K. Although we can't see what Lee K's dish is now, the fragrance alone has already made people hungry. Not bad. Although I don't know what you made, the taste of the color, aroma, and flavor is perfect. Menchie's eyes were also shining, and he looked at Lee K with a little more expectation. It smells so good. I was full just now, but when I smelled this smell, I wanted to eat 10 pigs. But he only prepared so little, not enough for me to eat. The fat man Boera drooled. This time I have to taste it first. You have eaten so much. Take a break, Boera. Menchie stood up rarely and took the initiative to walk to the front, crossing his two swords on his slender waist. It seems that he is full of expectations. I didn't expect that this little guy is also good at cooking. It seems that this time, he is the only one who can pass. The nail-headed man Ilmi was curious. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what he was thinking. Lee K's food was finally pushed in front of the two examiners in full view of the public. Silver tableware and the tempting aroma. It makes people hungry. This is what good food should look like. Even pigs wouldn't eat what you guys make. Menchie spoke bluntly. Boera and his ilk drooled behind him. Let me guess what's covered under this plate? The aroma smells like meat, and there's also a strange smell. This is not pork chop, nor is it hind leg meat, nor is it pork neck meat. It's a strange smell. I've cooked the big nose pig hundreds of times, but the taste you made is amazing. Menchie stared at the covered plate with curiosity, her beautiful eyes shining. She didn't have much interest in fighting, she was only really curious about food. Even the reason she became a hunter was purely because of her desire for food. The identity of a professional hunter allows her to easily enter any place where she wants to get ingredients. There are not only combat series people in this world, but also food hunters, and even gem hunters, etc. Please tell me about your work. Candidate 406. Menchie stopped guessing, she let Lee K reveal the answer himself. This is a local dish from our hometown, and it is also considered to be the most famous top specialty of our hometown. I have put a lot of effort into cooking this dish this time. I hope the two examiners will like it. The name of this dish is 9-turn large intestine. In order to maintain the original flavor and freshness of the ingredients, I deliberately retained a part of the original part. Please taste it, two examiners. Lee K took away the tray and smiled very elegantly and gentlemanly. P.S. Well, thank the big brother read books by yourself for 1176 VIP rewards. And the big brother has also rewarded before. While I am motivated, I will update more and strive to put it on the shelves as soon as possible. My favorite friends, please get some data, the monthly ticket is the best, it is the end of the law era, and I will save the reputation for Filu. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Menchi is hot. Seeking monthly pass. Menchi was stunned when she saw the dish in front of her. Because after Li Kei's treatment, it didn't look like a large intestine at all. Before Menchi could speak, Boera had already pounced on it and couldn't help wanting to eat it all. Boera! Menchi exclaimed hurriedly. She had been waiting here for a day, and finally a decent dish appeared. Although it was not clear at the moment which part of the pig this thing was made of, she must not let Boera eat it in one bite. Menchi quickly picked up a piece of the part that Li Kei specially introduced to retain the original flavor. How to retain the original delicious taste of the big-nose crazy pig. This made Menchi a little difficult to understand. But when the 9-turn large intestine touched the tip of the tongue and the silver teeth bit it, the strange taste exploded in the mouth instantly. Menchi realized it. It also split instantly. Grass, 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 grass. She instantly understood what the other party just said. At that moment, she even tasted the taste of poop. Ah! Menchi's expression, the whole pretty face wrinkled together instantly, and the whole person turned red on the spot. The sudden change made all the candidates present a little confused. Boera! FK him! Fail! Eliminate him! Too abominable! Menchi almost vomited with gritted teeth, and had an impulse to die on the spot. Boera, who was eating large intestines crazily, was very happy. But he could only stand up helplessly after hearing Menchi's words, and stretched out his palm leaf fan-sized hand to wave at Li Kei. The amazing power even gave people a feeling as if a pillar was sweeping across. The whirring sound of the wind instantly made several unlucky candidates next to him fly away. This fat man is so strong. The wrestler Takuto was shocked. He originally thought that the other party was just huge in size and might be a waste with very poor mobility. But he didn't expect this terrifying sense of oppression. He had a feeling that if this palm hit him, he might be beaten into a meat pie. Too strong. Not only him. All the candidates present couldn't help but change color. It felt like Li Kei was finally going to be unlucky. Brother Kei! Gone, Killua! And others exclaimed, and just when they wanted to help, they were shocked to see Li Kei hugging Boera's giant hand. Hey! Boera was stunned. Because he didn't slap the other party away as expected. Instead, he felt like he was slapping an extremely hard iron lump. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. What's going on? I'm an enhancer hunter. Boera was a little stunned. Although he was just the most ordinary opposite S*X hunter, he was an enhancer himself, and he had the blood of a giant. Even some 2-star hunters didn't dare to resist his attack head-on. Bang! The huge palm slapped Li Kei heavily. A visible airwave was released in the dull sound. A strong wind swept. Several candidates nearby were even more surprised that their godsons were blown away. But Li Kei just smiled and hugged Boera's giant hands. Then, in the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, he swung the fat man up like a hammer. Boom! The giant Boera was hit headfirst by Li Kei on the square. The amazing force directly cracked and collapsed the ground. Even the examiner Satos, who was hiding in the distance and watching with a telescope, felt that his tree was shaking violently. His face was extremely ugly. Ding! You and Deputy Examiner Boera entered the fighting posture. Ding! You defeated Deputy Examiner Boera. Ding! Automatic random copying. Copying successfully. Congratulations on obtaining laziness, green, automatic crushing. Tisk! What bad luck! Boera! The sudden reversal also shocked Menchi, the chief examiner. Boera was born with thick skin and great strength. At least so far, no other professional hunter could get any advantage in front of this giant guy. But now, in front of him, Boera was knocked unconscious by a guy of ordinary size. 406. You are eliminated for openly attacking the examiner. And you deliberately fed the examiner such disgusting ingredients. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Menchie's face was also red. This was definitely the biggest insult he had received since he became a food hunter. The food made by the other party was too deceptive from the appearance. It was not until he took the first bite that he regretted it. It was definitely a conspiracy. If he didn't eat it, he would miss such a good food, and it would even be difficult to eliminate the only food that looked good in the whole venue. If he ate it, he would fall into the trap. This guy actually preserved the original feces of the big-nose mad pig in this ingredient. Just this one bite. It almost cost Menchie her life. She even wanted to replace her entire head. As soon as the voice fell, Menchie was completely flushed, and the 2 table knives on her waist fell directly into her hands. Gorgeous and beautiful knife skills. Almost reached the extreme. The plate in front of her and the remaining 9 large intestine turned directly into pieces. Wow, so powerful. Hisses this examiner crazy. It's over. I feel that Mr. K is going to be finished. Isn't this better? If Mr. K doesn't die, we will never get ahead. Right? It seems so. The other candidates present were frightened by the sudden rampage of the chief examiner. Especially Menchie used a real telekinetic combat skill. 100 flower blade wield yen. She only had 1 knife, but it seemed like she had several more in an instant. These knives looked like real ones. In fact, these knives were manifested by her telekinesis, and they also had the characteristics of blades. Lee K retreated and calmly took out his fish-killing knife. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. In the stunned eyes of everyone. They were shocked to see that the speed of the 2 people's fight was like lightning. It was dazzling. Many people did not see clearly how the 2 sides attacked. But they could hear the sound of blades colliding in the air, and even saw wisps of sparks bursting. Menchie in the red temperature state was also shocked. She originally just wanted to vent her anger and teach this BD candidate a lesson. But she didn't expect that her attacks were all taken by the opponent. Not only that, the opponent's defense was airtight. It was obviously just a knife, but it blocked the attack of 6 knives. This is simply perverted. And after the moment of fighting with the opponent, Menchie became more and more frightened. Her knife almost pulled out a knife curtain, but the opponent still defended impeccably. Could it be that she just held back? Then, don't blame yourself. Menchie's beautiful eyes flashed, and the telekinetic blades in her hand suddenly increased from 4 to 8. This is her maximum telekinetic limit. P.S. I'm asking for a wave of monthly tickets every day. This collection is really scary. Okay, keep going. If you like it, please vote for some data. According to this collection, it is estimated that the subscription will not be high when it is put on the shelf. Jill is in pain. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22, Lee K, I admire you too, Netero. Together with her original 2 blades, there were 10 dinner knives attacking around Lee K. Lee K was obviously forced to take a step back. But the next moment, the opponent's knife was faster, and all the blades were blocked. Moreover, while swinging the knife with his right hand, the opponent's left hand suddenly reached into the knife curtain. Ah! You are crazy! Be careful! Menchie exclaimed. She was tricked by this guy, but she didn't want to let a candidate become disabled in her hands. She instantly disbanded the materialized telekinetic blade, and then was about to retract the physical blade. But she was shocked to see that Lee K grabbed one of them directly, took the blade with his backhand and knocked away his other blade. 100% barehanded to grab the white blade. The sharp dinner knife was against Menchie's neck, and even cut the skin and a drop of blood flowed out. The whole audience was very quiet. Silent. Menchie's mind was blank. She never dreamed that she would lose miserably in the swordsmanship competition. The opponent even forcibly reached his hand into her sword curtain and took away the physical blade. In the past days, she has always pursued delicious food, thinking that the training of other skills is irrelevant. Delicious food is what should be pursued in this world. Even for things like swordsmanship, she only practiced for a while and has already achieved a very good accomplishment now. Martial arts are not difficult for her. But at this moment, Menchie felt that she was completely defeated. Ding! You defeated the target examiner Menchie in the battle posture, and there is a 10% probability of copying the target entry. The system prompt sound finally sounded. Could it be that it didn't hit again? Lee K's heart tightened slightly. Ding! The entry is being copied. Ding! The copy is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the entry 100 Flowers Blade Wheel Mind Realization System, Blue, and the entry is automatically merged for you. The sound like the sound of nature sounded in his mind. Lee K couldn't help but be surprised. Perfect. It actually directly revealed the entry that I wanted most. This system is really good. In an instant, a strange energy surged into Lee K's body and quickly traveled through the acupoints in his body. Then all kinds of information about the 100 Flowers Blade Wheel automatically poured into Lee K's mind. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the realization system 100 Flowers Blade Wheel, Blue. Perfect. The examination room was extremely quiet at this moment. All the candidates stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Menchie, the chief examiner, was defeated. He was defeated by a candidate. And the opponent took away the chief examiner's weapon in the most thrilling way. Of course, the main reason was that Menchie was worried about hurting Lee K and revoked his ability. But even so, all the candidates present also understood that this was probably not something they could do. Menchie Satos, who was hiding in the treetops in the distance, was also stunned. As an examiner, Menchie is probably the strongest among the three, but I didn't expect. Menchie actually lost. The fruit is getting more and more perfect. Why did I have an illusion just now? Hisoka frowned slightly, staring at Lee K's direction, showing greed and excitement. Just now, he felt another nin. When he wanted to sense it again, it disappeared. It was the nin from Lee K. Although he now has the entry, and even the relevant ability has been born in his body, because the aura nodes have not been opened. Just like a sports car that has not been unpacked, the outside world naturally can't hear the roar of the engine. Ha 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 ha. It seems that this trip is not in vain. All candidates will be eliminated. This is indeed a bit too harsh. But it is indeed very rare for a candidate to defeat the examiner. Suddenly, a magnificent horn sounded from high in the sky. The voice belonged to an elderly man, who was calm and seemed to be somewhat interested. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a huge airship slowly flying in the blue sky. On this airship, there was the logo of the Hunter Association. It's the logo of the Hunter Association. Could it be the review committee? A knowledgeable candidate exclaimed. Just when everyone wanted to see the airship clearly, a figure suddenly jumped down from the airship. This was hundreds of meters high. The other party's action instantly shocked the candidates below. Even Lee K couldn't help but squint slightly. His pupils trembled a little. That looked like excitement. Boom! In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, only a figure was seen jumping down from the huge airship in the sky. It fell heavily to the ground at a height of hundreds of meters. After the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone could see the guy on the ground clearly. He was wearing a white training suit, with white hair and beard tied into a ponytail, big earlobes, and only the tip of his beard was a little black. He was wearing wooden clogs. There were no wounds on his body. Because he had perfect control over his strength, there were no signs of explosion on the ground. Who is that old man? Hiss, he fell from a height of more than 300 meters, and he was fine. Is he still human? He looks like he is at least 60 years old. How can he be so strong? Is he also a member of the Hunter Association? Nonsense. The sudden appearance of the old man shocked the candidates present, and they couldn't help but discuss it. President! President! Menchie, who had a knife against her neck, looked ugly. She didn't expect that she would meet the president in this state. He is the chairman of the Supreme Review Committee and the highest person in charge of the Hunter experiment, President Netero. Menchie explained with a pale face. It's actually the Hunter Association president who is known as the strongest in the human race. So strong. This is going to be tough for Mr. K. The candidates present stepped back and made way. They formed a circle. Brother. Although Menchie held back, you are indeed very strong to have defeated Examiner Menchie. Please put down the knife. Netero walked slowly in front of Lee K. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched the blade. The action looked very slow, but Lee K., who was present at the scene, felt it was very abrupt. It was like a visual fault. Netero's hand suddenly appeared on the blade. It was not slow. It was fast. Super fast. The opponent's hand was so fast that it exceeded the limit of dynamic visual capture, so it gave people the illusion of slowness. Lee K let go of his hand tactfully, shrugged lightly, and said, I didn't mean to attack the examiner. I was just defending myself. I'm really sorry if I offended you. This guy. Menchie was very depressed. She had just eaten a 9-turn large intestine. Ha ha ha. What a broad-minded guy. What's your name? Netero laughed and looked at Lee K with admiration. Lee K. Lee K also looked at Netero with admiration. Name, Netero. Terms, Extreme Martial Arts, Black, Master of Telekinesis, Red, Master of Physical Skills, Red, Absolute Will, Red, Justice, Gold, Lust, Purple, Drinking, Blue, etc. P.S. It's almost halfway through the word count, the collection is too scary. Is this subject really so deserted now? Friends, if you have data, please share it. I worked so hard to write this, the data is pretty good, but there are so few collections, I don't know how many subscriptions there are. Never mind, just go for it. Give me some data, friends, thank you. Happy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 23, Spider-Man, please. As expected of the strongest man of the human race. Even though his condition has been declining with age. But each of these entries on his body is enough to make people drool. Especially Extreme Martial Arts, Black. This is the first time that Lee K has seen a black entry. Before obtaining this entry, it is impossible to know the effect of the entry. But as a time traveler, according to his own inference, this is most likely the important reason why Netero can break through the limits of human beings and continue to climb to the highest. If it can be obtained, it is definitely a divine outfit. Even if this entry is not obtained, if any of the entries on this guy Netero can be exploded, it will be a super profit for Lee K. Of course, the latter ones are excluded. Haha. Although he is the person in charge, he is actually just a staff member, probably like the person who is responsible for resolving such problems when they occur. That, Menchie. When you tested whether they were beggars who challenged the unknown, you determined that their attitudes were problematic, so you judged them unqualified. Netero glanced at Menchie's chest. What a perverted old man. That's not the case. It's because one candidate made food that defamed the cuisine and I accidentally ate it, so I got angry and made the review standards even stricter than originally planned. Menchie lowered his head and reflected on himself. So you know that you are unfair in the review? Netero asked. Yes, once it comes to cooking, I tend to lose my mind. This is the negligence of the examiner. I will resign from the position of examiner immediately, and please reconsider the experiment. Well, if we need to find another examiner to fill the position temporarily, it will be very troublesome. How about this? You continue to be the examiner, but you must participate in the next new experiment and do it yourself for them to see. What do you think of this? Netero said with a smile. His words immediately calmed the anger of most of the candidates present. Because everyone comes to participate in the professional hunter assessment in order to become a professional hunter. Those who can reach this stage almost never spend time on cooking, and almost all their energy is spent on tempering their battle memory. As the examiner of this stage, Menchi has to choose to eliminate people through cooking, which naturally makes the candidates present very unhappy. As powerful as Hisoka, Nailhead Man, Hanzo, etc. were all eliminated. It can be said that the professional hunter assessment system in this world is indeed a bit nonsense. But Netero has given a way out. That's right. Then the new assessment topic is crab racing. Menchi's words also stunned Lee K. No. The fate line has changed. Shouldn't the topic of this stage be boiled eggs? How did it become crab racing? Oh my god. But it doesn't matter. Now that Netero is present, if Menchi sets the rules for the content of this assessment too high, resulting in no one passing the assessment, she herself can't get off the stage. And as long as someone can pass the assessment, Lee K is sure that he must be the first. Oh, crabs! This is the first time I've heard of this exam topic. In that case, Lee K, Menchi, let's make peace. Netero acted as a peacemaker. Sorry, Examiner Menchi, I just wanted to bring you a hometown dish to try. But it may not suit your taste. I'm very sorry. Lee K saluted very politely. Menchi originally thought that the other party would be unwilling to make peace, but she didn't expect it to be so proactive, which made her blush. Isn't it just eating a 9-turn large intestine? Maybe this is really someone's hometown dish, but the taste is not suitable. Maybe I really missed the other party's kindness. That. I was impulsive, I should apologize, Examinee Lee K, I hope you can perform at the level you should in the next exam. Menchi also apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry too, I shouldn't have hurt you just now, right? The giant Boera rubbed his aching head and stood up. He had fainted and fallen asleep just now. It's okay. Are you hurt? Fortunately, Mr. Lee K is really strong. He is definitely the strongest person I have ever seen except the president. Boera smiled innocently. Ha ha ha. That's good. Let's prepare for the next exam. Everyone, it's easy to deal with. Netero laughed loudly. Tiger Clam Mountain. With the help of the big airship of the President Netero, a group of people arrived in a mighty manner. What appeared in front of everyone was a canyon that was like a natural moat. There was no end in sight. And the content of this assessment was also very simple, that is, to obtain the grape spider eggs, known as dream eggs, from this bottomless canyon, and then you also need to obtain the legs of the newly hatched small spider monster as ingredients. The two together can make a delicacy called crab. The difficulty has increased. Lee K muttered in his heart. Because according to the original plot line, you only need to get these spider eggs. But now, you also need to catch the little spider. The spider eggs are at the top of the canyon, and those newly hatched little spiders are below. The lower you go, the more likely you are to encounter the grape spider monster. It can be said to be quite dangerous. It seems, this examiner Menchi is still a little sulky. However, she demonstrated it herself. Jump down. He easily obtained the white spider eggs, and then went down a part and easily killed a weak little spider. Then he jumped back to the edge of the cliff with the help of the strong wind. Wow, so awesome! Is this the food we want? Just jump down like this. Menchie's brilliant performance convinced the candidates present. Everyone saw that the young girl was amazingly strong. Before she continued to explain the precautions, a figure had already rushed out. Lee K. Behind him were Gon and his friends. Wow, Brother K. Great. Go. Gon and his friends were very excited. Pay attention to the wind direction. Everyone. Lee K gave instructions in the air, and Gon and his friends naturally reacted sharply. But the other candidates who followed suit were too greedy. After getting the spider eggs and the little spider, they jumped directly into the abyss, and then, there was nothing else. And Lee K, who jumped down first, was not after the food. Of course, it was these densely packed entries. Name, Spider Egg. Entry, Racial Talent Extraordinary Fertility, Blue. Further down, you can see the little spiders that have just hatched behind layers of spider webs. Name, Grape Spider Hatchling. Entry, Extraordinary Fertility, Blue, Silk Spinning, Blue, Climbing, Green. But Lee K had no intention of pulling the spider web, and let himself continue to fall. Finally, below, a large area of densely packed purple-black creepy shadows were stirring. Looking around, it was densely packed with entries. Name, Grape Spider. Entry, Extraordinary Fertility, Blue, Climbing, Blue, Spider Silk, Blue, Demon Spider Perception, Blue, Venom, Green, etc. Lee K couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. That boy, Spider-Man. Want one? Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 24 Extraordinary Fertility, Gold. Ah! Candidate number 406 Lee K. President. On the cliff. Menchie exclaimed nervously. Although there were some misunderstandings between him and Lee K, she couldn't bear to watch such a strong and polite genius die. The other party was too impulsive and rushed out without even listening to the precautions she had said. Moreover, some candidates' screams had been heard below. These guys didn't pay attention to the wind direction and thought they could be blown back by jumping out casually. As a result, they fell during the strong convective air cooling in the canyon. They fell to the ground and were killed on the spot. Many candidates had already jumped down in Lee K's steps, and one by one they grabbed the white spider silk and hung in the air in the canyon. Oh! It's okay, Lee K is in good condition now, don't worry, Menchie. Netero made a gesture of listening carefully, and a smile appeared on his face after listening carefully for a second. Menchie was relieved after hearing this. And below, screams continued to sound. Those guys who are eager to get high scores. After getting the white grape spider eggs and small spiders, they hurriedly wanted to fly up, but found that there was no strong convection air blowing at the bottom of the canyon. This caused them to fall to the ground one after another. This scene also instantly made the other candidates nervous. And at the bottom, those candidates couldn't see it at all. Lee K let go of his hand directly. He fell into the pile of grape spiders. It is worthy of being one of the most difficult ingredients in the world, and it is called the dream egg. Some of these grape spiders are 2 meters tall, and the purple barbed legs give people a great sense of oppression. Unfortunately, they met Lee K, a 10-year fish-killing expert. Mind 100 flowers knife wheel. In an instant, 20 fish-killing knives appeared in Lee K's hand. This was originally a term belonging to Menchie. When Lee K first absorbed it, he didn't awaken his mind power, but after this period of time, he had already figured out how to use it. The telekinesis naturally came from the inside out, opening the aura nodes. Materialization system 100 flowers blade wheel. In an instant, He rushed into the group of poor grape spiders as if he had transformed into a human-slaying demon god. The shrill screams continued, making the candidates above shudder. Ding! You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining extraordinary fertility, blue. Ding! You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining demon spider perception, blue. Ding! You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining climbing, blue. Ding! You killed the Warcraft grape spider. In the random looting entry, congratulations on obtaining spider silk, blue. Ding! One after another, sounds like the sound of nature kept ringing in my mind. Energy continued to flow into Lee K's limbs and bones, which was the effect of constantly obtaining new entries. Time flowed bit by bit. The people above the canyon had basically mastered the law of convection air, and most of them had obtained spider eggs and small spiders. There were still a few figures who did not leave. Gone, we should go up, we are the only ones left. Karapika said calmly. But Brother K hasn't come up yet. Gon was worried. Go up, Brother K must have a way to sense that the businessman went down. I feel that the convection air is beginning to weaken. If we don't go up, I'm afraid there will be no wind later. After we go up, we will ask the president, and then we will use the rope to come down to pick up Brother K. Killua said. Good idea. Let's go up and prepare the rope. Leorio also advised. Then, let's go up, Brother K. You have to be safe. If you don't come up in 10 minutes, we will come down to find you. Gon shouted to the bottom. The team members also flew up directly on the convection air. On the edge of the canyon. Most of the candidates have returned, and everyone has a happy face. Obviously, they have already got the ingredients they need. The so-called crab cooking is to boil the spider eggs and the spider together, which is not very difficult to cook. But the examiner Menchi looked unhappy at this time, and his little face was full of worry. President. It's 4:20 now, and there will be the last strong convection in 1 minute. If Lee K still can't come up, I'm afraid we need to go down to find him. Oh? The wind is weakening, so that's why, it's really hard to come up without wind, but Lee K is different. Netero didn't seem to be worried at all, and smiled. Everyone on the field was waiting patiently. I really hope that guy will never come up. Yes, he can be stronger than the examiner. With that guy here, we will always have one less professional hunter quota. SHH, keep your voice down, if the big devil hears us, we will die. But I think Mr. K is a very good person, and he helped us deal with the wild boar. Don't be so petty, right? The candidates present have already whispered. 1 minute passed. The last strong convection is gone, President, we must prepare a rope to check on Lee K, he can't die here. Menchi was anxious. What a bias. The other candidates died in vain, but Lee K. If you can beat the examiner will definitely worry about you. Several candidates whispered. President Netero didn't seem to care, but listened to something. Suddenly his eyes lit up, a smile bloomed on his face, and he said, he's coming. Menchi, Gon, and others were stunned. Then they heard a very fast trampling sound coming quickly from the depths of the canyon. Then a figure rose from the sky. It was Lee K. This guy, didn't you say there was no convection air? How did he get up? Climbed up. Monster. Could he have killed a lot of grape spiders down there? There's a canyon down there. Everyone was stunned. Lee K, who was stained with a lot of purple spider blood, fell in front of everyone. Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long. Lee K smiled with his white teeth. He was in a very good mood at the moment. The monster nest below almost emptied him out, of course. In order to protect the stability of the species and for his own convenience, he could continue to brush the entries in the later stage. Of course, he didn't kill them all. In addition, this kind of magic beast has extraordinary reproductive ability, so Li Ke politely left some of the magic spider offspring to let them continue to reproduce. But even so, his harvest was amazing. There were a few more entries in his attribute panel. Item: Extraordinary Fertility, Gold. Effect: Your JZ activity and survival rate have reached the human limit, and your offspring have a very high survival rate, and are likely to inherit part of your excellent bloodline. Item: Magic Spider Sensing, Purple. Effect: You can keenly perceive the movement within a certain range through the change of frequency. Item: Strengthen Spider Silk, Purple. Effect: You have the ability of Spider-Man, and can spit out spider silk comparable to the strength of steel wire from your palm. Item: Magic Spider Climbing, Purple. Effect: You have the climbing ability of the magic spider, and can move at a vertical and ceiling-like angle like flat ground. P.S. Thanks to all the old friends for the data, there will be an extra update in the evening. Every day is more than 10,000 words, and the dog author is already typing desperately. If you like it, please vote for some data, thank you. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25, Promise with Menchie. Incredibly gorgeous entries. It can be said that Li Ke has become a Spider-Man, possessing the ability to climb and silk, as well as spider sense. As for the extraordinary fertility thing, Li Ke considered it again and again and decided to keep it. There is no other way. The most common item dropped by grape spiders is extraordinary fertility. Moreover, the efficiency of merging entries of the same type is the highest. If it is other entries, there will be discounts. Even if they are killed, those guys may not be able to pile up a gold one. In addition, he originally had an entry of super fertility, purple, and he melted it all by the way. This thing does not mean that Li Ke can split and reproduce by himself, lay eggs, etc. In essence, it makes Li Ke's genetic material more active. Because the same problem exists in the hunter world, the more powerful the hunter, the fertility seems to be weaker. Li Ke has to make some plans for the future for the time being. If he leaves this world, maybe he can leave some seeds here to continue to rule the whole world. After all, he is a man who wants to stand at the top of mankind. But even the other gains are absolutely amazing. This trip is a big profit. Oh? Brother Li Ke seems to have become stronger again? It's amazing. Netaro's eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Ke with admiration. The young man in front of him has courage and courage far beyond his age. At least when he was at this age, Netaro asked himself, he definitely didn't have such great courage to jump into the depths of the canyon alone. But the other party did it. And at this time, he was even more imposing. He only took a glance to understand that Li Ke must have experienced a very fierce battle below. What a tough martial arts heart! The strong will that is willing to pay for tempering oneself, not for obtaining a hunter license. A truly strong person can only reach the peak after having such a strong will. At this moment, Netaro truly recognized and appreciated Li Ke. He was very optimistic about Li Ke. The young man in front of him was definitely the most talented and willed person he had met in these years. Really, really amazing. Menchie's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Ke. She thought she could never rush up from the bottom of the canyon without strong convection air. What amazing explosive power and control it would take. It didn't seem unfair that she lost to the other party. It could even be guessed. I'm afraid it won't be long before this candidate 406 will become a real professional hunter, and even get ahead of her. Everyone, congratulations on getting the ingredients. The next cooking is very simple. Just boil the ingredients with water. I congratulate you all, for passing the second round of assessments. I hope you can perform at your best in the next assessment and become a professional hunter." Menchi breathed a sigh of relief, with excitement on her pretty face, and announced the results to the people present. The next cooking session was naturally very simple. All candidates who got the ingredients were qualified to pass the test. The next assessment will be transported by the Hunter Association's airship, and everyone can get in touch with the president of the association at the closest distance. After cooking the ingredients, everyone even tasted the so-called crab. The atmosphere was so happy and lively. "Mr. Lee K. Please forgive me for what happened during the day." Menchi actually came over to chat with him. "It's okay, that's what you should do as an examiner, and I should apologize." Lee K was stunned, but still said politely. At least, with Menchi's 100 flowers blade wheel, he can kill people in the canyon. After this assessment, Mr. Lee K should definitely become a professional hunter. Menchi suddenly blushed. "Examiner, you are too polite. You can just call me Menchi. I have an invitation for you." "Oh? What invitation?" "If Mr. Lee K becomes a professional hunter, can you consider the opportunity to go on some food missions with me? Some powerful foods are beyond my ability." Food hunter. It's not that simple. Although we are going to hunt for food, we will also find some powerful monsters and some treasures along the way. But don't worry, I will investigate the relevant dangers in advance." Menchi said nervously and expectantly. She already felt that Lee K was much stronger than those candidates. In the past, only Boera accompanied her, but even Boera could not get some difficult foods. Nowadays, there are very few food hunters in the association. If Lee K can successfully advance, it can be regarded as a pre-invitation. "Okay, if I am free at that time, I can consider it." "Thank you. Then we have a deal." Menchi's face suddenly showed an excited and expectant smile. Soon, Netero led everyone to board the association's spaceship, including the examiners of the first 2 rounds. A total of 40 candidates boarded the ship. For example, Tonpa was eliminated by Lee K on the first day. So, for Tonpa, who has the lucky entry, it is his misfortune to meet Lee K. On the airship, Bean-Faced Man and Netero announced some precautions and said that the airship will not arrive at the examination room until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. During this period, everyone can rest first. If you need any help, you can ask Bean-Faced Man. Without Tonpa, the troublemaker, there is naturally no one here to maliciously remind everyone to prepare for the sudden assessment, which will cause nerves to be tense and rest poorly. "Wow Killa, let's go on an airship adventure." Yet, Gon and Killua are still children, and they have already rushed out with joy. Lee K, Leorio, and Kurapika went to the restaurant to eat. It is finally possible to have a normal meal here. In the airship compartment, the 3 examiners were already sitting together, with food on the table. I wonder how many candidates will be able to successfully obtain a professional hunter seat this year. If it were Menchi, I'm afraid no one would stay. Boera stroked his big belly with satisfaction. It's true that I did a little too much, but in fact it's also because there is a guy in the crowd who is very murderous. That guy makes me very nervous. No 44. Menchi crossed his legs and put his hands on the sofa. Number 44 Magician Hisoka. Yes, that guy is very dangerous, and seems to come from a darker place than us. Sato's agreed, but there is a guy who seems to be very restrained with number 44, 406, Menchi, you should be very interested in him. I saw that you seemed to have talked to him in person after the end. Of course I'm interested. If you can really pass the test this time, Mr. 406 Lee K and number 44 should be able to pass, but to be honest, I don't want them to fight. Menchi was a little distressed. Number 44 gave her a very dangerous feeling. She was even a little worried that number 406 Lee K was not that guy's opponent. After all, 44 is the monster that almost killed the examiner last year. H-shu. In the corridor of the spaceship, Lee K sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who is talking about me? P.S. 5 updates for a chapter of 2 or 3,000 words, it shouldn't be considered as my best effort. If you have data, please post some data. I will work harder tomorrow. I'll be safe, everyone. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26, Lee K vs Netero asking for monthly ticket. So beautiful. It's in the sky. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful night sky, Brother K. Look. Look, those are stars. Killa and Gon were yelling beside him. Because I promised Aunt Mito and the residents of Whale Island that I would take good care of Gon, so Lee K would take care of Gon most of the time. The two little guys even stole chicken legs from the kitchen just now, and gave one to each of them, and watched the night sky together here. Killa and Gon got along very well. Hey! A gust of wind blew. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw with his own eyes, the treasure man walked past him from behind. Very fast. It was like teleportation. It was the president of the association, Netero. As expected. If you get on the airship, you will have the opportunity to brush this NPC, the world's strongest hunter. It's awesome. Gon didn't react much, and was stunned. Killa's face changed slightly, and his eyes became extremely sharp in an instant. Da da da. The sound of wooden clogs came from the other end of the corridor. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. They saw. The old BD Netero was coming from this side again. This guy had just turned around. At this speed, the so-called World Lightning Robert in the previous life was not even worth mentioning. Mr. Netero, did you see anyone coming from that side just now? Gon pointed at the other side with a naive look on his face and said in astonishment. No. Netero smiled, but his eyes passed Gon and Killua and fell on Lee K. After finding that the other party was not surprised, he was even more surprised. This kid. Sure enough, his perception is also very strong. And I actually felt a faint breath of mind from him. In other words, he actually awakened his mind? It's strange, I didn't feel this information from him yesterday. But he can open aura nodes alone without receiving any instructions. This is an absolute genius. Netero couldn't help but admire in his heart, and his eyes looking at Lee K were even more fiery. President, you are quite agile at your age. Killua looked at him with contempt and exposed him bluntly. Ahem, just now, I was just taking a walk. I just felt bored and wanted to find someone to play with. What do you three think? Do you have any ideas for the first challenge hunter test? Netero smiled. Yeah, very happy. And it's different from what I imagined. There is no brainstorming written test. Gon said excitedly. I feel very disappointed. I always thought there would be some difficulties. Will the next test be more interesting? Killua said boredly. What about you, brother Lee K? Netero looked at Lee K with a smile. Very good, every test has been fruitful. Lee K smiled and said calmly and naturally. His answer made Netero stunned, at least in his opinion. With Lee K's strength, these tests should be very easy, not difficult, and even boring. From the moment the other party spoke, he clearly felt that the other party was not lying. Interesting. He seemed to be unable to see through this little guy. Netero smiled in his heart. Are you three interested in playing a game with me? If you win, I will give you the qualification of hunter directly. Netero suddenly smiled and said. Airship training room. The content of the game is very simple. It is still to snatch the volleyball from Netero. No restrictions on any attack methods. The opponent will not attack. As long as you get the volleyball, you will win. Gon was very excited, while Killua stared at Netero vigilantly, and obviously entered a fighting posture. The two took the lead. Netero was like teasing a child, and he was indeed teasing a child. Gon was fooled around, and Killua, the arrogant little boy who boasted of his good strength, was sweating profusely. The two could not even touch Netero. Not to mention snatching the volleyball. Although the two cooperated tacitly and almost got it. But the old St. Netero used his real speed and snatched it back in an instant. No more playing. I give up. Killua looked frustrated. We were just a little bit away, why did we give up so quickly? Gon seemed to be unable to see it. Don't you realize that this old man doesn't use his right hand and left foot at all? Even if we use a year, we can't get it. Brother K. This old man is too strong. Killua was helpless. He understood that the other party was deliberately playing tricks on the two of them, and it was impossible to take such a shortcut. Haha, Brother Lee K, are you interested? Come and try it too. Netero smiled without saying a word and looked at Lee K. His real target was this kid. Although Gon and Killua also made him optimistic, he was not yet moved. But Lee K is different. This is the first time in many years that he can't help wanting to compete with his junior because he admires his strength. He can feel it. Lee K and Gon Killua are completely two different levels of players. Lee K seems to be waiting for something, not thinking. Ding! You and Netero enter the battle posture, and there is a 10% chance of copying the opponent's entry when you defeat the opponent. A sound like the sound of nature rang out. Tisk! Defeat the opponent? This is too difficult. Lee K has the urge to complain. Ding! According to the current agreement, you only need to take the volleyball from Netero to be considered as defeating the opponent. The system prompts again. This is not bad. Of course, I'm interested, President Netero. Lee K smiled. Brother K, this old man is actually very fast, you must be careful. Killua reminded. Come on. Brother K. You must grab the volleyball. Gon also got excited. The two little brats sat down on the stools in the corner, staring at the two without blinking. Lee K also walked forward slowly and walked to the center of the venue to confront Netero. Ah! What an amazing momentum, it is completely different from the momentum of those two kids. It even makes me feel that the person standing in front of me is really an evenly matched opponent. But according to the agreement, I will not make a move, as long as you can get it. Netero said with a smile. His expression was calm, but his heart was obviously much more cautious than dealing with Killua and the other two. Unfortunately. Before he finished speaking, Lee K had already taken action. Haste, gold. Natural assassin, gold, passive. Super copy, gold. Lee K just saw Netero's steps and directly copied Netero's special steps. He also copied Killua's limb-bending assassination step. He has this ability in his entry, but if he uses it directly, it will be seen, so, use super copy. In an instant, a dozen Lee K rushed around Netero. Killua was stunned when he saw this scene. Isn't this the advanced assassination skill of limb bending? Hey? It's so surprising. Just by watching, you can learn such advanced footwork skills. This is incredible. In a way, Lee K is already a real martial arts genius. But if you want to get the ball in my hand, this is not enough. Netero was stunned for a moment, but then he chuckled. He didn't intend to use a few tenths of his strength to deal with Killua and the others. To deal with Lee K, he would naturally use stronger strength. Anyway, it's all a fish-bombing game. Really? A dozen Lee K suddenly laughed. They raised their fists and aimed at the floor of the airship, but did not attack Netero. Divine power, red. FK. Netero's face changed drastically in an instant, and he even shouted dirty words. Thanks, I will continue to update today. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27 Copy Netero. Lee K's sudden action also stunned Gon and the other two who were watching the battle nearby. Divine Power Gold. At the moment of using this ability, Lee K's arm actually emitted a blazing temperature. His skin turned slightly red. The terrifying sense of power and oppression even made the two people in the corner unable to help but feel tangled in their hearts, and even felt a little difficult to breathe. What is going on? What a strong power! This airship will explode. Killua felt the surging terrifying power in Lee K's fist, and his face turned pale in an instant. Having followed Lee K for so long, he thought he had a clear understanding of Lee K, but when Lee K really took action this time, it still completely refreshed Killua's cognition. Strong. Very strong. It has reached an outrageous level. Even at this moment, he felt that the terrifying pressure emitted by Lee K was definitely enough to rival his brother Ilmi. It was as if a huge shadow rose from behind Lee K, and then covered the sky and the sun, covering his head. Netero was even more frightened. Crazy. He also clearly felt the terrifying power of Lee K's punch, which was far beyond the data provided to him by the examiners before. With this punch, the entire airship would definitely be punched into a huge hole and then fall from the sky. Everyone would be completely finished with it. Of course, as the president, he could definitely survive, but these examinees had no hope at all. So, Netero now no longer cared about the volleyball. He even turned into a shadow without any reservation and rushed out. He could clearly sense the existence of Lee K's body in these phantoms. He must stop this punch. Boom! The hot fist and Netero's palm collided with each other. Netero absolutely did not dare to use his nen here. He knew very well that his ability was so powerful that he would definitely shatter the entire airship. So he could only use it. Supersonic Fist Red. Halfway through, he turned his fist into a palm, just to take on the aftermath of the collision and prevent it from spreading. As if he was worried about hurting Lee K, he could not help but hold back some of his strength. But the moment the two sides collided, he regretted it a little. Lee K's fist was as strong as red-hot steel. Even though he had prepared himself, he still took the punch firmly. The amazing power surged from his palm and along his arm. Even Netero, a being of his level, could not help but stagger back a step. The floor he was holding also cracked a few pieces because he could not completely resist. Blocked. Hey! This Lee K is really a little lunatic. Netero couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Oops! But the next moment, he reacted too late. The volleyball fell into Lee K's hands. Lost? He actually lost to a little guy, failed to pretend? Ding! Congratulations on your successful defeat of Netero, 10% chance of automatically copying entries. Ding! Copy successful. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Absolute Will, Red. Item, Absolute Will, Red, Passive. Effect, you have the will of human beings to the limit, can resist all kinds of mental and negative effects, and can still burst out full combat power when injured or even dying. There is no black item, even if there is a telekinetic master or a physical master. Lee K sighed in his heart. However, the probability of successfully copying the item from the opponent is only 10%, which is already a very good luck. If you want to defeat a being of Netero's level, it is very difficult unless the opponent deliberately restrains his strength. At least it is almost impossible with Lee K's current strength. But in general, this is at least a red item. It is also a passive item, which can be immune to all negative states of the Guardian, and can burst out absolute combat power when injured and dying. And it also has the will of human limit. It seems to be pretty good. It is equivalent to adding a mental buff to yourself. Some guy's telekinesis can affect the mind. With this item, Lee K is immune to all mental attacks. It's still a big profit. Ah! Great! Great! Brother K is great! Beat the old man! After a second of silence, Gon reacted, jumped up excitedly, clapping and shouting. So that's it! Killua also suddenly realized. He finally understood that Lee K's attack just now was not really intended to destroy the airship. It was just to deliberately attract the attention of President Netero so as to snatch the volleyball. This is the real battle wisdom. Because once Netero bursts out with real combat power, the battle can be ended in an instant. Or if this punch is really unstoppable, then everyone will be completely finished. To make such a choice, one needs absolute courage and calmness. Killua thought that if he were in Lee K's position, he would not be able to make such a quick judgment. Moreover, limb flexion. He had just analyzed that the skill used by the other party seemed to come from on-the-spot learning. He realized it just after seeing himself use it. Genius! Brother K is the real genius. At this moment, Killua felt that his heart was under an unparalleled impact. In the past, he always thought that he was a martial arts genius. He could quickly learn all the skills of the family, and even his grandfather praised him as a genius that is rare in a century. Including limb flexion, he only took 3 days to master it. Faster than his father. But now, he witnessed Lee K with his own eyes, and he mastered it in just a few minutes after seeing himself demonstrate it once. Killua finally felt the feeling of being crushed by a genius. I need to become stronger. Stronger. Brother K. Taking a deep breath, Killua looked at Lee K with shining eyes. At this moment, he found the direction of his life. He no longer chose to participate in the hunter assessment out of sheer boredom. Because standing in front of him was a super high mountain that was almost insurmountable. I didn't expect it. Just now it was like this. Brother Lee K, you are really surprising. According to our agreement, I lost this game, and I will give you the award now. Netero was a little helpless. He just came to his senses now, and everything seemed to have been designed and controlled by Lee K. Unimaginable. A teenager can have such meticulous thinking and calm judgment. The whole process just now was extremely dangerous. As long as any one of them made a mistake, it would lead to collective death. But the other party still chose this way, so he lost directly. President Netero, I hope I can get the professional hunter license in an upright manner under the fairness of everyone. This represents the honor and fairness of professional hunter. This is just a game. If President Netero really feels bad, just owe me a favor. Lee K said righteously. Hey! Netero didn't expect Lee K to not want a license. But his favor, the value is far greater than the importance of the hunter license. What a clever kid. Okay. Even if I owe you a favor this time, if you need anything in the future, I can help you deal with it without violating the principles. What an unexpected genius, Brother Lee K. Ha 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 ha. Netero laughed and was in a very good mood. At least, he definitely didn't want to use the president's privilege to issue a license, otherwise the guys on the V5 side would be eyeing him covetously, and they might make a fuss about this. This result is the best for both parties. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 My good cellmates. Just thank President Netero first. Lee K bowed politely. By the way, little brother, just now you learned Killua's skills in an instant? And it seems that you also imitated my skills. Netero asked curiously. Killua pricked up his ears immediately, and Gon was also very curious. Killua's clone skills are so cool. It's a pity that he can't do it. I guess, just some comprehension and imitation. Lee K shrugged. Super copy gold, making him a copy super hunter. Of course, things like telekinesis cannot be copied like bloodline limits, and can only be plundered through entries. In general, Li Ke is still omnipotent. Well, I have to say that you are definitely the most talented genius I have ever seen, old man. Two brothers, are you interested in continuing to play games with me? It will take a long time to reach the assessment place here. Netero said with a smile, spinning a volleyball with one finger. Great. I'll do it. Grandpa. Humph, I'll do it too. Gon and Killua were stimulated by Li Ke's performance just now. Especially Killua. He had originally chosen to give up and admit defeat after realizing that Netero was playing tricks on them. But after seeing that Li Ke had successfully won, he couldn't help but feel the desire to fight again. Li Ke sat aside and watched the battle. The sun rose. In the middle of the night, Gon and Killua were exhausted and fell asleep. Netero, on the other hand, seemed to not need sleep at all. What an interesting night, Li Ke. I am looking forward to your performance in this assessment. I will wait for you to join the association. Netero said with a smile. Thank you for your care, President. Li Ke smiled. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. We have arrived at our destination. A broadcast came from the airship. Then it slowly landed on a solitary tower that towered into the sky. All the candidates were awakened one after another and got off the airship. Li Ke and his group followed. The bean-faced man announced the situation. This is the top of the trap tower, which is the starting point of the third assessment. The content of the assessment is very simple. It is to reach the ground alive within 72 hours. After saying this, the bean-faced man left directly with the airship that the president took. How to get down from here? Could it be? Hey? That guy? Look. No way. Just climb down like this. The crowd was in a commotion. Because someone has already climbed directly down. It's a rock climbing expert. A bunch of idiots. This level is easy for me, a rock climbing expert. It seems that the first place in this assessment is me. The strong man was very excited. Even the nearly vertical cliffs were easy for him. At the same time, many people were eager to try, but it was obvious that others did not have such strong climbing ability, and they were a little hesitant for a while. But before everyone made up their minds, they heard screams of fear from below. Help! Help! The climbing man screamed in fear, and a monster with huge wings and a huge mouth appeared behind him. These guys have human heads and limbs, but they look extremely scary. After whistling past, they bit the man directly, and then several monsters fought and tore each other in the air, and intestines and blood splashed down. It was horrible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 table knives suddenly shot down from the high platform. They hit the heads of the 2 monsters accurately and completely sank in. The monster screamed in pain several times in the air and fell down with a whimper. Ding! Congratulations on killing the monster human-faced night owl, random looting entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining omnivore, blue, automatic crushing. Ding! Congratulations on killing. Ding! Congratulations on getting sharp teeth, blue, automatically crushed. Li Ke glanced at the strange birds that flew away. Name, human-faced night owl. Items, omnivorous, blue, sharp teeth, blue, irritable, green, etc. Waste monster. It's a waste of energy to kill this kind of monster. Basically, they produce useless items, and the looted items can only be used as experience points. Because they are items from different series, the exchange rate is also low. Li Ke lost interest instantly. So strong. This guy. What did you use to kill that monster just now? It was just like a bullet. Hiss. The sudden action made the candidates next to him tremble all over, and they instinctively left the range of Li Ke and others. Just now, the night owl was killed 50 meters away. Too exaggerated. If it fell on a person, there would definitely be no other result. Monster. Damn. Many candidates dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Killua and the others were also shocked. Lee K's sudden attack was too strong. Even Hisoka, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes. He felt that his evaluation of Lee K had to rise. This guy actually has the skill of long-range attack. Found it. There is a mechanism here. Brother K. Gon discovered the abnormality of the platform. Not only him. Other candidates present also found the strangeness one after another. It turned out that some of the stone slabs on this platform can be flipped. By flipping, these candidates can directly enter the interior of the tower, which is the real root of the assessment arrangement. There are already fewer people present. They should have entered the interior through this flipping mechanism. Let's prepare to go down. Killua glanced around and said. But this stone slab can only allow one person to pass, which means that the 5 of us need 5 different stone slabs, and the key is, we can't guarantee that we will be together after going down. Kurapika said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter, go down, maybe we will be together. Lee K smiled, and several people chose a stone slab that was closer. Then. See you downstairs. It's just a short separation. Everyone must pass the test. Come on together. Be careful. Several people agreed to jump down. This should be the shortest separation in the world. Lee K smiled in his heart. In his memory, the 4 of them would jump in a room, and the stone slabs in the entire room area were very close, so they would fall together. Without Tonpa, the troublemaker, there was no need to worry about pitting teammates in the test. Everything went smoothly. Hey! The stone flipped. Lee K and his friends fell down. There was darkness in front of them. But they quickly adapted to the vision. But Gon Killua's voice was not heard as expected. And in the dim light, several pairs of strange eyes were staring at Lee K. Lee K also saw them clearly quickly. After seeing them clearly, Lee K was stunned. Hisoka. The nail-headed man, Hanzo, the little girl Peng Si. And himself. Tisk 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 tisk. What a good cellmate of mine. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Welcome to the Fantasy Death Group. Ah ha ha ha. It's actually Brother Lee K. It's me, Hanzo. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky. The bald Hanzo shouted excitedly, his long eyelashes blinking. Saitama teacher, stop pretending. Everyone knows it's you. Lee K complained in his heart. But he still smiled and said, Hanzo? Nice to meet you. Lee. Lord Lee K. A weak voice came from the corner. It was Peng Si with green hair. She almost instinctively rushed over, and then grabbed Lee K's hand tightly, shaking all over. For her. It was just a little lamb that mixed into the lion group. I didn't expect that I would directly brush the 3 giants here. Headache. If it was just Hisoka, Lee K really had the urge to suppress the opponent here and kill him. Hisoka's entry is also very good. But the nail-headed man Ilmi and Hisoka are hidden allies, and his chances of winning here are not guaranteed. Although Hanzo is polite, he may not necessarily help him. Peng Si? Sorry, this NPC is most likely a so-called delivery. Ah, it turns out to be Miss Peng Si, nice to meet you. Lee K glanced at Peng Si and said with a smile. Now he has the absolute confidence to protect himself. Aura nodes have been opened. Although it is not a very powerful telekinesis, his entry is too abnormal. Plus there is the Red Eyes bloodline. You know, Kurapika can kill alone after just awakening the ability to open the Red Eyes. And it is a pure killing of the attack power king of the brigade, Yuvajin. And I also have the red eyes. Once it is opened, it should be no problem to beat the little Hisoka, right? Of course. The red eyes is my trump card, and I will not choose to open it unless it is absolutely necessary. When you are on a journey, more trump cards mean more roads. Brother Lee K, take this, with this we are all together, and we can start the assessment. Hanzo handed over the watch strap enthusiastically. It is a watch strap that everyone can use to vote on EXO, and it also comes with a timer. Everyone is here, we can go. Hisoka suddenly spoke, licked his lips in the direction of Lee K, and a wicked smile on his lips. But before Lee K got angry and beat him to death, he stopped while he was ahead. He walked out of the first door first. The nail-headed man followed closely, and then Hanzo, who seemed to have noticed some friction between Lee K and Hisoka. Peng Si followed behind Lee K with a trembling body. Only behind Lee K did she feel a little safe. At least Lee K looked much more normal than the other three. Oh? It's a choice between left and right. Hisoka suddenly stopped and looked at everyone with a smile. How about everyone just do whatever you want, and go as you see the result? I'll count 123, and everyone presses the selection together. Hanzo said excitedly. 1, 2, 3, 4:1. Peng Si was the only one who chose the right side, and all four people including Lee K chose the left side. As soon as the result came out, the little girl was frightened and turned pale, feeling as if she had done something wrong. Then there were several choices of the gates. Basically 3:2, 4:1. Surprisingly, Peng Si's luck was really good. Every choice was to stand on the opposite side of everyone. Especially when Hisoka and the nail-headed man turned their heads and looked at her like machines, Peng Si was so scared that she almost peed on the spot. Oh! The challenge has begun! Hanzo shouted excitedly. Only to see the door in front of him rumble open, and then a guy like a ring in front slowly extended over. Below was a bottomless abyss, and ordinary people would definitely be killed if they fell down. But Lee K would definitely not. Now he is a young Spider-Man. Then 5 handcuffed and hooded prisoners appeared on the other side of the ring. They walked quickly to the ring, and the leader took off his hood. A strong bald man was revealed, but his bald head was obviously not as shiny as Hanzo's, because it was covered with hideous scars. The whole person looked extremely fierce. Just this appearance alone made him a complete villain. Hey! Lee K was stunned. The guys on the opposite side were really unlucky. He actually met his dream death group. And what a coincidence, it was the scarred head that Gon and his friends were supposed to meet. If nothing unexpected happened, the 4 behind him were also the familiar villain Kurami. We are the examiners employed by the review committee. You must fight the 5 of us again. The written test will be conducted in a one-on-one format. Each person can only fight once, and the order of appearance is up to you. In most cases, you can leave if you win more than 3 games. The bald man shouted, with a confident smile on his face. Lee K glanced at him. Name, Serious Prisoner 1, supporting roles do not deserve names. Entries, Strong, Blue, Tyrannical, Blue, Lewd, Blue. Dregs. Before Lee K could speak. Swish. A card had already flown out. This guy had just finished speaking when a skylight opened on his head. The entire bald head was cut off from the upper half, and his brain was exposed to the air. He was stunned, feeling the top of his head was cold. Then he kept opening his mouth, and the whole person fell uncontrollably. The tofu brain in his head was scattered all over the floor. Ugh. Pens vomited on the spot after seeing this scene. She felt like she had fallen into a pile of demons. This kind of time-consuming game is too boring. Who's next? Hisoka held 2 cards in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He didn't feel the slightest excitement of killing such a weak chicken. How was he killed in 1 second? How did that guy do it? Monster! The 4 prisoners behind him were a little scared. If we fail, there is only one way to die. Don't forget, even if that clown-like guy is very powerful, he can only attack once, and the remaining few seem very weak. But the problem is that we can't choose the enemy. The weakest one should be the girl. And the young man with black hair. The bald guy also looks weak, but the nail-headed man is generally more powerful. Several people even discussed it. Then I will play in the next game, but about the rules of the game. A thin and pretentious guy among the prisoners walked out with a confident smile on his face. He was the one who bet with Gon on the candle. But the moment his foot just stepped onto the ring, only a bright light flashed. Peng Si's skirt was lifted up. Then, the prisoner who took off his hood was stunned. There was a kunao between his eyebrows. It was Hanzo. Ah! According to the rules, the competition will start as soon as he enters the ring. He is such a weak opponent, but we just need to win the last game. Hanzo pulled out the kunao, and the body of the pretender slowly fell into the abyss. P.S. Today is another update of more than 10,000, and there will be another chapter in the evening. Each chapter is about 2,500. The author is updating. Asking for the data of the old iron, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, flowers are all okay, thank you. Thank you Noppen for the 1000 VIP reward. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Strong Luck, Purple. The remaining 3 prisoners were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. That bald guy was so fast. Even before, no one could see clearly what happened. That pretentious guy, the serial bomber Caesar, ended his 149-year sentence and was sentenced to death on the spot. Gurgle. FK. I don't want to compete anymore. I don't want to compete even if I have to spend the rest of my life in prison. Ugh, these guys are the murderers. Too damn cruel. If we don't compete, we will all die. We will all die here. I've had enough of this kind of life. Wait. Otherwise, I'll scare you up and scare them with your spider tattoo. You are a member of the brigade. And you are very good at pretending to be dead. Pretend to be dead? Damn, these demons will chop off my head even if they die. Otherwise, I'll give you the tattoo, and you go. The remaining 3 prisoners actually started to discuss. It was a tall murderer, an ugly blue-skinned freak who was convicted of fraud, and a beautiful gambler. Jahu. Go. Otherwise I will kill you now. The murderer stared at the blue-skinned ugly man with bloodshot eyes. He was frightened by the ugly man and trembled all over. Although he looked fierce and muscular, he was actually quite weak. He was also imprisoned for fraud. Especially when he saw that the bodies of the 2 companions who had just died were cold, Jahu felt that his head was also cold. I am in this game. But I have to explain the rules of the game first. In this game, we will see whose heartbeat is slower. The one with the slower heartbeat within the specified time will win. This guy learned to be smart and set the rules of the game before he stepped onto the ring. Because they are the examiners specified by the prison, although they are also prisoners, they have the right to set the rules of the game. Hearing this, the nail-headed man twisted his neck stiffly like a machine. But he didn't wait for him to do it. Li Ke had already stepped out. Hisoka gave the nail-headed man a look, and the nail-headed man stopped. Hanzo and Peng Si couldn't help but look at Li Ke's back. My lord! You must be safe. Peng Si clenched her fists, and her body trembled. On the ring. Ha ha ha. I actually drew the lucky lottery. This guy will be scared to death after seeing my ferocious expression and the excitement of the brigade. The heartbeat will definitely be very high by then. The ugly man was excited, shhhhh. Don't be excited, don't be excited, lower your heartbeat, lower your heartbeat. He was thinking about how to scare the kid opposite. At least in his opinion, Lee K was an extremely immature kid. He was the weakest and softest persimmon except for that girl. I am definitely lucky today, ha ha ha. The ugly man laughed wildly. Yeah. Your luck is really good. I like your luck. Now he is mine. Lee K also smiled. Name, Swindler's Ahoo. Entries, shit luck, blue, your luck will be great after stepping on shit, bluffer, blue, cowardly, green, etc. Entries of the luck series are very rare. At least among all the people Lee K met along the way, only 2 had luck-type entries. One was the rookie killer Tonpa who was eliminated in the first round, and the other was the ugly man in front of him. So, the fish-killing knife was pulled out by Lee K at some point. Then in the stunned eyes of everyone, a shining knife net fell. The ugly man Zahu still had an excited smile on his face, but he stayed where he was. Hey! Damn it! Why don't you move? Scare this guy's heartbeat. The 2 teammates behind him were constantly urging him. But Lee K had already turned and left. What's going on? Peng Si looked at Lee K who was walking back slowly with a confused expression. Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, an array of brilliance flashed past. The nail-headed man couldn't help but raise his eyelids a little. The next second. Crack! It sounded like something breaking. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the ugly man behind him collapsed like a pile of building blocks, turning into pieces of meat. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The whole person couldn't be deader. Ugh! Peng Si vomited again, almost vomiting all the bile. The 2 prisoners' faces changed wildly. The gambler beauty also retched, and the tall murderer was shaking all over. Ding! You killed the swindler's Ahoo, and the automatic looting entry is in progress. Ding! Congratulations on getting shitty luck, blue, you have luck, blue, automatically merged into good luck, dark blue, luck effect triggered, automatically crit, automatically break through to strong luck, purple. Item, strong luck purple. Description, even when you are at your worst, this item can reverse your luck to a certain extent and forcibly increase your luck value. A heavenly sound sounded in Lee K's mind. This time, the system's voice surprised Lee K. The fraudster who was killed by him deserved to die. Any prisoner imprisoned in this prison is an unforgivable guy. There is no guilt in killing them. What made Lee K complain was that he only lost 1 item at a time. But what surprised him was that he actually triggered a lucky crit. He actually made the item that had been fused directly have a lucky crit. It turned from dark blue to purple. Awesome! Comfortable! In this assessment, even if I can't get any other entries, just this purple strong luck entry is completely worth the money. It's a big profit. Strong luck can reverse your luck when you are unlucky. Perfect. Luck may be illusory, but it is absolutely necessary. Especially when you are stronger. It is very likely that a simple difference in luck will lead to your defeat. The so-called chosen child, the child of destiny, is actually an extreme expression of luck. If I raise this entry to the extreme red, black or even higher, can I directly transform into these children of destiny? The child of destiny? Anyone who wants to have unfavorable thoughts about me will be directly retaliated by the way of heaven, such as bad luck, disease, disaster, etc. That is really terrifying. Comfortable. This wave is cool. Warning. Candidate 406 violated the competition rules and was judged as losing this competition. The real invigilator's voice came from the loudspeaker on the wall, that is, the warden of this prison, who was eating potato chips and watching the live broadcast of all the candidates. Because this game was about heartbeats, but Lee K killed the opponent directly, so he was directly judged as losing. But what if he lost? All Lee K wanted was a higher explosion rate of the entry. Okay, my game is over, the rest depends on you. Lee K smiled and looked at the nail-headed man and Peng Si. Last chapter plus. Maintaining an update volume of 120,000 to 130,000 per day is already the limit for the dog author. Friends, if you have data, please do a little bit, and give me some monthly tickets and evaluation tickets, thank you. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31 Your luck is so bad. Kaihoyu ticket. Madman. I didn't expect that this seemingly normal person is also a madman. This brother even saved me before. So is he so perverted in his heart? Peng Si felt that she was going to collapse. How bad was her luck to fall into this death group? Although the other prisoner looked very fierce, he shouldn't be killed, and in such a cruel way. However, the arc of Hisoka's mouth was getting bigger and bigger. He felt that he was almost super excited now. He didn't expect that the fruit he expected would be so cruel and cold-blooded, which really surprised him. The nail-headed man glanced at Peng Si, who was so scared that his legs went weak on the spot and he sat down on the ground. He had to twist his neck. There was a crackling sound. He walked slowly towards the ring. The two remaining prisoners were so scared that their faces turned pale, especially when they saw the pile of minced meat on the ring. They trembled all over. I give up. The gambler beauty raised the white flag directly. I have given up, you can't kill me anymore. I would rather stay in jail here than become a pile of minced meat. You have already won, you hurry up and pass, I don't want to see you again, even in jail is safer than meeting you devils. The gambler beauty murmured in fear, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack her again or even take the initiative to wave the white flag. Alas! The nail-headed man sighed and shrugged, then walked back mechanically. The ring slowly extended. It turned directly into two sides of the passage connected like a staircase. Passed. Great. Mr. Lee K, your knife skills just now are really amazing. It's really amazing. The funny Hanzo shouted excitedly. Just now, Lee K used only an ordinary fish-killing knife, but in just a short moment, he showed a full 55 knives. This knife speed amazed Hanzo. It's just so-so. Lee K perfunctorily said. The team present here are all real ruthless people. But no one has any mercy, just like Gon's team, Kurapika did not kill people who fainted. Not to mention fainting. In front of Lee K. Even passing dogs have to be kicked twice. But he is in a very good mood now. Strong luck purple. Very good. This item can actually trigger its own item lucky critical hit. It's ridiculously good, ha 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 ha. The group slowly passed through the passage, but Peng Si at the back had weak legs now. She felt like she was dreaming. It was definitely a very difficult level for her, but in front of this dreamy death group, it was swept away as easily as blowing dust. Looking at the four monsters in front of her, she struggled in her heart, but finally mustered up the courage to keep up with Lee K's pace. Even if she saw it with her own eyes, Lee K cut a prisoner into pieces. But at least it seems that Lee K is the only one in the team who might be a little normal. The two remaining prisoners trembled and gave way, watching Lee K and others leave. It was not until the group of people left completely and their backs disappeared. The gambler and the murderer sat on the ground with sweat all over their bodies. I want to go back to prison immediately. Go back immediately. The murderer could no longer contain his fear, smashed the wall heavily, and roared at the camera. He was completely scared. Before this, he was the hidden boss of the whole team with the strongest strength. But now, he felt that if he blocked the way of those monsters, his fate would definitely be no different from the scammer who was cut into pieces. Why is my luck so bad? Alas! The gambler sighed. This failure will increase their sentence by several decades. I'm afraid they won't be able to get out in this life. But as long as they don't encounter these monsters, maybe this prison is the safest place. Long and deep corridor. No one knows how long they walked. After everyone reached the end, a door suddenly appeared and slowly opened. A group of people walked in. Inside was a fierce man with a scar on his face and short green hair. The aura of the other party was much stronger than those of the previous prisoners. And he had a crescent-shaped weapon in his hand. Lee K just glanced at him. Name, Waste Examiner. Entries, Infinite 4 Swords Flow, Blue, Sword Skills, Green, Frenzy, Blue, Revenge, Blue, Slowness, Green, etc. Waste. Lee K saw the truth at a glance. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Hee. The green-haired scimitar man laughed wildly, his beast-like eyes swept through everyone, and finally stopped on Hisoka. This time my target is only him, you can leave if you don't want to die. Now I am no longer a formal examiner, but an avenger. Since the end of the test last year, I have only one thought in my mind, that is, to avenge my injuries. Give me your life. The scimitar man grinned. Yeah, hee. It seems that's all, no one of you should compete with me. Hisoka glanced at everyone and turned to Lee K. The smile on his face became even wider after he found that he was not interested. Lee K really didn't have much interest in this guy, with a lot of negative buff items. And as an examiner, he didn't even have telekinesis. It really couldn't be worse. Of course. Ordinary hunters don't have telekinesis. But Menchi and Boera do. What's more, it's not easy to kill Hisoka at this time. The nail-headed man is here. The situation of 2 against 1 is not easy to deal with. When his telekinesis is fully developed, let alone 2 against 1, even 20 against 1 should be no problem. The battle is without suspense. Even this examiner, who has worked hard for a year and has learned the so-called 4-sword style, is like a real clown in front of the god of toilet war. This guy's head was cut off directly. This scene scared Peng Si even more. But in comparison, it seems that Hisoka is more merciful than Lee K. At least this guy just cut off the head of others, but Lee K cut others into pieces of meat. But Peng Si suddenly had a flash of inspiration and stayed where he was. Because Lee K was bound to lose that battle. If he didn't cut that guy into pieces of meat, it is very likely that he would not let the remaining 2 choose to surrender. Then once he goes on the field, he is likely to lose here, or even die. Could it be that the reason he cut the criminal into pieces was actually to intimidate the 2 people behind him and make them choose to abstain? Thinking of this, Peng Si was stunned. She looked at Lee K's back stupidly. P.S. It's a new day, I want some data, thank you all. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 32 Lee K, Who Picked Me? After dealing with the examiner, there was no so-called channel selection. Instead, the gate opened and they arrived directly at the square at the bottom of the prison. Congratulations, you are the first group to pass the test. All of you passed? You are really lucky. The voice of the warden came from the wall. The empty square now only had Lee K and 5 others. Passed? Just passed. Peng Si still felt like she was dreaming. She is still dizzy. In the whole process, she didn't do anything except falling down and getting her butt hit. And then, passed. This is probably the legendary fate-lying branch. Do you want to do Hisoka here? Lee K smiled and looked in the direction of Hisoka. The other party also looked over with a smiling expression. The 2 sides looked at each other for a second and then looked away. Forget it. Let's get the license first. Only with a license can you step into many places, if you want to become stronger in this world. Either go find a group of top-level professional hunters, such as Gold, 12 zodiac signs, etc. Or go kill the chimera ants and step into the dark continent. This is the real high-end game. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. And the basic condition for all this is to have a legal hunter license. So Lee K must take this assessment. You can't be designated as a wanted criminal nationwide by the Hunter Association before getting a license. That would be a lot of fun to play. So you'd better be patient and wait here. Soon, other candidates appeared one after another. For example, martial artist Bodro, snake brusher, etc. They are all relatively strong people. The clock on the wall is counting down. People keep coming out, and even a few fell to the ground just after stepping out of the door, dying of heart failure due to excessive physical exhaustion. After confirming death, they were dragged away directly. It's terrible. Hey! Lee K glanced at the countdown on the wall and frowned. Gon and his friends are so slow, they haven't come out yet? Logically, Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo are all by his side, so the others should not pose any threat. The last 30 seconds. The loudspeaker on the wall shouted. If they haven't come out after the time is up, it will be considered a complete failure. Wow! We are here. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from one of the texts. It was Gon and his friends. The guys were dirty, and it seemed that they had slipped down from somewhere. It seemed that they encountered the legendary 5 and 3 selection. It was really helpless, the efficiency of these guys was really low. Brother K. Brother Lee K. After seeing Lee K, Gon and his friends rushed over excitedly. Time is up. The number of people who passed the third test, 24. Among them, 5 died. Everyone, please go out. I'm waiting for you outside. The voice of the loudspeaker on the wall instructed. Hisoka and others stood up. All the 24 people who passed are truly the elite of the elite. Everyone seems to be not easy to mess with. Lee K also followed the large group out of the prison. The bright sunshine fell. People couldn't help but squint their eyes. The breeze was gentle and the sun was warm. I didn't expect it to be such a good weather outside. Looking back, I suddenly saw the prison behind me, which was like a high tower piercing the sky. Everyone came down from the top of the prison. Congratulations to everyone for walking out of the trap tower. Now there are only the 4th test and the final test left, and there are still 2 levels. The man with a mohawk and black-framed glasses said with a smile with his hands behind his back. This guy is the warden and the chief examiner. The 4th test will be held in Binu Road. Before that, please come and draw lots. A black lottery box was taken out. The familiar lottery process appeared. The content of this game is very simple. All candidates who passed the test went up to draw lots. The numbers on the lots they drew represent the number plates to be fought for. Once you get the number plate you need to fight for, you can get 3 points directly. In addition, you can also get 3 points if your number plate is successfully saved until the end of the game. You can get 1 point for each non-designated number plate taken from other people. After accumulating 6 points, you can get a pass directly. According to this elimination system, even if everyone is lucky enough to grab the opponent's number plate, at least half of the people need to be eliminated. In other words, at most 12 people will pass in the end, but this is not realistic at all. Because no one can guarantee that everyone can keep their own number plate and grab the designated number plate. Some guys even have extra number plates in their hands. In other words, the number of people who pass the test in the end is likely to be around 1 hand. No wonder there are only a few people who get a license every year in the professional hunter test. All the people went up to draw lots one after another. Lee K also got his number plate. However, after seeing his number plate, Lee K was stunned for a moment. 301. Oh wow! I didn't expect that I would draw the nail-headed man. Ilmi, is this considered good luck? Haha. What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't draw Hisoka. What did you draw? Lee K called Gon and the others. Oh wow. Gon actually drew number 44 Hisoka. Is it the power of the fate line? Or the maintenance of good luck? Very good. Others also drew their own cards. Killua's was number 191 martial artist Boudreaux, a weakling. Leorio was not Peng Si, but a number 34 dragon. Kurapika was number 197 Yamurai. After drawing their own cards, the candidates present hurriedly removed their number plates on their chests. Because everyone knows that the number plate on the chest will become the most prominent mark. However, some people did not remove it. Lee K, Killua, Hisoka, and the nail-headed man. Brother K, why don't you take off your number plate? It will be easy to become the target of public criticism. Gon was a little worried. The fun of the competition comes with opponents. Killua put his hands in his pockets and looked cool. Lee K suddenly took a step forward. His eyes swept over the candidates present. Then he said loudly, "Everyone, I am number 44. Who of you drew my number?" Lee K said loudly, "Only a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The number plate on the chest will indeed attract a group of flies, but it is also like a fishing bait." But Lee K was too lazy to waste time with these guys. If anyone draws his number plate, he can be eliminated on the spot. After solving the unknown troubles, the rest is a happy hunting time. The crowd was instantly silent by Lee K's operation. Damn! This guy is so arrogant that he actually showed his number plate directly. Humph! Being arrogant in a place like this will only make you die faster. If I'm not mistaken, there are more jungles on that island. I have 10,000 ways to kill him in the jungle. Don't worry, someone will cure him. He will definitely regret being so arrogant. No one spoke, but many people were whispering about Lee K. They looked at Lee K with displeasure. Lee K was so high profile, wasn't he mocking their incompetence? No. Lee K was a little stunned, and then smiled. It seemed that the other party was afraid of him. That doesn't matter. When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. I drew your number. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the crowd. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33. It turns out that he is a gentle person. Lee K looked in the direction of the voice and suddenly saw a familiar face. Amidst a group of ferocious figures, a nervous girl walked out with difficulty. She looked like she was about to cry. An old acquaintance, Peng Si. The lowly who got points for nothing before. She trembled as she took out the number plate she had drawn. Her luck was absolutely terrible. In the last round of assessments, she had drawn the opposite choice to Lee K and other demons every time. And this time, she directly drew Lee K's number plate. Even when she got this number plate, she wanted to throw it away. The image of the guy who was cut into pieces in the assessment appeared in her mind. Too cruel. Will she be cut into pieces too? Master Lee K. I give you my number plate. You saved me back then. I choose to abstain. Tears flashed in Peng Si's eyes, and she trembled as she took out her number plate. 246. Brother K. Gon and the others looked at Lee K. Obviously. As a child, they also thought that Peng Si, who was also a child, looked a little pitiful. Even before the open competition, she chose to eliminate herself directly. She also took the initiative to give her number plate to Lee K. She understood. The moment she drew Li Kei's number plate, she had basically lost this test. Because if she wanted to pass the test, she had to get at least 3 other number plates, but she couldn't find 3 candidates who were weaker than her. What a fool! You chose to give up this number plate after coming here. Since you don't want it, I'll take it. A sturdy man rushed out of the crowd, staring at Peng Si's number plate. This was exactly what he needed. As long as he got this number plate, it meant that he got a ticket to the next final. Even if there was a risk in grabbing the number plate now, it was definitely worth a try. This guy was sturdy, but his speed was very good. He rushed to Peng Si in just a breath. Got it. His face was filled with excitement. He had already made up his mind. After grabbing the number plate, he would hide in the jungle until the end of the game. But just when his hand was about to touch the number plate, a shadow passed by. It was Killua with short silver hair, his hands as sharp as claws. Blood splattered. The strong man fell to the ground with a dull expression, and the number plate in his hand rolled down. Killua bent down and slowly picked it up. After taking a look, he threw it to Li Kei. Brother Kei, this is not the number plate I want. 105? Li Kei took a look at the number plate. Not what anyone in the team needed. A useless card worth 1 point. Sir. My number plate. Here. Peng Si's hands were shaking. To be honest, it was naturally unbearable to give up directly at this point. But she also knew that she had almost no chance. Moreover, the other candidates present looked at her with very bad eyes. You can say that. She has almost been labeled as a soft persimmon. Obviously, the next round is the real elimination round, and the weaker the contestant, the faster they will be eliminated. There is even a risk of life in the elimination. It has come to this point, it's not good to just give up, right? Li Kei glanced at Peng Si. A green-haired Lolita, maybe she will grow up to be a beautiful girl. Now it is obviously a training system. If I remember correctly, her ability should be that there are many bees in the big hat on her head. She has the ability to drive bees. Name, Peng Si. Entries, drive bees, blue, analysis, blue, melee, green, cowardly, white, etc. Quite weak Lolita. However, bees seem to be quite useful in the next exam room. At least before there is a telekinesis circle, the range that bees can detect is definitely the largest among all candidates. In fact, in the original plot, Peng Si also used the detection range of bees, so she was able to avoid danger. She even solved the snake brusher Scar Peng. It can be regarded as a radar scout. Peng Si instinctively took a step back and looked at Li Kei in horror. She really couldn't connect the handsome face in front of her with the murderous demon. Are you interested in joining our team? Li Kei suddenly asked. Peng Si thought she had heard wrongly. Sir, did you just say, let me join your team? But I'm so weak, I don't have. Everyone has different abilities, and your abilities are exactly what I need. If you consider joining, I can help you pass this assessment. Li Kei said lightly. I promise. Sir. Peng Si immediately nodded excitedly. Give me the number plate. Peng Si was confused. Didn't the other party agree to let her join his team? Why did he take away her number plate? But without the number plate, it means she is completely eliminated. But out of instinctive trust, Peng Si still handed her number plate to Li Kei. And the next second, she was surprised to see Li Kei hand her number plate to her. That's good. My number plate is also worth 3 points. I'll put it with you first. It's highly likely that no one will be willing to grab my plate. Li Kei shrugged and played with Peng Si's number plate. Let's go. Wow. Welcome to join me. I'm gone. Leorio, but please call me Mr. Leorio. Karapika. Peng Si was stunned. After she reacted, tears welled up in her eyes and a smile bloomed on her face. She chased after him. This Lord Li Ke didn't seem as bad as she had imagined. He turned out to be such a warm person. In the last round of assessment, he must have cut that person into pieces to protect himself. Peng Si's pretty face flushed as she chased after him. The many examinees behind him looked at Li Ke and others with strange expressions. Ha 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 ha. This Li Ke is really a wonderful person. Hanzo scratched his bald head and laughed. Everyone, please board the ship for the third test. We expect to arrive at the destination in 2 hours. In addition, all candidates who have passed the previous assessment will enjoy free round-trip travel to the examination center next year. So if you didn't pass this year, don't be disappointed. Welcome to challenge again next year. The beautiful tour guide smiled at everyone. Other candidates also boarded the ship one after another. After all the candidates boarded the ship, the whistle sounded, and the ship slowly sailed towards the next examination center. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 34, Can't I Just Block the Boat and Kill Him? On the ship. Even a lot of food was prepared for the reception, but at this moment, no one was in the mood to eat. At least most of the candidates were like this. But this did not affect Li Ke's appetite. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink. Peng Si nervously pinched her fair little hands and joined Li Ke's team. Soon, the ship arrived at the destination. Bainu Island. That is where the examination venue for this assessment elimination round is located. Because the tour guide lady had previously stated that fighting on the ship was not allowed, otherwise it would be directly eliminated. Male Li Ke now plans to earn all the points directly on the ship. It's like catching the Dragon Ball again after making a wish. There is a suspicion of cheating. It is likely that similar things have happened before, so the association has made special regulations. Everyone can only do things according to the regulations of the assessment. Everyone, we are here. Please disembark in the order of passing the third test. The next person can disembark 2 minutes after the previous person disembarks. You will stay on the island for 1 week. Please stay for 6 minutes and then come back here. Please disembark the first candidate first. The beautiful tour guide called out to everyone. The first one to disembark was Hisoka. Because this guy was the one who solved the last examiner. Although it was the whole team, he was the first to leave at that time. The second was Li Ke. The third was Hanzo, the fourth was the nail-headed man, and the fifth was Pens. Other candidates also disembarked one after another. Gon and his team fell behind. Brother K. Be careful. We will be here soon. Gon called out excitedly. 2 minutes is enough for these powerful candidates to move a very long distance. And when Li Ke disembarked, Hisoka's figure had disappeared. Hey! Brother K, why don't you leave? Gon was stunned. Killua and the others were also confused. Because they found that Li Ke was still parked next to the ship. Although he said he got off the ship, he was actually standing not far from the sampan. This strange scene made the other candidates present feel strange. Mr. Li Ke, this island is very big, don't you consider leaving first? Hanzo, who got off the ship after waiting for 2 minutes, was a little strange. I'll wait for my friend here. Li Ke smiled. Hanzo, you go first. Okay, then I wish you good luck. I'll go first. Hanzo walked directly and quickly into the forest. It was just that the candidates on the boat at this moment were inexplicably nervous. Because everyone could see that the reason why Li Ke was waiting here must be to directly brush the score. What a damn arrogant guy. Is he going to block the ship and kill us? Everyone. If this guy dares to attack us, we will attack together and kill him first. Yes. That's it. Damn it! I don't believe he can beat all of us alone, and he has a partner. Suddenly, the eyes of the candidates on the ship looked at Gon and others with some hostility. Everyone knew clearly that Gon and his friends were in the same group with Lee K. Especially the weakest two guys, Peng Si and Lee Oreo. They are all a group of little ghosts, so they shouldn't be difficult, right? However, Killua's move just now still shocked many people, making the candidates present a little afraid. The next one was the nail-headed man Ilmi, who frowned slightly and twisted his head like a machine towards the direction of the mountain opening Lee K. He also realized that Lee K seemed to be waiting for him. How arrogant! He got his own number? What a stupid little guy, but... Hisoka warned him on the boat that if he wanted to touch his prey fruit, he would not have a good ending. Uncomfortable. The nail-headed man Ilmi glanced at Lee K, pretended not to see him and walked away. Wait, your number plate is this, right? Otherwise, let's go to the grove next to us to solve it. Lee K took out the lot he drew. Little Killua. Brother is helping you vent your anger. The nail-headed man turned his head with difficulty like a machine. With a mohawk hairstyle and a face full of nails, he looked like a very difficult person. Just like a gangster with tattoos all over his body. Even if he didn't know how strong the other party was, the tattoos were quite intimidating. This is the case with the nail-headed man. This guy in particular had a lot of needles stuck in his head. As a result, few candidates dared to approach him along the way. No one expected that Lee K would take the initiative to deal with this monster. So that's it, this guy drew this nail-headed man. Ha ha ha. There will be a good show, one of them will have to die. I really hope both of them die, this is the best for us. But I feel that the guy with a head full of nails will be more powerful. How about we bet and see who can survive in the end? Come on, it will be our turn soon, who can guarantee that they can survive? The candidates on the boat couldn't help but whispered. Brother K. Gon and the others were also full of worry. That nail-headed man is very dangerous. Killua frowned, although he had never fought with the other party, but he felt very bad. There was even a faint sense of familiarity. Lord Lee K. Peng Si twisted her fingers together nervously. You are talking to me. The nail-headed man spoke slowly, and his expression was like that of a long-dead corpse, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Plate number 301, if your eyes are not blind, it is most likely yours. Lee K nodded. The nail-headed man was silent. He really didn't want to fall out with Hisoka. Because this guy is Hisoka's prey. If the other party is killed or disabled here, or his will collapses. At that time, Hisoka might fall out with him. This is indeed a very risky choice. Of course, you can also choose not to fight with me, just give me your number plate, I have always been peace-loving. Lee K smiled and stretched out his hand. The nail-headed man was silent. The remaining candidates on the boat were also stunned. This kid is really mean. Any normal person would kill this kid. It's a pity that my number plate doesn't belong to this kid, otherwise I must let him see why the flowers are so red. Lee K's words even made them all angry. Okay, you took the initiative to find it, it has nothing to do with me. The nail-headed man agreed expressionlessly, and then went straight to the depths of the jungle. Lee K followed behind him, with his back to Gon, and waved goodbye to the others. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 I don't know how I lost request data. Deep in the jungle. It was quiet and deserted. The nail-headed man finally stopped. His neck bones made a crackling sound, as if they would break at any time. Like a rusty robot, he slowly turned around. I didn't want to do anything to you, but since you asked for it, you can't blame me. The nail-headed man took out a recorder. Of course, I came to you on my own initiative. Lee K said loudly. It's really interesting. It seems that this Ilmi really cares about Hisoka's opinion and even recorded the evidence in advance. Snap. The recorder turned off. The nail-headed man had a handful of the same nails in his hand. Name, Nailhead Ilmi. Entries, Thread Nails Emitter Mind, Gold, Zaldik Assassination, Gold, Physical Skills, Gold, Disguise, Purple, Poison Resistance Purple, Control Desire, Purple, Digging, Purple, Sadism, Blue, Sleepy, Green, etc. Oh! What a genius! Entry, Thread Nails Mind, Gold. Effect, when the target is hit by this ability, the body will be directly controlled. Tisk tisk tisk. Isn't this the otherworldly version of the thread fruit? Not bad. This guy does have a few very good entries. Of course, when it comes to disguise, his is too rubbish. He has to put a lot of nails on his body, and it doesn't last long. And his own super copy is really amazing. Not only can it be maintained all the time, but it can also be perfectly copied, which is much higher than his. Of course, if you can get some good entries from this guy, it would be great. Profits and the like are just the extra value of work. What kind of person do you want to become? The nail-headed man suddenly said. But this time I won't kill you, but I will let you experience another kind of life. His face was as stiff as a corpse, and a smile was forced out. With the power of thread nails and the disguise technique, he can force plastic surgery on the opponent after defeating him. He planned to turn Lee K into an ugly woman to try. He also liked to destroy the hearts of these so-called geniuses. Only a heart that has been destroyed will become stronger. For example, his poor brother. Is it to be your father? But I can't give birth to a child as ugly as you. Lee K answered. His figure turned into a shadow. Speed Gold. Poison Gold. Divine Power Red. Iron Plate Tank Gold. Spider Sense Purple. Various active abilities are directly activated. Lee K's fist even became red and hot due to friction with the air. The eyes of the nail-headed man Ilmi suddenly changed. He clearly felt the terrifying power of Lee K's fist. Especially the speed of the opponent's sudden burst, which was simply incredible. Even compared to him as a top assassin, he was not inferior at all. But the problem now was, he was in a disguised state and could not use all his combat power. And this guy seemed to have the habit of sneak attacks. He did not have any style of a master at all. And he killed the opponent with one move. Very so FG cruel. But this is a real assassin. He had taught himself countless times that the poor brother would not attack the opponent before he was absolutely sure. For example, he agreed to Lee K's challenge because he was absolutely sure that he could defeat the opponent. Swish, 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 swish. It was so fast that it was dazzling. It was even impossible to see how the nail-headed man made his move. His nails mixed with some telekinetic line nails shot towards Lee K. The opponent is indeed very fast and fierce. But this is just right, it must be painful to be stabbed in the face. The real show is coming. As long as his telekinesis penetrates the target's body, it will directly hook the opponent like a fishhook, and then control the opponent's body. Reckless kid, you must learn some lessons. Even if you are the prey that Hisoka's pervert has set his sights on. Ilmi sneered in his heart. But as the distance between the two sides was rapidly closing, his expression was slightly moved. Because he didn't see any intention of Lee K to dodge. Fighting madman? He actually chose such a lose-lose battle. Hee. But his attack must hit the opponent first. He didn't think his physical skills were weak, did he? Ilmi was a little disappointed. He didn't even know why Hisoka was so obsessed with this guy. Ding 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 ding. And the next moment, those steel needles that shot out seemed to hit an iron plate. It actually made a sound like steel colliding. including his telekinesis. Actually, didn't pierce the opponent's body in the first place? What happened? The nail-headed man Ilmi was shocked. Just this moment of shock. Bang! A terrifying heavy punch like a meteor of fire directly hit his crossed arms. The terrifying power was released instantly, and the hot air waves swept in all directions. Several nearby trees were directly blown off. Ilmi's feet even dragged out a 10-meter gully. A charred fist mark appeared on his crossed arms. And there were traces of poison around the fist mark. The right arm forearm was directly twisted and broken. And the steel nails pierced in his arms fell off, revealing his hands that were originally as white as a woman. But the head was still intact. At this moment, he looked like a monster with half white and half purple. One punch destroyed his disguise. The severe pain from both arms did not make the nail-headed man show any pain on his face. It was as if the arm was not his. Very strong. Very strong. This kid was so strong beyond my expectation. Especially the punch just now. The pure strength even suppressed me, although I was in a disguised state and could not fight with all my strength. But the opponent could burst out such amazing punching power, which was really amazing. But what really shocked Ilmi was his steel needle could not break the opponent's defense. This guy was actually a master of horizontal training, incredible. Hey! I didn't kill him with one punch. Li Ke slowly retracted his smoking and burning fist. He moved his neck and made a crackling sound. You really surprised me a little. Your strength, speed, and defense are far beyond ordinary people, but unfortunately, you have already lost now. The nail-headed man looked at Li Ke expressionlessly and spoke mechanically. Because his thread needle had already penetrated deep into Li Ke's skin. This guy's defense is definitely the most amazing I've ever seen, even tougher than those specialized defensive monsters. But it's a pity. Generally, the stronger the body, the easier it is to control. Because they often neglect the training of the spirit when exercising the body. The needles not only control the muscles, but also the nerves. Really? I don't know, how can I lose? Li Ke smiled. He naturally saw these needles clearly in his eyes. After all. At least. I am also a nin. P.S. It's a new day, asking for some data, thank you all friends. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Physical Strength and Gold. Forced Duet. The nail-headed man made a hollow grip. Any target hit by his needle power will become his puppet. But the next moment, his zombie face was dull. Li Ke was still walking slowly towards him. Ineffective? Why? His own power failed? How is it possible? Keep grabbing. Li Ke was still not affected at all. But the problem is that the needle was clearly pierced into the opponent's body. Although it didn't penetrate very deep, it was definitely enough to control the opponent's body. The scene in front of him completely broke through Ilmi's cognition. What are you looking at? Do you want to say hello to your father? Li Ke smiled. His muscles suddenly tensed up. Iron plate tank gold. Absolute will red. Divine power red. Just kidding. I killed hundreds of Warcraft pigs and stacked gold plate armor, and I also have Netero's red wool entry. Not to mention controlling my own body, even nerve reactions can be forcibly controlled by will. At that time, Netero could even control his broken leg to close the wound automatically. Your little needle, wrong mama. It's too small. It can't pierce me. Li Ke grinned. Explosive step. Charged punch. His right fist became hot again. In just a split second, he rushed to the front of the nail-headed man. He punched him in the head. The air was rubbed and made a bang. Because he was too strong, the needles that Ilmi had pierced him broke directly. The nail-headed man's face finally changed suddenly. Boom! A violent explosion. The hot air wave rolled up. It was like being hit head-on by a missile. This punch was even more violent than the previous one. Several unlucky trees nearby were blown down on the spot. The nail-headed man was smashed and flew dozens of meters away like a sandbag, and the trees along the way that were as tall as two people were broken one after another. A bloody mark was rubbed out on the ground. A wisp of green smoke came out from Li Kei's fist. The burning red gradually dissipated and returned to calm. Weak chicken. He spat at the end of the gully in the distance. Ding! You defeated Ilmi, 10% probability, automatically copying the entry. Ding! You heard the echo of strong luck burst. Ding! The copy was successful, congratulations on getting Sleepy Green. Ding! You heard the duet of strong luck double burst, get an extra strong draw opportunity. Ding! Forced copying was successful, congratulations on getting physical skills gold. The sound of nature sounded in Li Kei's mind. Damn! Awesome! Li Kei couldn't help but be ecstatic. It was absolutely super profitable to participate in this assessment. Especially strong luck purple. This thing is simply my lucky star. Although it is just a purple entry. It doesn't look conspicuous among all his entries, but it makes him super happy at the critical moment. This time, it's a duet explosion. It's just super luck. As the system sound fell, countless information and energy poured into Li Kei's limbs. Physical skills gold. As a top assassin, the family is also very amazing in the tempering of their own physical fitness. In order to obtain this level of physical skills, they have undergone extremely arduous training. Now, all of this has made wedding clothes for Li Kei. The only pity is, at the end of this ravine, Li Kei has seen that it is a cave. The nail-headed man actually dug the ground and ran away. There are still a lot of blood stains on the hole. It's worthy of being a top assassin family. Even the way of escaping is so unique. Li Kei sneered. If you can't beat me this time, you will never beat me again. Poor guy. Comfortable. Li Kei picked up the number plate that Ilmi dropped on the ground. His points were all cleared. A gold entry was also released. So happy. I have to find a chance to beat Hisoka. This guy is also capable. It would be best if he could get an entry. Of course. Hisoka might be in a lot of trouble. Because the reason why Ilmi was defeated so quickly was entirely because this guy was in a disguised state and could not show 100% combat power. And there was a huge error in his judgment of Li Kei. In addition, Li Kei did not have the habit of talking nonsense. He started with full firepower. Ilmi thought Li Kei only had 10 combat power, but Li Kei went full firepower. He came out with 100 firepower. He took out 30 firepower and thought he could take it steadily, but he exploded. He went full firepower twice in a row. Ilmi exploded on the spot. The people on Whale Island are all honest people. They try not to talk if they can, and they will kill directly if they can. That's right. This island is too big, and I don't know where my radar has gone. Wait. Maybe she will wait for me there. Li Kei turned around and left after thinking of something. But Li Kei felt helpless after looking at his completely shattered right arm sleeve. Divine power red is too strong. His sleeves often explode, and even his tops are rotten a lot, causing the perfect muscle lines like a cheetah to be exposed. It seems that I need to prepare a few more sets of clothes in the future. The problem is that there are no space rings in this world. But it would be nice if I could plunder a space-related entry in the future. He is a good hand at home travel. Next to the ship, several waves of people have come down. Peng Si waited tremblingly next to the ship. She did not receive Li Kei's instructions, but she positioned herself very accurately, that is, she was Li Kei's tool. You have to be obedient. And everyone on the ship heard a loud noise coming from the forest in the distance. Damn it! What the hell is going on over there? There is such a loud noise, it's like a bomb. You can't bring weapons like bombs into this test. Is there someone who violated the rules? No way. I don't see anyone carrying a bomb among the people who just got off the ship. Do you remember that direction seems to be the direction that the monster Li Kei left? Don't worry about it, run in quickly, you will definitely die if you meet those monsters later. These candidates talked and didn't dare to delay any longer. Because there was a madman who blocked the bridge directly before. These candidates got off the ship one by one, and looked at Peng Si, but realized that the other party had the monster's number plate in his hand, which was only worth 1 point, and left one after another. Peng Si, aren't you going to the forest yet? Gon and others finally got off the ship. They were the last ones. I'm waiting for Lord Li Kei. Peng Si said nervously. I'm leaving first. Tell Brother Kei. Killua put his hands in his pockets, squinted his eyes and looked at the forest in front of him, and left directly. He came to participate in this test to temper himself. It was not to get a license under the protection of Li Kei, otherwise such persistence would be meaningless to him. Me too, be careful. Kurapika also chose to leave. Ah, these guys, then I'll leave too. Peng Si, aren't you leaving yet? Leorio looked around and didn't see Li Kei, so he chose to leave. I want to wait for Lord Li Kei. Peng Si gritted his teeth. Then I'll wait for Brother Kei with you. Gone, Brother Kei should have gone deep into the jungle. If we want to find him, we have to go in. Leorio reminded. The two continued to wait for a few minutes, and chose to leave after not seeing Li Kei. The island is very large. In addition, those candidates acted separately. If you want to get enough points, it is also best to act separately. If you form a team, you may not be able to find so many license plates. Next to the ship, only Peng Si was still anxiously waiting. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 37, Assessment. Isn't it about taking a girl to experience life in the wilderness? Deep in the forest. In a certain area. A body of a candidate holding a spear fell to the ground, his forehead and back of the head were pierced by cards. Standing in front of this body was Hisoka. Suddenly, the ground not far away surged. Hisoka frowned slightly, and then understood. It was Ilmi. This guy came here, but he just dug it. I need to rest. Ilmi's voice came from underground. At this moment, both of his arms seemed to be broken, and there were even traces of burns on his chest. Li Kei's last punch made him feel like he was hit by a meteorite head-on. If it weren't for his strong mental power, I'm afraid that punch would have crippled him. But now his hands are injured, and there is poison, he needs some time to deal with it. Oh! Hisoka sniffed, and his eyes suddenly became very dangerous. Swish! Several cards actually shot out directly and pierced into the ground. What are you doing? Hisoka. Ilmi's angry voice came from the cave. You touched my fruit. It seems that the fruit is becoming more and more sweet and tempting. Ho ho ho. Hisoka suddenly laughed pervertedly, and his face flushed with excitement. The next second his smile was restrained, and it turned into bone-chilling coldness and danger. This is the last time. If I see you touching my fruit again next time, you will die. Ilmi's silence answered him. Okay, just have a good rest, hee hee. Hisoka laughed then. Beside the ship, Peng Si was very entangled in her heart. She was hesitating about how to find Li Kei. Oh? Sure enough, it's here. Come with me, can you find Gon and the others? Li Kei's voice came, and he came with his right arm torn. Seeing the other party's strong chest and muscles, as well as his intact body, Peng Si was stunned. Because she also saw Li Kei's appointment with the nail-headed man. And now, Li Kei appeared intact. Does that mean the nail-headed man was defeated? Sure enough. So strong. So awesome. Peng Si was distracted. Li Kei's hand was already on her little shoulder, and her head was no good. Touching the head to kill is not good for a girl with a beehive on her head. Can you find Gon and the others? Li Kei asked with a frown. Ah? Yes. I put bees on Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika, but Killua, he cleaned up the bees. Peng Si came back to her senses and said hurriedly. It doesn't matter. From now on you are my toy, ahem, tool. Release your bees as much as possible and find candidates nearby. Tell me when you find them, and I'll clean up the stall. Li Kei said. Understand, but the range of bees is also limited. I will try my best. Peng Si nodded repeatedly. Li Kei strode into the forest with her. A man and a woman surviving in the wilderness. Bainu Island is very big. There are only 24 candidates in total, including the nail-headed man who was cleared out on the first day. Everyone knows to go in different directions, at least when they are not absolutely sure that they can take down the opponent's number plate. Originally, this should have been a fair competition. Unfortunately, now that Li Kei, Hisoka, and the nail-headed man have joined the boss level, it has completely turned into a fish pond bombing game. The 100-star King Bronze bullies the weak. Idle people stay out of the way. The beach. Sir, shouldn't we go find other people now? Peng Si said nervously. Because she was shocked to find that Li Kei not only did not think of looking for other people, but came directly to the beach to take her fishing. Fishing man, take a girl. And soon caught a few fat fish. Then set up a grill and started barbecue. And just hunted a pheasant and 2 hares in the forest. The entries on these things are all garbage. White. It is worth it to crush them directly into transparent small crystals to add experience. The 7-day assessment time is too long. The island is so big that there is no need to look for it at this time. And the environment here is very good, just right for vacation and rest. Li Kei lay comfortably on the beach, enjoying the afternoon sun. Peng Si acted as a maid and was responsible for the barbecue. This was also what she wanted, at least to let Li Kei see her value. But she was worried that everyone could not pass this assessment, especially if it dragged Li Kei down, which was something she did not want to do in her heart. But sir, there are only so many license plates. If we don't snatch them now, then it will be better then. Can't we just snatch them directly from them? Don't worry, the last day is the real harvest. Please help me keep an eye on Gon and the others. If there is an accident, we will rush over. Li Kei replied. Although he promised Aunt Mito and the residents of Whale Island to take care of Gon. But he didn't want to be a nanny. Because being a nanny is not free. But at least the people of Whale Island raised him up and saved his life. So he could help Gon at a critical moment. Now the only focus is the last match. He will KO Hisoka. Get that guy's number plate. I am so strong now, ha ha ha. Soon. The tempting smell of fish wafts out. There are also roasted chicken and roasted rabbit, which are all Li Kei's specialties. Peng Si is drooling. Sir, the meat is roasted, do you need me? I feed you. Peng Si blushed. She came to take the professional hunter exam, how come she is a waitress now? However, if she can follow Li Kei, she also feels extremely satisfied and fulfilled in her heart, and now there is a trace of happiness. Let's eat together. After eating, take a good rest, expand your bee's perception range as much as possible, and tell me if you find someone breaking in. Li Ke waved his hand and started eating directly. This kind of primitive deserted island, bringing a little lowly to survive in the wilderness. It still has a different taste. The progress of the two people's exploration can be said to be quite slow. Sunset. Peng Si approached Li Ke a little nervously. I accidentally touched Li Ke's arm, and after finding that he didn't resist, I slowly moved closer to him. The two of them had already set up a campsite, and even a temporary shelter. This is simply. While others were taking the test here, Li Ke was directly doing wilderness adventure survival. If there was a live broadcast stand, he could start broadcasting directly. It's really annoying. I don't sleep in the middle of the night, just looking there. What the hell is going on? Li Ke suddenly stood up and looked at the dark forest in the distance. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, Aren't New Year pigs fattened before being slaughtered? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air came. It was an arrow. There was almost no trace in the dark night. The opponent was obviously ambushing Li Ke on purpose. Li Ke's magic spider induction now covers a range of nearly 100 meters. This thing is induction through frequency, not telekinesis. That is, the surrounding plants and animals are generally at a specific frequency. Any disturbance will change this frequency, and where the frequency fluctuates is naturally where other people appear. So even if the circle has not been developed yet, Li Ke can easily sense the people nearby. But Peng Si's bees obviously can't detect the candidates who are well hidden. The arrows in the dark night cannot be detected by the naked eye. But in the magic spider induction, it is extremely clear, like a candle in the dark. The traces of them can be clearly seen in the circles of frequency ripples. Li Ke slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the arrow. It seems to be a 3-shot burst, the technique is good. Bakuer? On the treetops. The candidate who attacked was stunned. He didn't expect his attack to be avoided so easily. The other party could actually see the attack in the dark. Realizing that something was wrong, he prepared to retreat. But suddenly he heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air behind him. When he reacted, he was shocked to see a black javelin coming towards him. Bang! It was a stick used to roast suckling pigs, which instantly pierced his chest. It took the whole person away and even pierced a huge tree behind him. Is this guy a human? Before he died, a thought flashed through the candidate's mind. And in the distance, Li Ke had a blank expression. Those who kill people will be killed. Since the other party came with malicious intent, he was not a good person. Divine power red. The thrown roast suckling pig stick easily killed the guy in the bushes. However, there are really a lot of mosquitoes at night. There are always some stupid guys who want to go against me. In another dark bush, a pair of venomous snake-like eyes were glowing. 384 Hunter Greta. He is the guy with the most jungle life experience among all the candidates. He even hunted many powerful monsters in the jungle. His blowgun has neurotoxins, which will instantly paralyze and kill people if the skin is scratched. At the moment when Li Ke just attacked, 2 black poison needles were blown out silently. There was no trace in the dark night. The blowgun accurately hit Li Ke's neck. Hit! Greta's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but get excited. When he was on the boat, he had already disliked Li Ke. This guy is too arrogant and arrogant. He even blocked the boat and killed people. He looked down on all of them. Today he will teach him a lesson. In this jungle, only experienced hunter is the final winner. Ding ding. A slight steel-like collision sound. It became particularly clear in this quiet night. Greta was stunned for a moment. Then her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. Her blowgun was specially made, and it could break the skin and flesh of even a monster with strong defense. What about humans? But in front of her, the blowpipe clearly pierced Lee K's neck, but it broke. There was not even a pinhole on the opponent's skin. How is it possible? How can human skin defense be stronger than that of monsters? Greta felt that his brain was not enough. Suddenly, he couldn't help but shudder. As an experienced hunter, his sixth sense gave him an indescribable life and death crisis. His face changed drastically, and he chose to escape without any hesitation. He had decided that he would never deal with such a pervert again. This guy was not human at all. But just as he was about to leave, Greta was confused again. Because he just turned around and saw a familiar yet strange back. The other party was squatting in front of him. Why was he wearing the same clothes, shoes, and gloves as himself? Wait. How could his blowpipe be in his hand? That guy, why didn't he have a head? Greta couldn't understand, but suddenly saw his vision spinning. He seemed to react at the last second. That seemed to be his headless body. A fish-killing knife appeared on the tree behind him, the blade cut into the trunk, and the handle was still shaking. Peng Si. Prepare to clean the floor. Bring the 2 number plates over and wash the blood on them, otherwise they will stink tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first. Lee K yawned. The rest of the things can be left to his sweeping robot Peng Si. Peng Si. The poor girl vomited again after seeing the body nailed to the tree and Greta's head cut off. No words for the whole night. 2,000 words omitted. Daybreak. The entire island is very large, and the probability of candidates meeting in a pile is very low. Or the purpose of the association designing this assessment is to test everyone's field compatibility. It takes at least 3 days to cross the entire island normally. So at the beginning of the assessment, the association gave instructions that the assessment would end at the other end of the island. The next few days were all about playing soy sauce. Noon on the 7th day. Sir, we have gained nothing these days. If we continue at this pace, it will be difficult to pass the assessment. If you are short of a number plate, I will give it to you. These days, thanks to you, I can get here. Peng Si suddenly blushed and lowered her head and spoke. If it weren't for Lee K's help, she didn't think she could have successfully persisted until now. And all along the way, thanks to Lee K's care for her. Hasn't the game just started? Don't be so anxious. You have done very well these days. Since I promised to take you a game, I will not break my promise. Lee K walked in front and waved his hand without looking back. In fact, he had already scored enough points, and now he was just saving some points for Gon and the others. But, sir, Peng Si was a little worried. Let go of your bees, and there will be a lot of goods coming up soon. Lee K ordered. The 2 have arrived at the end of the game. The association did not give a specific boarding area, only that it was the east coast of the island. The whole island is in the shape of a shoe. Ah? Sir. Sir. What do you mean? Peng Si finally understood. Why didn't Lee K have any intention of taking the initiative these days? Instead, he took her on a leisurely vacation. But she was still very obedient and spread her bees in this area. The New Year pigs can only be killed when they are fat. Instead of picking up these license plates one by one, it is better to grab them in handfuls. Lee K smiled and stood directly on the wide area of the East Coast. P.S. Please ask for some data, thank you. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39, Getting Something for Nothing. Please give me flowers. We are still 2 numbers short. Damn it. Time is running out. Hey. There's someone over there. Ha ha ha. We are so lucky. SHH, be quiet. Same old routine. 3 figures shuttled through the jungle. A few bees stopped not far from them. East Coast. It's this guy? He's still alive? Kid. If you don't want to die, hand over your number plate. And that woman. You're unlucky to meet us 3 brothers. The 3 candidates formed a triangular shape and surrounded Li Ke and Peng Si. It turned out to be the 3 smart brothers of Yamalai. 197 Yamalai, 198 Yumure, 199 Mumu. The 3 of them have a tacit understanding. Li Ke glanced at them. These guys are, unexpectedly not eliminated. What a shit luck. But they are all crooked melons and rotten dates. 3 people have only 1 blue entry, and the rest are all green and white garbage. Item, concentric, blue. Effect, item possessed by twin brothers, born with extremely high tacit understanding of cooperation. Trash item. This item is basically useless to me, but if these 3 guys join together, they can indeed create a 1 + 1 + 13 effect. No wonder this kind of crooked melon and rotten date can also enjoy a certain reputation in the candidate circle. At least ordinary candidates, or even candidates with certain strength, are quite troublesome after being surrounded by these 3 guys. Ah! Is it the 3 brothers of Yamalai? The 3 of them are very powerful and very good at joint operations, Lord Li Ke. Peng Si was immediately nervous. Ha 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 ha. You have heard of the reputation of our 3 brothers. Just hand over the number plate obediently, otherwise you will die at that time. The eldest brother Yamalai grinned. They just need 2 number plates. Now don't we have a ready-made one? Hiss hiss hiss. Suddenly. Just when the 3 brothers felt that they had caught them, the sound of snakes rang around. They looked in the direction of the sound, and their faces suddenly changed. They saw a large number of snakes appearing densely. Damn! We were ambushed. This kid did it on purpose. Damn it! How could there be so many snakes? Damn it, those are poisonous snakes. You must not get bitten, otherwise it's over. The 3 brothers were shocked and angry. They felt that they had fallen into a trap. They even thought that Li Ke had pitted them. But there were more and more snakes around, and even a few golden pythons were seen, and there were some various poisonous snakes. Let alone them, even a real professional hunter would be scared on the spot when seeing so many snakes. Hee hee, yo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a bit overscore, but it doesn't matter, take out your number plates, otherwise I can't control whether these little treasures of mine will eat you. In the distance, the snake-brushing man Scar Peng appeared, and this guy was holding a snake flute in his hand and playing it. As his voice sounded, the snakes moved under his control. Li Ke looked over and couldn't help but raise his lips. Name, Snake-Catching Man Scar Peng. Items, Beast Taming, Talent, Blue, Snake Charming, Skill, Blue, Poison Making, Blue, Disguise, Blue, Fists and Kicks, Green, etc. Interesting. I actually saw a talent for beast taming. And I have to say, Scar Peng's item is quite impressive. The original Fate line was stung to death by Peng Si's bees, which can be said to be, quite aggrieved. After all, he was dressed in blue. But most of his entries cannot form direct combat power. Moreover, taming animals is a talent, and even Scar Peng himself does not know that he may be born with an affinity and taming for these animals. It is just used for snake playing. What a waste of natural resources. Good stuff. Ha 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 ha. Talent is equivalent to a passive skill, which does not require any trigger at all. It is the same type as good luck. If it exists, it exists. Damn it. Damn it. Kid. Remember this time. You'd better pray that you can get a hunter license this year, otherwise we will kill you next year when we meet you. Damn it. Brother, there are too many snakes. Save me! We give up! We give up! The three brothers of Amorai were furious. They had finally come to this point. But they did not expect that they would be forced to have no way out by these poisonous snakes in front of them. If you don't choose to surrender, you will definitely be bitten to death by these things. Death in the test is not protected by law. The legal concept in the hunter world is quite weak. Haha, only smart people can survive, right? The guy who blocked the boat, you should have a lot of license plates on you, right? From now on, all of them belong to me. Scarpeng walked slowly with a triumphant smile on his face. With the ability to play with snakes, he claims to be the most powerful among all the candidates, no one else. The only thing he did these days was to find these snakes on the island. Then, cast a net at the finish line and kill the New Year pig. It coincided with Li Ke. And he was very cautious. Even in such a situation where he was sure to win, he still kept a distance of 100 meters from Li Ke. In front of him were densely packed venomous snakes. According to the regulations of the test, if you keep your own license plate, a person only needs a maximum of 3. Your current points should be enough, right? Li Ke looked at Scarpeng and smiled. Of course it's enough, but maybe there will be other people who don't have enough at that time? It shouldn't be difficult to sell a good card for tens of millions, no one will despise money. Scarpeng smiled. The three brothers of Yamalai had a distorted expression when they heard this. Damn it! This BD is too greedy. Wait. That's right. Ah. Then brother. I want to ask, how many license plates do you need now? Can we buy our own license plates? The eldest brother Yamalai reacted and said excitedly. Yes. The eldest brother is still smart. Awesome. The two younger brothers were also excited. Oh? My license plate? It's enough. Of course, the license plate can be sold to you. Each person, 2 million, not 1.5 million ringgits, this price is already very fair. Do you consider buying? But I only accept cash, and valuables are also acceptable. Scarpeng said with a smile. The three brothers looked more miserable after hearing this than if they had eaten shit. Damn it! What's the difference between this and robbery? Hehe, brother who blocked the boat, you can also buy your own license plate, but your behavior during the day makes me very uncomfortable. You need 3 million rings each. How about it? Scarpeng looked at Li Ke with a strange smile. Most of the snakes swarmed in the direction of Li Ke. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 40, Lucky Critical Hit. Beast Tamer, Purple. Good idea. It's really a good idea. Li Ke laughed. Even applauded him. Pa. Talent. This is the real talent needed in the new era. Look, this is the real free-for-all. They don't have any cost, and they make a lot of money right away. Tisk tisk tisk. Master, this is the real master. But masters are often easily beaten to death. Then are you preparing cash or items? The smile on Scarpeng's mouth is harder to suppress than AK. What if he is strong in single combat? Isn't it arrogant to block the ship? Aren't you kneeling in front of these venomous snakes now? No matter how powerful you are, can you kill 10, 100, 1,000 venomous snakes? Even 10,000? No. They are all scum. Scarpeng is in a very good mood at this moment, and the three brothers of Yamalai are already collecting money with bitter faces. Not bad, not bad. Very good advice, your words have opened my eyes. How about this, you 3 million ringgits, you, Scarpeng, right, 6 million ringgits. Li Ke said with a smile. Not bad, sensible, kid, you have a bright future. Scarpeng was a little surprised, he didn't expect Li Ke to give double. You may have misunderstood, I mean everyone here owes me money. Take out my number plates. Lee K stretched out his hand. The whole audience fell into silence. Peng Si was dumbfounded. You know, there are densely packed venomous snakes around now. The three brothers of Yamalai were even more stunned, and it took a few seconds before they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Is this kid crazy? He actually asked us to pay him 3 million rings. Do you really think my money came from the wind? We just owed Lord Scarpeng some money. Why are you barking here? Idiot! The three brothers couldn't help but curse. Anyway, in their opinion, Lee K was also the victim. It's okay for the victim to bully the victim, right? But Scarpeng, after hearing what Lee K said, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It turned into sinister and cruel. Kid, this world is not as beautiful as you think. Since you don't know how to raise a hand, I will kill you, and it's the same if you come to take it yourself. Scarpeng grinned and blew his snake flute. Weird music sounded. Suddenly, the poisonous snakes around seemed to be attracted by something, and they became irritable one by one. Protect yourself, I'll be back soon. Lee K ordered. He strode directly towards Scarpeng. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The nearby poisonous snakes attacked him one after another as if their eyes were red. Idiot! Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes, you really think you? The three brothers of Amurai couldn't help but sneer. They could already imagine the miserable scene of Lee K being bitten to death by poisonous snakes. There is no antidote serum in this place. Once bitten, you are almost dead. But the next second, their smiles were stuck in their throats. Everyone's expression seemed to be solidified, with wide eyes. The faces were full of horror, shock, and disbelief. The poisonous snakes shook one by one before they touched Lee K. Then they fell to the ground one after another as if their strength was drained. Pus flowed out. Wherever Lee K passed, these poisonous snakes fell one after another like wheat blown by the wind. Ding! You killed the little poisonous snake, automatically plundered very toxic, white. And automatically merged. Ding! You killed. System prompts sounded in Lee K's mind. Toxic gold. He has been killing fish on Whale Island for 10 years, killing hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of fish every day. Many fish are poisonous. Even more terrifying than these poisonous snakes. Even if it's just some white entries, it's piled up to gold. It's just that Lee K doesn't like to use this ability usually. Because the things killed by this ability can't even be eaten, it's a pure waste. But now, isn't this showing off in front of Guangdong? Aren't they dancing on the grave of the ancestors? A group of scum with white poisonous entries dare to show off in front of the golden ancestors? Lee K didn't practice the relevant poison techniques specifically. Even if he just turned on this ability, he would keep himself as a colorless and tasteless poison circle in a 1-meter area. As long as these poisonous snakes touch it, they will die on the spot. How could this happen? This. Ba Peng was dumbfounded. He even rubbed his eyes, not daring to imagine it in his dreams. The venomous snakes that he was so proud of would die in unison with signs of poisoning. Could it be that the little devil in front of him had a poison that was more poisonous than the venomous snakes? Kill him! Kill him! Scarpeng screamed in fear, and the rhythm of the snake flute became obviously faster. Those venomous snakes seemed to have heard the order and swarmed towards Lee K like crazy. It looked like a black tide. It looked like dense black ants moving things. Lee K was even completely covered by these venomous snakes. Fight me! Although I don't know what weird means you use, with so many venomous snakes, even a spit of saliva can drown you. I'm afraid that even the bones have been poisoned now. Scarpeng gritted his teeth, and the tense expression on his face finally relaxed. This horrible scene scared the three brothers next to him. With so many venomous snakes, professional hunters will die. Peng's eye behind him had red eyes and clenched his fists nervously. But they were disappointed. Li Ke, who was wrapped by poisonous snakes, was still moving forward, and the poisonous snakes that rushed around him were melting and falling like ice and snow, turning into a pool of pus on the ground. When Li Ke walked in front of Scar Peng, there were already large areas of poisonous snake corpses left behind him. The number of deaths was not tens of thousands, but there were thousands. The three brothers were stunned. I. Scar Peng widened his eyes, his expression was extremely ugly. He never dreamed that there was a guy who could carry so many poisonous snakes and walk in front of him. Is this guy also a poisonous person? He wanted to speak. But he watched Li Ke, who was intact, easily get rid of the poisonous snakes piled on his body. Then he stretched out his hand to grab him. Scar Peng wanted to escape, but found that his body was out of control. Since he didn't know when he was poisoned. I have money. I have money. I'll pay 6 million for the money. He screamed in fear. But he was already grabbed by Li Ke's neck. His face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned purple. Finally, his body gradually turned into a pool of thick water and fell. Keep your money for hell. Li Ke loosened his hand and spoke expressionlessly. Ding! You killed the enemy snake charmer, Scar Peng, and randomly looted the entry. Ding! Strong luck crit, automatically loot all the entries of the target. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining beast taming, blue, snake charming, blue, poison making, blue, disguise, blue, fists and kicks, green, etc. Ding! According to your will, keep beast taming, blue, all the entries of the target are automatically shattered and turned into experience value increase. Ding! The entry beast taming, blue, is promoted to beast taming, purple. Read books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, The Great Devil Li Ke. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Li Ke's mind. Wow! Strong luck is really my good brother. Directly gave a lucky critical hit at this critical moment. It was so cool. And because the entries were looted from the same person, 100% of the experience value could be merged without any discount. Directly let an ordinary blue entry break through to purple. Comfortable. This is so lucky. Li Ke shouted in his heart. Entry, beast taming, purple. Description, you have the talent to tame most beasts, with the beast deterrence talent, beast taming effect, the effect depends on the strength of your own spirit and soul. This is the real use of the entry. Scar Peng is a fool. It's like using gunpowder to make fireworks and playing with snakes. It's really funny. Li Ke's consciousness moved slightly. Suddenly, he clearly sensed the bees flying near him. Then he directly designated one of them. Suddenly, the little bee shook, and then changed in an instant. It rushed around. Like a drone. Li Ke could control it easily. It should be a flying machine. But he tried it, and the range of control was about 2,000 meters. If it exceeded this range, the control power would decline. Bang! Under Li Ke's control, the bee smashed directly on the tree trunk. Very strong. The weaker the beasts and animals are, the easier they are to control. This talent is really good. Once they are controlled, even if they no longer use their talents, they will listen to them obediently, just like their spirit has left a mark on them. Li Ke was a little surprised. This talent is very good. It's a pity that I didn't find the talent of psychic, otherwise I might be able to share the other party's vision and hearing directly through the controlled animals. That would be really cool. But now, as long as Li Ke is willing, he can even leave a mental mark on all the animals on the island. Then they will become his own guards. Quite awesome. But this ability cannot be used on humans, after all, humans are not animals. Scar Peng's death was quite miserable, and his whole body turned into pus. Even Peng Si, who had seen a lot of horror scenes in the past few days, couldn't help retching at this moment. But her pretty face was more excited. She didn't expect Li Ke to actually win, and win so easily. It's just that the three brothers of Yamalai were terrified. One of the brothers peed his pants on the spot. Scar Peng at least killed people through poisonous snakes. But this monster actually turned people into pus directly. It's simply a demon. And when I think about it just now, the three brothers insulted each other so much. Now they feel their entire backs and scalps are numb. Plop plop plop. There is no need to arrange it at all. The three brothers knelt down in unison. Then they began to kowtow like crazy. They were completely scared. If you offend other candidates, you can at least survive, but if you offend the big devil in front of you, you won't even have a complete body. My lord. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was mean just now. I'll beat him to death now. Come and beat me, big brother. I just said it. Second brother, let's beat each other. Big brother, second brother, what about me? Beat yourself. My lord. We were wrong. We won't take the test. We are willing to pay, we are willing to pay. The three brothers were completely scared and collapsed. Before this, they were real villains who often attacked other contestants. They even violated several girls. But now, the villains met the devil. Compared with Li Ke, they felt that they were as pure as mice. Oh! Li Ke turned around slowly, facing them with an expressionless face, and just glanced at them. The three brothers beat even harder. Even two brothers knocked out each other's teeth. Mouths full of blood. Then they almost took off their pants just to survive. They were completely scared. Swear that they will never come to participate in any hunter assessment in this life. This is simply not something a human can do. Good girl. It was our fault before. Please beg the adults quickly, we don't want to die yet. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. If I die, with you, I have a newborn baby, he is only 2 months old. Beauty, please be kind. The three brothers turned around and kowtowed to Peng Si. All they wanted now was to survive. Peng Si was also very entangled at this moment, and finally shook her head. You offended not me, but Lord Li Ke. It is Lord Li Ke's decision whether to release you or not, and it has nothing to do with me. After saying that, she lowered her head. Lord. The three brothers burst into tears. Go away. Get out of my sight within 10 seconds. Li Ke glanced at them impatiently. The three brothers were stunned for a moment, and then they ran away as if they had been pardoned, and directly plunged into the sea. They didn't dare to go back with Li Ke, and planned to swim back. This guy is simply a devil. Li Ke is not a murderer, after all, he grew up in the warm place of Whale Island. Although there is a system, I still don't offend others if they don't offend me. Peng Si, take the number plate. Li Ke ordered. The forest not far away. Hehe, your fruit seems to be ripe, don't you consider picking it now? The nail-headed man spoke mechanically, looking at Li Ke with flickering eyes. It's not the perfect time yet. Only the perfect fruit can make people intoxicated. Hisoka's face flushed with excitement, and he licked his lips with a perverted smile. Perfect. The nail-headed man Ilmi was a little confused. His mind is too weak. I will wait until he is the most perfect before tasting it. That is the real dream, hehe. By that time, I'm afraid your teeth will break. Isn't it a kind of happiness to die in his hands? Hisoka's expression was perverted, and he seemed to be more excited than before. For a period of time, there was no one in this area, or someone came, but like Hisoka, he was unwilling to show up directly. Just when Li Ke was about to catch someone, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. "Brother K." Gon called excitedly. "There are also Karapika, Killua, Leorio, and others." "Brother K, do you have enough points?" Gon shouted, "We still have 2 extra." Good guy. There are still extra." Lee K smiled and called a few little guys over. "Since it's enough, then I don't have to worry about it." "Hey. Almost, I don't want to be an opponent with Lee K, but I can't go out now. It would be miserable if I have to buy it with money." Hanzo, who was hiding behind a tree, scratched his head. The tense faces of the candidates hiding in other areas finally relaxed a little. "Dear candidates, the 4th test is now officially over. Please reach the finish line as soon as possible." In the distance, the sound of the loudspeaker sounded. All the candidates breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this sound. At least, now you don't have to worry about Lee K, the monster, brushing you as an experience pack. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 42 Examiner Aizen Sosuke? Seeking monthly votes. On the airship. All the people who passed the test have boarded the ship. Because of Lee K's guidance, Peng Si also went on stage, but the follow-up depends on her. Lee K is not a babysitter. Gon, Killua, Karapika, and Leorio also passed successfully. "See you again, Brother Lee K." Netero greeted with a smile, looking at the people who passed this time with great satisfaction. There are obviously more people than in previous years. And the strength of those who passed the test is very good. He was very satisfied. The airship sailed slowly, and Netero found each person in the room to talk. In the room, Lee K was called in first. "Do you want something to eat? You probably didn't rest for a few days on the deserted island. Eat well, Brother Lee K." Netero smiled kindly. "It's okay. What does the president want to ask?" "Oh, I looked at the results of the past few assessments. You are currently ranked the highest. Before the final assessment, we need to ask everyone some questions. Brother Lee K, first of all, why do you want to become a professional hunter?" Netero sat cross-legged, with a big word behind him, full of elder style. "Only by obtaining a hunter license can you set foot in more areas in this world. There are still many places I want to go and many things I want to challenge. I love fighting. Fighting makes me strong," Lee K said with full of passion and righteousness. "There is no way. With the entry system, I am destined to embark on a road of infinite fighting. And many places in this world require a hunter license. Of course, I can also act as a big villain and force my way into various areas. But this is not necessary. At least, this world is not too bad for me. This final assessment is a good opportunity to brush the entry. I have to establish my own fighting maniac personality. It will be more convenient to brush others in the future. You are so full of fighting spirit. What an amazing spirit!" Netero praised. "Of course. Lao Deng, I copied your fighting spirit. When will you copy your other entries for me?" Lee K complained in his heart. "So among all the candidates present, besides you, the most outstanding one is?" Netero asked. "I don't feel much, no one is particularly outstanding. If I have to find one, Gon, he has great potential," Lee K said lightly. Netero asked some other questions. "If you choose to surrender, who would you choose?" Netero looked at Lee K with a smile. "I want to fight with many more people. I prefer to enjoy the process of struggle rather than getting a license. For example, number 44 Hisoka, number 301 Nailhead Man, number 294 Hanzo, number 99 Killua and Lee K was excited. Those who can get here are all big fish among big fish. Either they are strong or they are talented. Of course. Except for Peng Si, who is a lying point monster. The weak ones are only the martial artist Bodro, the archer Bakuer, and Leorio. The others are considered strong. Ahem, so many? I mean. President Netero, I remember you seem to owe me a favor? Can you do me a favor and arrange a few more matches for me? I like a hearty fight. But, this shouldn't be considered a favor, are you sure? The candidates who can get here are not simple, and your physical strength may not be able to keep up. I'm sure I will definitely add it. Please. President. Lee K is unwilling to let these big fish go. Or if it doesn't work, let them fight me in a round-robin battle. Whoever can defeat me can get the hunter license, how about it? Lee K gave advice. Netero. Good fellow. Are you going to use yourself as the standard? But this is too unrealistic. Netero naturally understood that Lee K had 100% of the strength of a professional hunter. And he was even much stronger than an average professional woman. If you want to defeat Lee K, I'm afraid there will be no more than 3 people who can get a license. And what if this guy lets you win? Wouldn't it be like he was the one issuing the hunter license? Brother Lee K, your standard is too high, there are not many who can beat you, and I don't know much about you. Netero smiled. But the next second his smile disappeared. Even his eyes widened and became round. Unbelievable. Because he was shocked to see an identical self sitting in front of him. Lee K disappeared. Became himself. The key is, the other party also has the same aura as himself. Damn it. What's going on? Netero rubbed his eyes, and then reached out to grab the Netero in front of him. His movements seemed slow, but they were actually very fast. The old man who was known as the most powerful fighting force in human beings and had supersonic punches. Even the most ordinary attacks were very amazing. But Netero was shocked to find that Lee K just slowly leaned back to avoid it. The opponent looked slow, but in fact he was also very fast. It was because of the residual vision on the retina of the eye that caused the illusion of slowness. President, you don't want to lose a genius like me, right? I hope to be the examiner this time. Netero spoke behind him, and his figure disappeared and turned into Lee K. Super copy gold. Conjurer? Disguise? Incredible, even my temperament and appearance are disguised so vividly. This should be the most incredible ability that the old man has seen in these years. Netero was surprised. So, you have awakened telekinesis? Conjurer? You are really a genius. He finally reacted and was amazed. Even if it is through telekinesis, it is definitely very talented to be able to do what Lee K did. Because he just didn't find any flaws in Lee K's disguise as Netero. If this ability can indeed grow to a very amazing level in the future, such a genius even made Netero have a flash of thought. This Lee K brother. If he can become his successor, it would be great. It can be considered, but, letting candidates become examiners is unprecedented, and the old man can't determine your current level. Netero stroked his chin. As the president, this is the first time he has heard such a strange request in all these years. And the key is that he really owes Lee K a favor. This idea doesn't seem to be impossible. But while he was still thinking about the feasibility of this matter, Lee K's appearance had changed again. A low and magnetic voice sounded. The atmosphere in the entire office became a little depressed and solemn. What appeared in front of him was an elegant and graceful middle-aged man with great temperament. White death suit, hairspray hands, black framed glasses. In this world, facts are real, but people often choose lies that are conducive to survival. From now on, I will stand at the top. President Netero, Examiner Aizen Sosuke reports. Aizen Lee K said in a deep voice. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 Kenpeki, Leek vs Netero. Nanny. Netero was startled, and his old eyes lit up. The mature and steady man in front of him was completely different from the previous Leek. They were two different styles. The other party's temperament was quite calm. The whole person looked gentle as jade, but gave people a sense of oppression. Leek. Netero was a little uncertain, because the man in front of him was completely different from Leek. Of course, President, I am Leek. Aizen Sosuke said. Yornan. It can be understood as 72 transformations. I can change into any appearance I want. Not bad, President, but Lan Da's temperament is too high, and it is not very suitable for the next battle. I'd better change into a more normal one. After saying that, Aizen Sosuke in front of him changed his body shape quickly. Black death suit. One eye. Strands of hair standing up. His expression was as ferocious as a demon. Kenpei Kizaraki. Hiss. Even Netero couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. The man in front of him was like a demon released from purgatory. Full of terrifying oppression. Is this really Leek? How could a teenage kid have such a strong aura? Not bad, right? Kenpeki is the most suitable instructor, especially for this kind of assessment. How about the instructor Kenpeki of the Hunter Association? Kenpeki Leek grinned. But now his smile is even more terrifying. As a copy, Leek has all the images of Kenpei Kizaraki in his memory. But the spiritual pressure that seals the one-eyed eye is gone. After all, it is a knockoff. But the combat power is true. The flaming red eye is opened. It is no more amazing than the spiritual pressure of the one-eyed seal. Interesting. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Brother Leek. Definitely the person who has given me the biggest surprise in these years. No matter what, you will definitely join the Hunter Association in the future. I will issue you a license here. Ha ha ha. Netero laughed. Leek's ability really gave him too much surprise. This ability to transform into anyone is the first time he has seen it. This ability must be very good at controlling details. Otherwise, there would be various flaws when he changed into himself. Then it shows one thing, Leek's mastery of his own abilities has been exquisite to the extreme. Netero has done background checks on all candidates, and he naturally knows that Leek is from Whale Island and is only a teenager now. A true genius. Still like a demon. Moreover, Brother Leek, are you interested in going to the training ground with me, an old man? Of course, I will restrain myself. Netero also showed rare interest. Of course. You said it, old man, how can I not accompany you to practice? But let me make it clear first, how about you let me have one hand and two legs? After all, you are the highest combat power of mankind, how can a little chicken like me lose to your opponent? Then you might as well just tell me to fight you with my head directly. Netero smiled unhappily. The two went directly to the training ground through the back door of the office. Leek vs Netero. No. It's Kenpei Kizaraki Reich vs Netero. Because Netero wants to test the specific combat power he has after the transformation. It's also to determine the standard line for passing the test this time. The two stood still. Okay, as agreed, I'll let you have one leg and one hand, but you. Netero didn't finish his words. Kenpei Reich directly attacked. Divine Power Red. Speed Gold. Taijutsu Master Gold. Super Copy Gold. Iron Tank Gold. Fiery Red Eyes Red. Open. Buzz. In an instant, Kenpei Leek's momentum exploded in vain. It felt like a puppy was running over, but when it pounced on him, it instantly turned into a ferocious lion. Even Netero couldn't hold back for a moment. Boom! The terrifying power even made the entire training ground tremble violently. The saber in his hand was just picked up casually, and it exploded into pieces on the spot. But a terrifying cut appeared in front of Lee K, the floor collapsed, and the ceiling was cut open. The end of the cut. Netaro's clothes exploded, and his hands were propped up. 100-style Guanyin. Just at this moment, he used a move to resist the attack, but the basics were like this. A faint blood mark also appeared on his palm. The violent and amazing power embedded the whole person in the wall. Outside. What's going on? President. The sudden huge explosion instantly startled everyone. The bean-faced man hurriedly called for support. But when they arrived, his clothes were torn, and Netaro changed his clothes and walked out. Ahem. I just accidentally damaged the training ground, nothing happened, you go back, I still need to talk to Lee K. Netaro said seriously. Okay, President, please pay attention to your safety when you practice, I will arrange someone to deal with the training ground immediately. The bean-faced man led the people away. Only Netaro and Lee K were left in the office. Hiss, ouch, you must have wanted to kill me just now, I almost died. Netaro was very emotional, it's hard to imagine that you have such a strong attack power at your age, just at that moment your strength increased by at least 10 times. Netaro understood. If it was Lee K in that state, although he was not as good as himself at full strength. But looking at the entire association, 100% is also a strong man at the level of the 12th team. And it's still the middle to the upper middle. The problem is, Lee K is only a teenager. Genius. Monster. No. Monster. This is the real hope of mankind. The wound on the palm still hurts a little. This kid is so awesome. As for why he can burst out 10 times the combat power, Netaro will not ask, and will even help keep it secret. Geniuses always have their own secrets. Everyone needs to keep a certain space when getting along with each other. But there is no smile on Lee K's face, and he is even a little depressed. Ding! You defeated Netaro in combat posture, and there is a 10% chance to copy the opponent's entry. Copying. Ding! Copy failed. This is the answer given by the system. 10% probability. Should I let Lao Deng kill me? It didn't come out. My luck didn't explode. It hurts. Maybe it's just that the previous strong luck burst out too much, resulting in the need to stack luck now. What a pity. What a pity. There are not many opportunities to fight with Netaro. And the next time the battle, this old man will definitely not let me want to defeat the opponent so much, it is almost very difficult. Headache. Hey. Hey! Brother, are you listening to me? I said I agreed to your request. You will be the examiner for this assessment, but you can't go out to meet them in your real identity. It's best to change into another person. The Kenpeki just now is very good. As for your license, I will send it to you in advance. I will find an excuse when the time comes. Netaro now looks at Lee K with admiration. It's just like a grandfather looking at his grandson. So good that it makes people shudder. Isn't it against the rules to do this? Lee K hesitated. I am the rule in the association. Netaro straightened his chest and said proudly. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44 Tyrant? Brother K, have you been gone for so long? Is there something? As soon as Lee K came out, Gon and others surrounded him. Just asked some information about why I want to become a professional hunter, and they also issued me a license. Lee K said. Ah? Directly issued a license. This operation made Gon and others confused. What do you mean I performed well before and have met the standards for getting a license? I don't know, anyway, it was arranged by the president. Lee K directly pushed all the pots onto Netero. I'm so envious. That's so cool, Brother K. Wow. I'm so envious. Gon, Leorio, and others were envious. I'm a little sleepy, I'll go take a rest first. Gon, keep going. Lee K found an excuse. Kenpeki is going to go on stage soon. The bean-faced man exchanged the names of other people and called them into the office one after another to talk to Netero. Inquire about relevant information. Lee K walked in the corridor and suddenly stopped. Next to him was Hisoka, who was leaning against the wall with his arms folded. Haha, good luck to you. Lee K smiled. Then he left. Hisoka's confident mouth gradually lowered, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrow eyes. Tisk tisk, it seems that your fruit seems to be a bit aggressive. The nail-headed man Ilmi said. Hey! Did you get the license in advance? It's a pity that I can't test you here. Hisoka snorted lightly, a little regretful. This guy can deal with the disguised Ilmi, and he wants to take this opportunity to test him. As a result, Lee K actually escaped. He can only say that he is lucky. Soon, all the candidates went in and had a relevant conversation with the president. Hehe, everyone, I will announce the content of this test. As the final test, we have decided that the instructor of this test, Mr. Kenpeki, will be in charge. You only need to get Mr. Kenpeki's approval to get the hunter license this time. I forgot to tell you that Mr. Kenpeki is our association's secret 2-star hunter, and he is very powerful. Netero announced with a smile. Mr. Kenpeki, here. The bean-faced man in a small suit trembled as he guided a tall, black, devil-like man in a death suit. Kenpeki Zaraki Reich. The saber was replaced with a very good knife. The momentum of a one-eyed night owl. The corner of his mouth raised a devil-like smile. After seeing Kenpeki Zaraki, the candidates present all changed their colors. Even Hisoka's smile froze and became gloomy. He felt a strong sense of danger from the other party. And the other party's devil-like eyes seemed to look at him twice more. So dangerous. Is this instructor Kenpeki Zaraki? Gon gasped. So scary, this guy. Leorio was even more frightened. Peng Si was already trembling all over. Bakura and Boudreaux looked extremely ugly. Very strong. Very strong. Killua was shocked, and his eyes became more solemn than ever before. It was the first time he could feel such a terrifying killing intent in a person. He even had an illusion that the other party hardly needed to make a move, and this terrifying killing intent alone was enough to shock most people. Ah! Isn't it a bit too much? Brother Lee K, you should hold back a little bit. Netero sighed in his heart. The field was silent. The tall Kenpeki Zaraki walked slowly and stood in front of everyone. Everyone, I am the examiner for this test. I will decide whether you can pass. Please show your absolute strength and determination to face death. There is a death target in this test, hey. Lee Kijianba made a villain's signature lip-licking gesture. It was like a ghost wolf ready to be bloodthirsty. It made people tremble in their hearts. If you don't want to take the test, you can choose to give up. Once you give up, if you die under my knife, it's your own fault. Kenpeki Lee K laughed strangely. I. Peng Si, who was standing in the corner, trembled. She felt like giving up. But after seeing the other party's eyes, she inexplicably felt that the other party didn't seem to have any malice. You passed. Lee Kjianpeki spoke directly, pointing at Peng Si. Come on. I'll give you a game. Even if it's the reward you gave me as a sweeping robot and maid. Ah? Peng Si was dumbfounded. No. What? What's going on? She hasn't taken the test yet, why can she pass directly? This is unfair. Shady deal. Shady deal. Bakuer suddenly became excited. This is simply too bullying. Just now, Peng Si even felt like surrendering. How come she suddenly passed? This is not a shady deal, what is it? The other candidates were also confused. Even Peng Si herself felt like she was dreaming. Tisk. Kenpeki Lee K sneered. Draw the sword. Divine power red. Swordsmanship blue. Cut. Boom. The amazing slashing wave exploded directly. Bakuer hurriedly tried to resist. But the whole person was blown away with the bow and arrow. Ding. You and Bakuer establish a fighting posture. Ding. You defeated Bakuer, automatic copying. Ding. Automatic copy failed. Okay. Dog system. It's a pity that you can't kill people here. What a pity. Kenpeki Lee K felt helpless. And in the distance, Bakuer was covered in blood, his bow and arrow were broken, he looked miserable, and he had lost his fighting ability directly. Doctor. Treat him immediately. The bean-faced man hurriedly ordered. Bakuer was still conscious, but he was completely stunned. Too strong. The opponent was simply ridiculously strong. He killed me in one move. If the opponent's attack was a little heavier, I'm afraid only the corpse would be left now. There was even a brief silence at the scene. Too much. This guy. Gon clenched his fists, a little angry. It's not excessive, it's absolute strength. He doesn't allow anyone to question it. This is the result. It seems that not many people will pass the test this time. Kurapika said calmly. Whether you pass or not depends entirely on this guy's attitude. In this case, Killua's eyes were sharp, and his hands were straight like blades. Killua. Do you want to fight this monster? Leorio was a little nervous. Sweat beads appeared on Boudreaux's forehead. He is a martial artist, but the move just now was too fast. He couldn't even see it clearly. If it was me, I would have no chance at all. And this guy seemed to be very irritable and unreasonable. Whether he could pass or not was entirely based on his wishful thinking. He didn't allow people to refute. He was simply a tyrant. Reading books every day on the 11th day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45 Black Entry. Hisoka, the nail-headed man, and Hanzo were also silent. This so-called two-star hunter, is so powerful. Is this the foundation of the Hunter Association? Examiner Kenpeki, you have to hold back. I'm going to be busy first. Good luck to everyone. Netaro's mouth twitched. He was too lazy to watch here, for fear of affecting Lee K's performance. It doesn't matter. This time, he was able to recruit Lee K, which was a real wish. As for the others, including Gon, Killua, and others, whether they can pass the test is secondary. As long as Lee K has fun. Netaro's departure also made all the candidates present look ugly. This means that everything Lee K is doing now is in compliance with regulations. The most confused is Peng Si. She didn't expect that she would pass so muddled. Examiner Kenpeki. Why are you prejudiced against everyone? Why can Peng Si pass directly? Gon suddenly shouted. His voice made everyone quiet down. Leorio even covered his mouth and forced a smile to apologize, that Examiner Kenpeki, Gon has no ill intentions, I didn't say anything just now, you heard it wrong, he. Killua and Kurapika stood in front of the two of them, with bad eyes, ready for battle. Ding! You and Killua entered the battle posture. Ding! You and Kurapika entered the battle posture. Oh! Isn't it here? Super Copy Gold, this ability is really useful. Tisk tisk tisk. Do you want a reason? Lee K spoke, smiling, but this smile looked a little scary with the scar on Kenpeki's face. Of course. Even as an examiner, you should be fair. Gon said righteously. Oh, hee, the reason is. I like it, I am happy, are you satisfied? Kid. Kenpeki Lee mocked wantonly. You. Gon was so angry that his teeth itched. Ding. You and Gon have entered the battle stance. Perfect. Oh no. Don't blame me, your brother, Gon. Name, Gon. Items, Super Endurance, Gold, Super Strength, Gold, Brave, Gold, Quick Understanding, Purple, Fishing Skills, Purple, Justice, Purple, etc. Hidden, Darkening, Black. This item has a very low explosion rate, and it will burn vitality and fall into a state of insanity after being activated. Lee K has been coveting Gon's item for a long time. But there is no chance to enter the battle stance. This guy has a hidden black item, although, this item is not very good. But hidden black is also black. Damn it. Gon was a little angry. He is right. This is the world where people with strength are called personality. People without strength can only be willful. Fists are the greatest truth. Kurapika said in a deep voice. Then tell me the standard for passing the assessment, Examiner Kenpeki. Boudreaux said. As the oldest candidate present, he naturally kept his composure. Everyone looked over. No one knew what kind of assessment criteria this strange examiner would suddenly give. Assessment criteria are the key. Asking it in front of everyone, even if this strange examiner wanted to do whatever he wanted, I'm afraid he would consider everyone's ideas. It must be said that the old ones are still the best. Oh, assessment criteria? Let me think. Kenpeki Lee K said with a smile. Damn, this guy actually decided the assessment standards at the last minute, and didn't take this assessment seriously at all. Gon was so angry that his teeth itched. Killua and the others chose to remain silent. I thought of it. How about this, as long as any of you can last 3 minutes in front of me, it will be considered that all of you have passed. Oh, you can all come together. Lee K pointed at the Gon group of 4, and then pointed at Boudreaux. What about us? Hanzo said hurriedly. You 3 are much stronger. I haven't thought about it yet. How about deciding after we deal with them? Kenpeki Lee K replied. Hisoka was a little unhappy. He was even flipping and playing with playing cards in his folded hands. It seemed that he was considering whether to kill the guy in front of him. But when he thought that Netero was still behind, he finally suppressed his temper. This sounds like it would be very beneficial to us. Gon was stunned. Unexpectedly, this examiner seemed not so bad. The examination room is right here. Those who haven't taken their turn can go down first and come back later. Kenpeki Lee K began to drive away other candidates. I give up. Suddenly, among the candidates, the nail-headed man Ilmi raised his hand. Shit. Lee K was speechless. Ilmi actually gave up? This guy has a golden entry. Too cowardly. Damn it. Okay. But in order to maintain Kenpeki's cool personality, Lee K couldn't stop him from giving up anyway, so he let him go. Ilmi, the nail-headed man, gave up. Hisoka looked at him with a gloomy look. I just got the license for the convenience of work. This guy is very strong. I will lose a lot if I want to defeat him. There is no need. I will come to get the license next year. The nail-headed man looked at Hisoka and explained, and then he just stood by and became a spectator. How could a killer expose all his cards in such a fair and open battlefield? A mere hunter license is not worth so much effort. And he was not absolutely sure that he could defeat Kenpeki Leorio. Ilmi would not do anything he was not sure of. He emphasized one-hit kill. Then, let's start, everyone, 3 minutes. Kenpeki Leorio raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. raised the jagged knife in his hand, and looked arrogant and proud. Bodro, Leorio, you and I will be responsible for attracting firepower from the front, Killua and Gon will be responsible for sneak attacks. This Kenpeki examiner is very strong, if we don't cooperate, we can't hold on for 3 minutes. Kurapika said very calmly, and then reminded, don't take this guy's head on. Understood. Leorio gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I will hold him back. Bodro made a martial artist's starting posture. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became extremely tense. Peng Si, who got the license, did not leave, but stood nervously outside the field to watch. Hisoka frowned slightly, he really wanted to see the true strength of his next opponent. However, the little guys probably can't test this guy's strength. You can only rely on your own eyesight. You can get ready. Everyone. Kenpeki Lee K smiled and put a timer next to him. Just as he put the timer. Now. Killua called out softly, and everyone moved instantly. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, Little Boxing Genius Lan 1 Update. Kurapika was the first to attack. He held 2 wooden swords, one above and one below. The upper sword cut Kenpeki's neck, while the lower sword cut his legs. Ah, ah, ah. Ha 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 ha. Is this a child's toy? Kenpeki laughed wildly. As a time traveler, it seems more fun to play with a mask. You don't have to care about the past, just vent your emotions. He simply bent his legs, blocked the lower sword with the sole of his foot, and then pinched Kurapika's upper sword with 2 fingers. Not good. Unexpectedly, both of his wooden swords were clamped by the opponent, and Kurapika's face changed suddenly. He let go without any image. He had guessed that the opponent would drop a terrifying slash. That was an attack that would make Bakuer scrapped with 1 blow. But it was unexpected. Kenpeki did not cut Kurapika, but played with his wooden sword. Fist Tiger Secret Explosion Flow. Martial artist Bayo Deluo seized the opportunity and rushed forward. His whole body burst out with momentum. The visible fist wind condensed and turned into a tiger storm and fell towards Lee K. Bang 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 bang. Amazing sound of blows. So strong. Peng Si, who was standing outside the venue, was shocked. As expected, the candidates who could get here were very strong. This 027 martial artist Bayo Deluo is even better. His ordinary punch is enough to smash 20 bricks. After the secret explosion flow effect is activated, even steel can be dented. He is a real master among ordinary people. But after these punches fell, Bayo Deluo's face was extremely ugly. His chest rose and fell violently, and the finger bones of both hands were bleeding and the skin was torn. You can even see the white finger bones. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The attack he was most proud of landed on the opponent. He was the one who was injured? Hee, my clothes are dirty. Who told you to tickle me without my permission? The corner of Kenpeki Lee K's mouth cracked, revealing a terrifying, hideous and perverted smile. Bodro's eyes widened. Boom! A 5-meter-high slashing wave came towards him. He was directly slashed and flew out, embedded in the wall in the distance. The shocking wound cut from the left shoulder to the right, and his lower abdomen almost cut him in half. I don't know if he is dead or alive. The medical team next to him quickly picked him up and sent him to emergency treatment. This scene made Gon and Leorio's faces change wildly. They finally realized that this battle would really kill people. Too strong. This Kenpeki examiner. Bodro's attack did not cause any damage to the opponent. Incredibly exaggerated defense. Ding! In the battle stance, you defeated the martial artist Bodro, and the entry is automatically copied. Copying successfully. Obtained the entry Little Boxing Genius, Blue. Gone. Killua exclaimed. Got it. Gon immediately ran around Lee K quickly. His figure was so fast that it left an afterimage. And Killua turned into more than 10 figures. Advanced assassination technique limb bending. Gon chose to attack, and he actually used his fists. What a child! Lee K couldn't help but smile in his heart. But the pressure from Kenpeka Lee K was still very terrifying. Hey! Gon, who was originally rushing towards Lee K, suddenly changed his movements halfway and swung the fishing line violently. Whoosh! The fishing line that was almost invisible to the naked eye disappeared in the air. Now, Killua's figure suddenly appeared behind Lee K. His hands were stretched straight like sharp blades, and even his nails were glowing with a faint purple light. This was the effect of poison. He no longer regarded this battle as a test. He dealt with it with the mentality of assassination. And at this moment, the fishing line that was almost invisible to the naked eye directly wrapped around Lee K's right hand holding the knife. Oh! Very good cooperation. Kenpeka Lee K smiled. What a pity. Except for the hidden lightning power, Killua's other items were almost copied by himself. This little guy's physical fitness is far inferior to his own. Hey! Lee K suddenly turned around and opened his mouth suddenly. What? Killua's face changed suddenly. Ka! His fatal sneak attack was actually bitten directly by Kenpeka Lee K. Madman! Absolutely madman! His nails are poisoned. Bang! The next moment, Killua felt his abdomen churning, and the whole person was kicked out like a sandbag. When he was about to hit the wall, he was blocked by Leorio, who used him as a meat cushion. Both of them had blood at the corners of their mouths. The plan has changed. We choose to roam and delay time. According to the rules of the game, it is 3 minutes. Kurapika exclaimed loudly. This scene stunned Hisoka, Illumi, Hanzo, and several other examiners who were watching the game. This examiner Kenpeki, when did it happen? So strong. Menchi murmured. I haven't heard of it, but it's very perverted. This fighting style. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to pass if this continues. Boera stroked his big belly and sighed. Not only is he perverted, his strength. I'm afraid it has reached the level of gold. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful existence in our association. Satos with a mustache shook his head. They have never heard of the news of the examiner Kenpeki. Just now, they even thought that this guy was too arrogant. After all, they are all candidates who have reached the finals, and each of them is a real elite. The test content is to persist for 3 minutes. Too arrogant. Now it seems. Instead, this examiner Kenpeki is too cautious. With his exaggerated strength, not to mention 3 minutes, even 1 minute, is enough to defeat these examinees. Killa! Leorio! Kurapika suddenly exclaimed. When Killua reacted, he was shocked to see that Kenpeka Lee had arrived in front of him. Hey! The terrifying sword was raised. Don't go! Killua! Leorio actually rushed up and pushed Killua away fearlessly. Boom! The expected slash did not fall. This time it was the back of the knife. It hit Leorio's neck lightly. This guy fainted on the spot. Ding! You defeated Leorio in the battle posture, and the entry is automatically copied. Copy failed. As expected. Kenpeka Lee K was helpless. But his actions also confused everyone present. They were both examinees. Bakura and Bodella were half dead. But Leorio was lightly punished. This examiner Kenpeki is too willful. Protecting companions is one of the beliefs of professional hunter. Kenpeka Lee K grinned, revealing sharp teeth like a beast. Next, it's you guys who should be eliminated, little guys. Chapter 47, Red Thunder Telekinesis. 2. Killa. Gone. Delay time. This is our only chance. Don't fight this guy head-on, otherwise we won't be his opponent. Kurapika exclaimed. He had already seen that the strength of the examiner Kenpeki was far superior to theirs. Killua was in a very complicated mood at the moment. Leorio was eliminated because he was eliminated. This time, his cooperation with Gon can be said to be seamless. But the opponent easily cracked it. Ah! It seems that you are the smartest, so, eliminate first. Kenpeki Lee K's laughter sounded. His momentum suddenly surged, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Kurapika! Run! Gon gritted his teeth and exclaimed, pulling his fishing rod desperately. I have to say, it is worthy of being a fishing rod that can catch the king of the swamp. The quality is beyond doubt. The strength of this fishing line is also amazing. It even makes Lee K suspect that this should be the 097 thing left by Jin for him. Ordinary people are strangled by this fishing line, which is equivalent to being strangled by steel wire, and they can't use any strength at all. What a pity. It is tying up Lee K now. Iron Tank Gold. Divine Power Red. Of course. You don't need to use too much force against Gon. He is one of my friends in this world after all, it's just a test for him. Buzz. The fishing line was instantly stretched straight. Gon stretched his feet hard and stepped on the ground, and even stuck the cracks in the ground with the fishing rod. He wanted to use this to hang Lee K up. But it was like a kitten hanging up a whale. The whale took the hook, but it was the kitten that was hung up. Crack, crack, crack. The floor collapsed quickly. The fishing line was not broken, and the quality was amazing. Instead, Gon was thrown up completely out of control. Hey! Kenpeki Lee K pulled the fishing line violently, and Gon in the air fell rapidly towards him. Crack! The sharp knife light flashed. The fishing line broke. Gon fell to the ground in a mess in mid-air. Killua made the move, and he used a sharp knife to cut the fishing line. Limb flexion. Dark step. Snake alive. He had definitely reached his strongest state at this moment. The veins on his hands bulged, and his eyes were cold and sharp, exuding the aura of a top killer that made people shudder. One after another, the phantoms of clones appeared around Kenpeki Rick. Very motivated. This makes me have to be more interested. Kenpeki Rick grinned. Killua's figure was everywhere. But the next moment... Buzz! One Kenpeki Zaraki turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8. The same effect as limb flexion. Ah! Peng Si covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, as if she was dreaming. Not only her. Menchi and several examiners present were also dumbfounded. That is the assassination skill of the Zaldik family, but how can this examiner Kenpeki give it up? Satoz was stunned. 8 clones too. Too awesome. The nail-headed man Ilmi narrowed his eyes slightly, but his eyes were extremely cold. He had already given up. But that didn't mean he would let go of anyone who tried to steal the assassination skills of the Zaldik family. Hee, limb bending. It seems that kid is going to be in trouble. Hisoka smiled with a smile on his face. Tex. The nail-headed man suddenly spoke. Of course it's not an assassination skill. This examiner Kenpeki's is pure speed. But this speed is too fast, at least a master of physical skills. Hanzo's eyes lit up. As a ninja, his training in physical skills far exceeds that of anyone else. He naturally noticed the difference in Kenpeki. Purely, fast speed. Skills are secondary. What a pity, your clones seem to be useless to me. Killua brother. Kenpeki Lee K's 8 clones all laughed. Swing the sword. Slash. Boom. 8 slashing waves that seemed to be real exploded. 7 of Killua's 8 after images were directly shattered, and one of them was the body that was blown away. Then Kenpeki Lee K stepped up in mid-air. Smashed the handle of the sword. Boom! Killua was smashed into the ground in a large letter shape and fainted. Ding! You defeated Killua in a fighting posture, and there is a 10% probability of automatically collecting entries. Ding! Copying successfully. Ding! Strong luck, super critical hit. Congratulations on your designated copy opportunity. Please specify the entry. The sound of nature sounded in Lee K's mind. I love this strong luck entry so much. It is a standard item for time travelers, a must for plundering luck. I actually got a super critical hit. But this also means, from a probability perspective, my luck will probably drop significantly in the future. But this kind of thing is always a probability. What you get is real. Comfortable. Specify to copy. Copy the red entry. Ding! Select to copy Killua hidden entry Thunder Telekinesis, red. The host does not have Conjurer Telekinesis for the time being. Activate this ability without opening the red eyes. Accompanied by the system sound. A strange current surged into Lee K's body. It even made him pause slightly. Every cell in his body seemed to be surged by the current in an instant. The telekinesis in his body was covered with a layer of strange arcs. Lightning telekinesis. Even a trace of flashing lightning emerged from the depths of Lee K's pupils. The red entry of lightning telekinesis, Conjurer, can be understood as a youth version of the Thunder Fruit, or a knockoff version of the Sikong Zhen effect. It can be added to one's own body to obtain additional lightning attribute effects, and turn one's own moves into lightning attributes. A very abnormal ability. Especially in the later stages, the higher the degree of development, the more amazing the effect. The probability of awakening telekinesis of this characteristic is very low. Killua can have this entry because he often endures abuse, including electric shocks. It is equivalent to Killua endured electric shocks for Lee K for N years, and then Lee K used his entry to awaken his own thunder telekinesis. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. The system is so considerate. Brother Killua in the team. It can be said that 4.5 provided himself with a full red and 2 gold entries, an outstanding contribution award. Killua. Seeing Killua fall, Gon's emotions began to riot. He even lost his mind and came directly in the direction of Lee K. Gon! Kurapika exclaimed, hoping to stop Gon, but seeing Killua fall, Gon had lost his mind. Super Strength Jin. Super Endurance Jin. This is the power from Gon. Boom! The angry Gon hit Kenpeki Lee K hard with his fist. The airwave aroused shocked the onlookers. They didn't expect that the seemingly weak boy Gon could burst out such amazing power. This power is even greater than all the previous candidates. B. His opponent is Lee K. Kenpeki Lee K. Divine Power Red. Boom! The two collided. Chapter 48, Blatant Fraud. Please customize. No knife, but pure fist. Transformed fist into palm. Caught Gon's violent punch. Nice fist, but losing your mind is not a good result. Maybe you can try to control your mind. Kenpeki smiled, and suddenly exerted force with his palm. Ah! Gon's scream resounded throughout the venue. Divine Power Red completely suppressed the strange power gold. In addition, Lee K's own basic attributes far exceeded Gon, and he was absolutely superior even in pure power. Go to sleep. Release his hand, and at the moment when Gon was about to attack, Kenpeki Lee K passed by him. His index finger flicked lightly on his forehead. Gon staggered twice, and then fell to the ground. The whole audience was silent. From beginning to end. Anyone can see the true strength of this new examiner. Or rather, even a genius as powerful as Zaldik Killua, or a dark horse Gon, who can make this Kenpeki examiner show his true strength. Ding! You defeated Gon in the battle posture, 10% probability to automatically copy the target entry. Ding. Entry copying. Ding. Copy failed, 21. Well, luck is really unpredictable. Lee K curled his lips indifferently and walked slowly towards Kurapika. He stretched his neck and Kenpeiki's thick neck made a cracking sound. He had a tall body like a beast. At this moment, he cast a huge shadow over Kurapika. So strong. This guy. Gon's fist power was amazing just now, but he was still completely defeated. He held back, otherwise they should be similar to the previous two. Kenpeiki Zaraki, looks like he will be the rising star of our association. Menchi, Satos and other instructors were amazed and talked about it. I must get the hunter license. Kurapika gritted his teeth and stared at Kenpeiki Zaraki. He could even hear his own heartbeat. A ray of crimson was spreading in the depths of his eyes. His emotions were uncontrollably excited. For the sake of sacrifice, he paid everything, and the hunter license was the first step in revenge. He would never allow himself to stop here. Even if he had to face a guy as terrifying as the devil. Of course, every candidate here is here to get a license, isn't it? Kenpeiki Lee K smiled. Kurapika provided him with a super trump card, the red eyes. This thing is like a transformation device. How about everyone sit down? Candidate 404. Kenpeiki Lee K suddenly suggested. The sudden reversal made Kurapika's eyes, which were already slightly red, stunned. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Not only him. Even the examiners outside the venue were stunned. No? This. What did examiner Kenpeiki just say? Sit down? What does that mean? Literally. This. Is this considered letting people off? President Netero. Really allow this? Menchi and the other two were stunned. They are also examiners, but they must follow the duties and obligations of examiners. This includes not letting people off, being fair, etc. But now, this examiner Kenpeiki Zaraki, is openly letting people off? No. It's not letting people off, it's openly cheating for personal gain. You. What did you just say? Kurapi heard it wrong and couldn't help but repeat it. Kenpeiki Lee K didn't speak. He just smiled and sat down slowly. The scene seemed a little out of control. Hisoka. Hanzo. Nail-headed man Ilmi. President Netero. I must tell you the real situation in the examination room now. This examiner Kenpeiki. He openly violated the principles of an examiner, cheated for personal gain, and treated candidates differently. Menchi gritted her teeth, and out of responsibility for her job, she chose to report to the authorities. This made Buera on the side a little nervous. Because Kenpeiki Zaraki is too strong. Even he has no confidence that he can defeat the opponent. If he faces him, he feels that he will definitely lose. Satos also has a worried look on his face. Although everyone is an examiner of the Hunter Association, it is obvious that Mr. Kenpeiki Zaraki is a very difficult guy with a weird personality. The two candidates who were just eliminated are evidence. It is possible that he will attack everyone who is also an examiner, especially Menchi who snitched. This is definitely a high-risk move. Oh. I still have a lot of things to do here. Menchi, wait a minute. No wait. President Netero, if you don't intervene, this guy will definitely mess up this exam. Okay, Menchi, I tell you as the president, just watch quietly, everything is being arranged. Ah. Tibp. Menchi was dumbfounded when she heard the busy tone on the phone. She thought she had heard it wrong. President Netero actually allowed examiner Kenpeiki Zaraki to cheat for personal gain? This is playing it bad? President's office. From here you can overlook the situation in the exam room. President, if you do this, will Menchi and the others be disappointed? NV5. The bean-faced man said worriedly. He has been following President Netero for many years. But this is the first time he has seen this president, who has always been very fair, turn a blind eye to such cheating for personal gain. He really can't understand this scene. Don't worry, as long as you choose Kenpei Kizaraki, it is the right thing to do, enough to make up for all the mistakes. And this kid is the successor that I have chosen. Netero could not help but admire him. In his field of vision, the battle just now, the strength that Li Kei showed surprised him. A real genius. He even looked forward to. How will this Kenpei Li Kei deal with the most dangerous guys? Hisoka, Hanzo. Those two guys, maybe, will make this little guy Li Kei really take it seriously. Oh, time is almost up. Pay attention. Kenpei Li 380K suddenly drew his sword. Boom. The terrifying slashing wave bloomed. There was a terrifying oppressive feeling like a mountain collapsing. Kurapika's face suddenly changed. He wanted to escape, but found himself completely enveloped in the slashing wave. Defeated? It turned out that this guy did it on purpose and chose to kill himself at the last second. Kurapika's pupils suddenly contracted, and a streak of red appeared. But the next moment, the terrifying sense of oppression suddenly disappeared, and the sword stopped above his head. Ding ling 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 ling. The alarm clock sounded. Okay. The time is up. 3 minutes, according to the agreement. As long as any one of you can hold on for 3 minutes, you will win as a group. I, the examiner of the Hunter Association, Kenpei Kizaraki, hereby announce that you, including Bodro, have all obtained the Hunter license. Ha 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 ha. Kenpei Kizaraki stood up, slowly put away his sword, put his hands on his waist, and laughed like a beast. The burly and tall body gave people a great sense of oppression. Kurapika. He still felt that his head was still hazy. Wait. Examiner Kenpei Kizaraki. Kenpei Li Kei looked at Kurapika. Thank you, for this favor, I will repay you one day. Kurapika. Oh, it doesn't matter, you have already paid. Kenpei Kizaraki grinned. Ding. Congratulations on defeating Kurapika, 10% probability of automatically copying the entry. Copy successful. Chapter 49 The Old Buddha has paid. Please subscribe automatically. Congratulations on copying the entry. Purple. Entry, Purple. Effect, in the face of any crisis, your mentality will remain amazingly calm. And it can resist negative effects such as illusions to a certain extent. Not bad. It has something in common with Netero's absolute will. Or rather, raising the entry to red may yield something similar. Kurapika provided himself with 1 red and 1 purple. It can be considered an original shareholder. Kurapika was stunned by Kenpei Li Kei's words. He couldn't understand for a moment. What do you mean you have already paid? Actually, just let it go like this. Menchi and several examiners looked at Kenpei Li Kei in astonishment. They wanted to say something, but couldn't say a word. Because Netero has already granted Li Kei's approach, they can't understand it, but they have no right to refute it. The association's system, I'm afraid it will be destroyed because of this guy. Menchi complained angrily. Hush! Keep your voice down, Menchi. This guy is so strong and unreasonable. Boera comforted him. Sato's also stopped talking. Everyone looked at Hisoka and Hanzo. Now only these two guys have not taken the test. 3 minutes. If that's the case, the chance of winning may not be small. Hanzo calculated in his mind. He is a Kumagakure ninja, and his best skill is physical skills. The possibility of defeating Kenpei Kizaraki head-on is very small, so he can only choose guerrilla tactics. You two, let me think about the conditions for you to obtain a license. Kenpei Kizaraki, with his Rikuta key inserted in front of him, grinning, and his black death suit was majestic. Menchi looked angry. She felt that this guy was completely trampling on the rules and regulations of the Hunter Association. Let's make the rules simple. Whoever goes out first in this circle will lose. In addition, if you don't go out within 3 minutes, it will be considered my loss. Like pointed to the training ground under his feet. It was about the size of a basketball court. What a arrogant guy. This guy. Number 44 and the bald guy are much stronger than the other candidates. He might suffer this time. Menchi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lee K. Menchi, don't forget that Kenpei Kizaraki is an examiner, not a villain, et. Boera reminded. I'll go first. The bald, long-lashed funny ninja Hanzo stood up and stared at Kenpei Kizaraki like with a very serious look. He knew that this was definitely the most difficult battle since his debut. Hey! Kenpei Examiner, I am a real ninja. Unlike other candidates, I have received various strict training since I was born in order to practice lifelong ninjutsu. For the past 18 years, I have been working tirelessly and sleeplessly to exercise my body and hone my skills. I will prove that everything I have done is worthwhile. Hanzo spoke with an extremely serious look, without the usual laughing expression. Kumagaku Ryu Taijutsu. Gold. So fast. Hanzo's figure suddenly turned into a shadow and began to move quickly. The sudden acceleration shocked everyone present. This guy's speed is even faster than Killua's original speed. Hide. Purple. And the next moment, Hanzo has disappeared from sight. Why can't I see it? Ah? What's going on? Is this the Kumagaku Ryu? Known as the top ninja sect. I can't even sense the breath. The audience outside the venue couldn't help but exclaimed. Peng Si was even more confused. She couldn't sense Hanzo's breath at all. That is to say, if she and this person were opponents, she would probably be killed instantly by the other party. But now she is already a professional hunter. This examiner Kenpei has given me a big fight. Kurapika's face was also extremely solemn, his pupils shrank, and a faint blush appeared. Hanzo's figure could be vaguely captured. But it was too fast. This speed was almost beyond the limit of dynamic vision. And a sharp arm thorn appeared in Hanzo's right hand. Very dangerous guy. Menchi gave an evaluation. Even as a real veteran hunter, she had to sigh. In terms of combat power, I'm afraid Hanzo will never lose to me, and even more dangerous. But what is surprising is, even though Hanzo seemed to have the upper hand, he did not choose to attack actively. It seemed that only Kenpei Kizaraki was left standing in the entire venue. Hanzo had completely disappeared. Oh, it's really a very fast speed, and it should be easy to hold on for 3 minutes with your physical strength. You don't plan to use this method to delay time, do you? Kenpei Kizaraki grinned. Speed gold. Thunder psychic power red. Thunder foot shaving. Instantly, a trace of lightning flowed into Lee K's legs, madly stimulating his leg cells. Now he can't really complete the thunder psychic power. Because he lacks this conjurer's psychic power talent. But he can also complete part of the psychic power lightning effect in his body. Instantly. Buzz. In the shocked eyes of everyone, GK's figure also disappeared from the spot. The empty training ground. Everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Menchi's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. She could see a trace. When she concentrated her psychic power on her eyes, she could see some afterimages. The speed of the two guys was too fast. Crackling sounds of metal colliding came from the air. But the two figures could not be seen at all. There were even occasional slashes, and the ground of the training ground was easily cut open like tofu dregs. The two fought too fast. So strong. Very strong. This Kenpei examiner, definitely has more than the strength of a 2-star hunter. Sato's was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Kurapika couldn't catch his figure at this moment. He hasn't awakened his telekinesis yet. The fiery red eyes have a blessing for the simple naked eyes, but they can't keep up with this speed. Hisoka's eyes have condensed telekinesis. The perverted arc of the corners of his mouth has gradually pressed down, and then raised again, even more perverted. Strong. Very strong. This Kenpeki examiner is simply a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect there are such delicious fruits waiting for me to pick. When he thought about the confrontation with the ripe fruits in his box, Hisoka was so excited that he trembled all over, as if he was going to perform at any time. The nail-headed man Ilmi looked at him expressionlessly, but it can be seen from his instinctive clenched fists. He didn't seem to be so calm in his heart. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 50 seconds. Not bad, but it's time to end now. Suddenly, the voice of Kenpeki Zaraki Reich came from the empty training ground. Divine power red. Physical skills gold. Swordsmanship blue. Slash again. Boom. The terrifying slashing wave exploded, and the air waves vented in all directions in the deafening explosion. The bloody rain fell in the air. Please subscribe automatically, the update is coming soon, thank you. Chapter 50, Mind Doppelganger Gold. Lee KVS Hisoka. Please subscribe. A figure staggered and rolled down. Hanzo. The steel blade on his arm was neatly broken, and his arm was cut. There was also a huge size 48 shoe print on his chest. He flew backwards out of the training ground. Ding! You defeated Hanzo in the battle posture, and there is a 10% chance of automatically collecting entries. Ding! Copying successful. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Mind Clone Technique Gold. Oh! Ha ha ha! It came out of gold. It came out of gold directly. Without the premise of a strong luck critical hit, this is my own destiny. Entry, Mind Clone Technique, Gold. Description, this ability can release multiple telekinetic clones of oneself, and can be retained for a certain period of time. It requires manipulator telekinesis, control system telekinesis, and transmuter telekinesis compound skills to perfectly master it. The specific effect depends on the degree of telekinesis mastered. Tisk tisk tisk. Comfortable. The telekinesis clone technique exploded. This thing can be used directly now. Because he already has Menchi's materialized telekinetic foundation, although it is only a blue item, it is still a real manipulator. But because there is no telekinetic foundation of emitter and transmuter, Li 600 grams of clones cannot form combat power in the true sense. This thing belongs to a composite telekinetic skill. From the description alone, it is obviously much stronger than Huashi Dolang's clone. But it has requirements for the user's telekinetic foundation. In fact, Li K can use it. As long as he turns on the red eyes. All the attributes are maxed out, and all his items can instantly burst out with the full effect of the original stage. Not bad, it takes some time to polish gold items, but it's a pity, Hanzo. Kenpeki Lee K murmured in his heart. For the entry, don't blame me, Zinlang. Ahem. I lost. I will practice harder. Examiner Kenpeki. One day, I will definitely defeat you head-on. Hanzo, who fell to the ground, got up with difficulty, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were more determined than ever before. Although he failed the hunter assessment this time, it was definitely worth the trip. This battle. Let Hanzo truly understand what it means that there are always people better than you. He understands, his practice journey has just begun. After saying that, Hanzo turned around and left without looking back. Spsy. Everyone stared at Hanzo's leaving figure in a daze. The mind was a little blank. Hanzo's strength, has even surpassed some ordinary hunters. But it was only because of bad luck this time that he was eliminated. Or the luck was a little bad, and he met the perverted examiner Kenpei Kizaraki. Then I'll wait for you anytime. Hanzo. Lee K smiled. Hanzo still had many entries that had not been released. Young man. From the moment you lost to me for the first time and your entry was copied, you no longer have any chance of turning the tables. There is only one left, candidate number 44, are you ready? After sending Hanzo away, Kenpei Lee K grinned. Becoming an examiner is the best use of this system. Otherwise, how could I have such a good opportunity? And now, the scene of the president's office. Netero looked at everything that happened in the training ground, and his emotions fluctuated. I don't know if it's an illusion. I actually felt the same telekinetic effect as Zeno at this moment. This kid, could it be that he has this kind of talent? He couldn't help but whispered. In the training ground, Lee K felt a little sore in his legs. This is the sequelae of stimulating the body cells with the power of thunder, which will cause temporary weakness. Title: Super Endurance Gold. Super Endurance Gold. Healing Purple. Under the exaggerated effect of the terms in Lee K's body, this leg soreness even lasted for less than a second and then disappeared. His current physique is definitely more abnormal than that of Warcraft. There is one last candidate, number 44, are you ready? Kenpei Kizaraki Lee K showed a beast-like smile. It made people's scalp tingle. Hee. Hisoka crossed his arms, a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and he was already playing with the playing cards in his hands. His eyes were cold and terrifying, filled with unprecedented cold murderous intent. If you kill him, you won't get your license, and you might even be on the list of targets. The nail-headed man Ilmi reminded him. Really? Hee. Hisoka glanced at him, licked the corner of his lips, and strode onto the training ground. 3 minutes. If someone leaves the field alive, it's considered a failure. What a boring rule, what if someone dies? Hisoka smiled, looking at Kenpei Kizaraki and Lee K with fiery and excited eyes. His body was shaking slightly. This guy's eyes are so perverted. Crazy. I think this guy is also crazy. Hiss, the situation may not be good, should I notify the president? The president should be watching the game. Menchi and several other instructors' hearts were pounding at this moment. Hisoka gave people a very dangerous feeling. Like a poisonous snake hidden in the darkness, it seemed that he would give a fatal blow at any time. But Kenpei Kizaraki Reich was equally terrifying. Like a tiger or a lion with meat on the corner of its mouth, it looked arrogant and conceited, as if it would kill people at any time. Monsters vs monsters? Top floor. Netero was also watching the battle. President. This candidate number 44 killed last year's examiner in this assessment. His strength has far exceeded that of ordinary professional hunters, and examiner Kenpei. The bean-faced man was a little worried. He had detailed information on all candidates, including all the performance of each candidate in each stage. Number 44 Hisoka was listed as the most dangerous candidate. This guy should have gotten it last year. Hunter license, but was sent off because he made the examiner almost die. Now, is the scene from last year going to happen again? Number 44 is indeed a very motivated little guy, but this examiner Kenpei is also very motivated, ha 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 ha. Netero shook his head and laughed with emotion. Also very motivated? The bean-faced man was confused. Could it be that President Netero is not worried about the situation at all? Outside the training ground, it was extremely quiet at this moment. When Hisoka and Kenpei Lee K confronted each other, the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone seemed to be carrying a heavy burden on their chest. It was like watching a lion and a tiger fighting fiercely. Even watching would make people nervous. Please subscribe automatically, and the frame will be updated. Thank you.